So respected dignitaries, esteemed guests and delegates who have come from far and wide, it is with great pride and enthusiasm that we welcome each one of you to the 20th International Conference of the Telemedicine Society of India. The birth of the society actually dates back to 2001 when it was conceived during the first national conference in Lucknow. So though young, it's a dynamic society holding its 20th International Conference for which we all have gathered today. This meeting is hosted by PGIMER Chandigarh, only the second time after the year 2008 in collaboration with the Chandigarh chapter of the TSI. And the theme for the year is virtual healthcare and the role of AI, which reflects the rapid revolution of technology in transforming the future of healthcare delivery. So we are delighted to have you join us this landmark event, and we hope to harness the power of collaboration and innovation throughout this conference. So it's now with great pleasure and pride that I now welcome Professor Biman Saikia, Professor and Head Department of Telemedicine PGI, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Chandigarh and to Telemedicon 2024. This is the second time PGI is hosting this conference. The first was way back in 2008, and we're so happy. We have a pleasant weather today, and welcome to Chandigarh, and I hope you'll have a good time and extravaganza of the academic sessions that are going to come up. And I think we'll straight away start off with the first session, and thank you.
So may I request you to be on the dais? So we now kickstart the proceedings with the scientific session, invoking the blessings of the Almighty. So to conduct the first session, may I have our esteemed chairpersons, Professor Biman Saikia, who is the current professor and head Department of Immunopathology and Telemedicine, and he really needs no introduction to this gathering, considering his professional achievements and awards and other accolades to his name. And his co-chair is Dr. Amit Arora, who is associate professor here at PGI, with again several high-impact publications with specific areas of interest in genomics of various activities. So, sir, may I kindly request you to invite the speakers and start the proceedings.
So the first talk that we're going to have is by none other than Dr. Sunil Shroff, who is the Vice President of the TSI, and actually he doesn't need any introduction. But just to introduce him, he's a consultant urologist and a transplant surgeon at the Madras Medical Mission Hospital and MGM Healthcare at Chennai. And as I said, he's the Vice President of Telemedicine Society of India and immediate past President of TSI. He's the Chief Editor of the Telemedicine newsletter, which is a monthly newsletter of TSI.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Biman. Apologies if I have a bit of cold, so if I get a bit fumble a little bit, my apologies. No financial disclosures or disclaimers. So I'm going to tell you about how AI is going to shape the future of medicine. I'm sure many of you it's good to see the proceedings start on time, and I hope that we keep this time. It's very important. The WHO ITU AI for Good Global Summit has been one of the pioneer organizations pushing AI internationally. And among the 17 sustainable goals of UN, good health and wellness is one of the key areas. And the goal in this is to use AI for health, for evaluation of community, for ethical health, and look at the data sourcing, and how to use digital health for professional development and for population control and so on. The Stanford professor Andrew Nag said that AI is the new electricity. Just 100 years ago, electricity transformed industry after industry. AI will do the same. The history of AI, if you look at for the last about 70, 80 years, the slow start from 60s, But from about 90s or late 90s, it just took off, and last 5-7 years, it has really zoomed up. I'm not going to cover everything in detail since the time is short. But the key factors to drive AI and deep learning there are 4 factors essentially, which is responsible. The improvement in algorithms in the last 20 years. The gaming industry brought us powerful GPUs, and these graphic processing units helped do all the crunching of information, rapid information, and that helped the growth. Available of large data sets, big data in open source platforms. And these all put together has really driven the growth of AI. Just to give you an overview, what is artificial intelligence? Giving computers the ability to do tasks that normally require human intelligence, like vision, speech, decision making. Within artificial intelligence, we'd also talk of machine learning. And this is giving computers the ability to do tasks, learning from examples, without any programming necessarily. And deep learning is a subset of machine learning and uses large artificial neural network, or ANN. How does AI work? It's modeled on our brain. The brain has got all these neurons interconnected to each other, and so it is with AI neural network. Our brain has got neurons, and the neurons each neuron has dendrites. It receives input from multiple neurons, and then it reaches a certain threshold, and then it fires through the axon to the various other neurons. And so it is with the artificial neural network. If we were to train an AI model to understand the images, let's say, of cats and dogs, what happens is, to train the AI, you get multiple images of different cats and dogs and label them. They're called label data for testing. So at the end, the neural network will know whether it was cat or dog, and whether it's got it right or wrong. And only in the end, if it gets it right, it'll give it a little extra weight. If it gets it wrong, the weight will be less. And it'll take hundreds of iterations back and forth, till it gets it right. Because the end result, it knows that this is cat, this is dog. And through back propagation and multiple iterations, thousands and thousands of times, it will classify the images into cat or a dog and eventually get it right. Why do we need AI in healthcare? This is for early detection of diseases, because we know that if we detect disease early, the cure is better, prevention is better. We do have shortage of doctors to undertake certain procedures, especially for chronic diseases. We know that India is the diabetes capital of the world. We have the highest number of diabetics. And if you look at the international figures, by 2023, we had 37 million diabetics. And by 2030, there will be 650 million diabetics. Among that, 188 will have some form of diabetic retinopathy. Diabetes affects the brain, it affects the eyes and your kidneys and your peripheral vessels. And diabetic retinopathy is the commonest cause of blindness. Dr. Kim is going to address that, so I'm not going to go into any great detail with that. But what I'm trying to say is the number of diabetics are huge, and diabetic retinopathy is one preventable cause of blindness if you detect it early. So what it requires is a lot of patients need to be screened. That means that if you have 537 million diabetics, you don't know who has diabetic retinopathy or not. They all need to be screened. And for that screening, we don't have the manpower. We don't have enough ophthalmologists. India only has about, I think, 15,000 ophthalmologists. But if you need to screen about 200 million people, to look for diabetic retinopathy. It's not going to be possible. This is the situation with ophthalmologists. Somalia, a country in West Africa with 17 million population, only has 4 ophthalmologists. Niger has only 7. India has about, as I said, 15,000. So there is shortage of doctors. Hopefully, AI will take care of this. The other thing which is happening is there is a, very quick doubling of medical knowledge. The time interval of doubling of medical knowledge is shortened to 73 days currently. It used to be 50 years in 1950s. In 80s, it was 7 years. But now it is 73 days, the knowledge doubles. And in fact, 2024, it is even more short. Apparently, it's only 20 days. So how are we going to cope with so much of knowledge inflow as a doctor? And how are we going to know if this is the right knowledge for me to use in my practice or not? So this is again where your AI can help you to curate the information available. There's also this problem of, as I said, with so much of data coming in. The president from IBM said that in healthcare, there are 3 million times more data than all the books ever written. 3 million times more data than all the books ever written. So what is the doctor going to do? And the big data is coming from intensive cares, the electronic medical records, oncology, cancer detection, omics, genomics, proteomics, and so on, pharma industry, from ECGs, EEGs. And we know how the growth of the market is happening as far as, AI in the market is growing rapidly and it's going to be 36 billion by 2025. The area we should focus as doctors initially is where it is easier to capture is the visual sciences, the image analysis, which is better like in ophthalmology, as I said, radiology, dermatology, pathology, and in clinical decision systems for oncology, for cardiology and neurology and organ transplant. From electronic health record, AI can help you diagnose early stroke, early heart attacks by looking at the data. Already algorithms available. For TB, for chest x-rays, TB is one of the top 10 leading causes of death globally. And there are 20% false negatives on chest x-rays. And AI can help the reporting much, much better. And this is again where it can help. To detect pneumonia in chest x-rays, 1 billion hospitalizations in the US with 50,000 deaths due to pneumonia. Again, AI model matched or exceeded the average radiologist performance as far as reporting is concerned. If for diagnosing skin cancers, melanomas, again, AI model achieved accuracy of 91%, matching the diagnosis of dermatologists. And if you detect melanoma early, the survival is 14%, 97% compared to late being only 14% survival. IBM Watson is a data analytics processor that uses natural language processing. And IBM Watson is used to analyze medical data and assist doctors in making diagnosis, treatment decision, including areas of oncology. And in oncology, 90% recommendations made by IBM Watson were the same as tumor board. But IBM Watson only takes 40 seconds to come to the same decision compared to the, your tumor board, which takes days or hours. For drug discovery, again, AI can be used. It takes, on an average, $2 billion or 12 years of time and $2 billion to do one drug. We start with 1,500 different molecules. We come down to 150, and then we hone down to 4 or 5. And AI can do, again, help in drug discovery. In India, we can use AI to bridge the inequality in healthcare. The Government of India wants to have the smart rural clinics, primary health centers, or wellness centers. They want to use AI for cervical screening. They want to use AI for decrease of maternal mortality, infant mortality. My own experience with AI started about 2.5, 3 years back when we collaborated with Coventry University, and we got a grant for about $100,000 to develop predictive AI algorithms for transplant outcomes. I'm a transplant surgeon myself, and when I transplant a patient, we don't know if the recipient is getting the kidney from a donor, how long this donor kidney is going to survive. If it's going to survive for 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, we don't have any great prediction models. And the prediction models haven't changed in the last 30 years. We have a prediction model called KDPI, Kidney Donor Profile Index. It takes into consideration some 10 donor characteristics, and that hasn't changed. And that doesn't have such high accuracy. So we used the US open source data of 66,000 patients who had had transplant successfully from 2008, and we used the UK data of 12,000 transplant patients to do prediction analysis. And we used the traditional machine learning model of logistic regression and decision trees to build our model. Whereas with image processing, you use the convoluted neural network model, which I showed you were the cats and dogs and so on, classification. But we use the traditional ML model. This is what applied to us. And these are some decision trees. And these are terminologies which I learned. You know, I'm a doctor and I'm very bad at maths, but I learned all this just to use it for our model. And we use random forest. Random forest is nothing but there are trees in a forest. Same way you call in the random forest decision making model, you have each tree is an expert, and multiple trees become a forest. So you give the problem to these multiple trees, the same problem, and then they give you a solution. And then you put the solution to voting, and then the final outcome comes. So this is one tree which we used. We also use a tree, another decision-making system called XGBoost, in which you have series of trees learning from each other, and the nth number of the tree will give you the best answer. So these are all different decision-making models, and if you do AI programming, you learn all this, how to use them. So we used 29 parameters from donor and recipients to build our model. We looked at 130 parameters, and we found that these 29 parameters were the most critical. 10 donor parameters, 5 immunological parameters, you know, their blood group maybe, their rejections, their HLA, and so on. And we used 14 parameters from the recipients. So we used all these parameters to build a model, and we got, in living transplant, our results were at least 20% better than what the traditional model was giving. This is the actual survival versus predicted outcome using our data. Almost, if you see the lines of actual survival and our model, it overlaps completely. So the model was very well appreciated. We feel our model could be a game changer. We have put up a web page called organpredict.ai. It's called organpredict.ai. And we have kept it as an open source for people to try it out. We got 4 international publications from our model. One in the Oxford Journal of Nephrology, Dialysis and Transplantation, which is a high impact journal. Another in the Artificial Organs Journal of the US. So we got 4 publications, we did multiple presentations, and it's been very satisfying for us to do this. So this background in AI, you know, we felt that AI has, you know, is touching lives in multiple ways, and not only, you know, like, you know, you guys, many of you might be using ChatGPT perhaps. How many of you use ChatGPT? Almost 50%. So, you know, AI can be applied in many, many ways now, and give it another 5 years, a lot of things will change, I'll tell you that. A very common question asked is, will AI replace doctors? How many of you think AI will replace doctors? Any hands will go up? Dr. Rajendra Gupta goes up. So the good answer is AI will not replace doctors. However, doctors who don't use AI will replace those who don't. So, all of us will need to use AI to make ourselves efficient, to make ourselves smart, to make things happen faster. I think that's what the key is. I'm not gone into ethical challenges of using AI because we don't have the time for it. And towards the end, time permitting, I'm sure we'll take that up, which is an important topic to talk about. And we'll also find out why Dr. Rajendra Gupta feels that AI will replace doctors. So early detection, prevention, rather than cure, is the way forward in healthcare. We are moving from illness to wellness. So we have to go towards early detection, lower cost, high accuracy, and better quality of care. We have to talk about universal health coverage for all, which we've been talking for the last 30 years, 40 years, but we haven't reached that goal. Perhaps AI will help us reach that goal. We have to use convergence of technology, sensors, and data, and AI, and have personalized advice using AI. And Sundar Pichai says AI is probably the most important thing humanity has ever worked on. And our ultimate goal is to eradicate all diseases. And hopefully AI will help us, but there's a very, very long way to go before we can achieve that. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I finished on time.
In our lives, in fact everybody's lives, not only doctors' lives. So we see Tesla cars and we see self-driving cars coming out throughout the world. And I guess Tesla has also introduced the robo-taxi where the driver is not required. So this is the capability of AI that we have. So, sir, like people like us, like data is gold in AI. We need to have data. So AI models are very, very powerful. So I face this problem every day that we have a very good question. We have very good capable, people who can develop models. But where is the data? That is something which I really face every day. And at the end, it is not the model, it is not the question, but the lack of data that actually results in, unsatisfactory results. So with the model that you developed, that was very good performance that you showed. You had a collaboration and, the transplant predictions, how long is the survival rate and all that stuff. So if I can ask you, what was the numbers that you really used in that? What were the parameters and number of patients that you used?
So we used about 66,000 from the US, 12,000 from the UK. We used 80% of data for doing, testing, and then 20% for eventually to test the model out. But 80% for training we used the data.
80% for training.
80% for training, and it was all clean data, open source data. We collaborated with US universities as well, with UK university, so we had access to that. One of the problems is not having structured data, imbalanced data, and so on in Indian, especially from Indian hospitals, because we have really not been able to get the EHR going so well in India. So that is going to be a challenge for us, as we go forward. There's no question about it. At the moment, we have only source of data available is international data available, which is more clean.
That's true.
So we have to make sure that I have not addressed the challenges. That's one of the reasons. I mean, it will take time.
Yes, sir.
But we could address that as we finish the session.
Right. So if there are any other questions, otherwise we can move forward. There are other questions that even I have. Maybe I'll interact with sir later on. But yes, sir.
So actually, we have a session up to 1.5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So my suggestion is we finish it,
end of this,
and then we have a lot of discussion on this.
So thank you, sir. And I would like to invite.
Yeah. I have a question. See, AI is basically an algorithm, okay? Basically software, you can say. And there is upgradation every time, even in, you take any software, Microsoft, anything, it goes on upgrading. Do you think this is the right time for the world to get into AI, especially in the field of the human health care, when the field is just coming up, it will take time. Like for telemedicine, in India it took about 20 years to mature. After 20 years, only the standards started evolving. And it was only the COVID when the standards were formed, and eventually it has become popular. So what do you think about AI use in medical field? Will it replace doctors, or will it? And also, will it cover the gap of the doctors in the developing countries where there is dearth of doctors?
I think certain fields, definitely like radiology, reading X-rays. As I showed to you that, wherever there is a visual kind of areas, AI definitely does as good a job as the doctor does, whether it's dermatology in recognizing those cancers, melanomas, or whether it's a chest X-ray, looking at the lesion of tuberculosis. But tuberculosis chest X-rays are 20% false negatives. And AI can help better diagnosis of chest X-rays for pneumonia and so on. So in visual sciences, AI has definitely gone very far. Whereas in decision-making support system, you still need a doctor to validate whatever AI has said. You just can't sign and say this is fine. Even our telemedicine guidelines says that you can use AI for decision-making, but not use AI for treatment. So there the doctor will still be required. But I think it's still early to say it will replace doctors. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. So he is currently the president of the Vitreoretinal Society of India and also the president of the Telemedicine Society of India. And welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning to all. At the outset, I want to thank the entire Chandigarh team, Dr. Bhiman Saika, Dr. Amit, and Dr. Kumar Nahar and the team for organizing this event in such a grand manner. Thank you, sir. I'm actually a filler. This was not planned, but thankfully Dr. Sunil Shroff asked me to share my talk on this. So I'm just going to share with us what our experience of using AI in ophthalmology. We all are aware of all the AI-assisted apps that we use almost every day in our day-to-day life. And so why apply machine learning to medicine? As Dr. Sunil Shroff had really clearly explained the basics of AI and how it makes a big change. One, when ISRO gave us the satellite connectivity, we were doing this, what we call as diabetic retinopathy screening, where we asked the technicians to take fundus photos inside the mobile van, send the pictures through satellite to our doctors sitting in the base hospital who will grade these images and send a report back. Subsequently, we started doing this after the internet became popular. We moved from satellite to the internet, and we placed fundus cameras in all the diabetic clinics where we trained technicians to take fundus photos, send the images to our doctor in the base hospital, and a report would be generated and sent back. If the patient had a problem, they would be asked to see the ophthalmologist with a turnaround time of about 1 to 2 hours. Now, what are the challenges we had in this was that having people, the ophthalmologist time for grading the images was taking time. The retina specialist time, they could be better seeing patients than doing this grading. And very often we noticed that there was a lot of inconsistency in grading when multiple retina specialists were asked to grade the same images. This was a study done by Google, and it showed a very high difference among the different graders. So that's when we thought of going into the AI algorithm. Thankfully, 2013, Google was looking for some partners, and we were in search of doing something like this. And so that's when we decided to work with them ourselves, and Shankar Netralaya, Dr. Raji Raman, a friend of mine, we have been working with them. to develop this AI algorithm where we shared about 130,000 images, labeled images, and then with gradings done. And this is what they use to develop their tool, what we call as ARDA. Today it's called as ARDA. This is the assessment of retinal grading and images. So what it does is basically just looks at the image, and within a few seconds, it throws the grading. What we used to take for 1 hour in manual grading, for the last 20 years we have been doing this, and then this key tool came in, and within a few seconds we have this. And this became a journal, I mean, this was published in JAMA, and this was cited as one of the top 10 articles of the decade because of the importance and the citations it received. But are these AI algorithms, like Sankalp was asking, are we going to use this in human processes? So we did multiple validation studies, not 1 or 2. We did almost 4 or 5 validation studies using large data to look at how the AI was performing, and it showed that it was better than the grader, better than a general ophthalmologist, and sometimes even better than outperformed the retina specialist in many instances. So what it basically does is it has automated a repetitive task that the retina specialists do with the knowledge of the grading, and this trained to an AI tool has been able to make this possible. And today we are using this still since 2019 when it was certified to use in real time. We have screened almost 1 million patients since then. But AI also can find signals that what human brains cannot do. What does it do? So this is basically using images. We can identify various eye conditions called diabetic retinopathy, age-related macular degeneration, few systemic diseases. So what we have done today is in our diabetic cleaning, we have replaced the grader with the AI tool, and with less than a minute, the doctor, the physician is able to get the report, and this is available 24/7, 365 days, whereas it was dependent on the retina specialist earlier. So as I said, we have crossed more than 1 million eyes in screening for diabetic retinopathy. So what else can AI do? Find new signals that human eyes cannot see. The patients with diabetes get a condition called swelling in the retina called diabetic macular edema, which we need to measure using a device called optical coherence tomography, OCT. And can just taking a retinal picture be as accurate as OCT? It is found that it is possible. Again, this is work in progress. Predicting responses after a drug is given inside the eye for reducing the macular edema. There are multiple drugs available. Will this patient respond to this drug? Again, this is something looks like it is very much possible to predict which drug would suit this patient. And more importantly, a deep learning algorithm that predicts the future of progression to diabetic retinopathy. You take a patient who has diabetes but doesn't have diabetic retinopathy. Today, what are the chances he will develop diabetic retinopathy in the next 5 years? If we can predict that, then it is very easy for us to focus on those patients who are high risk versus those patients, because patients do not follow up as long as their vision is absolutely normal. But those who have the high risk, we would insist that they are seen much faster. Can we predict the refractive error from the fundus images? You've seen ophthalmologists doing the retinoscopies to measure the refractive errors. I think just fundus images are now being used to measure that. Again, these are all work in progress, except for the detection of diabetic retinopathy. Can we predict the gender of a patient by just, a human eye can never do this. I as a retina specialist can look at the retina and can never say whether this patient is a male or female by just looking at that picture, whereas looks like AI tools can predict not only the gender, the age of the person, risk of using them developing any cardiovascular accident over the next 5 years seems to be a possible. There are multiple teams which are working on, but you know that, as he mentioned, that you need a lot of longitudinal data to show how these work. So there is work in progress, It's happening, but we know that this is a tool that will come ultimately, which will, just by taking a photo, you will be able to see multiple conditions like kidney disease, predicting a heart attack and score. In fact, we are working with Google on a tool where we are looking at just taking the external eye photos, using your smartphone, not even the retinal pictures, just taking the external eye photo, to identify certain systemic biomarkers that are measured today using the blood, like HB, HbA1c, and many others, just by taking the external photo. This is, again, work in progress, seems to be working, but again, we need lots of data that we need to have. This is what I mentioned, a deep learning algorithm with the photos of the external eye, where we are able to identify aspartate aminotransferase, EGFR, calcium, and so many others. This is a device that I came across in the last American Telemedicine Association meeting, where you just take a picture of the face of your eye and you're able to get multiple. This is just a phone app. You just take a picture and then it gives these various 23 parameters. Well, I've tried it. There are quite a few which are really working fine, but again, it needs a lot of validation. But looks like they're already approaching the FDA, which means they must have the data to bring this into real-time use. And if this comes, then the screening is done at home. Use of in China, I believe they use these retinal images to detect what are the systemic diseases the patient may have. And based on that, they would define the insurance premium for those patients, how much they need to pay. So looks like AI is really playing a tough role. At Arvind also, what we have been experimenting with multiple use cases. One of them is, I as a retina specialist see multiple visits of patients. I have patients who have visited me more than 100 visits in the last few years. And it's very difficult to go through the entire data. Even if you have the electronic medical record, it's very difficult. So can AI help in summarizing the previous visits? So this is something we are experimenting with, we're almost implementing it. It gives me in a snapshot a simple thing of the entire patient's data, and then it can also show me the number of visits, at which point what was his vision, what was his intraocular pressure, what was his retinal thickness, what injection was given, and how did he respond. And I can even ask a question in the chatbot about that patient, about if I have any specific questions. Did this patient respond to this injection very well? Or did he have an allergy to this drug at some point of time? Were there any incidents? So the AI is able to give me immediately. So it's very easy for me to, instead of scrolling through those multiple visits, especially with patients with chronic diseases, this becomes a very important tool for us to use so that you can come to quick decisions. Home monitoring technologies is becoming very rampant with AI. Devices that allow patients to track their vision at home and report changes to their doctors, can detect the central macular thickness and so many other, glaucoma, the intraocular pressure. So they are becoming more and more increasingly available. But in India, we still have the availability of specialty ophthalmologists still is a challenge. Having trained technicians in rural areas. So what we are trying to do, we have what we call as primary care centers for every 50,000 population, which is manned by ophthalmic technicians. They do a complete eye examination like a doctor would do, and then through telemedicine, they would consult with a doctor in the base hospital. And this happens, we see almost 3,000 patients each day. And so we are wondering, even to get those trained ophthalmic technicians in those remote areas is becoming a challenge. So we have an Indo-Australian project going on where we are trying to build devices which would have AI enabled, where any unskilled person could use these devices on patients to screen them and triage these patients, and those who were identified to have serious problems would be referred to. So the whole idea is we are working on this Indo-Australia so that if it works in our vision centers, it could be scaled up in the aborigines of Australia, where it's really a big challenge. So what will AI do? Personalized treatment will be the norm. We'll soon have almost all the equipments that we use integrated with the AI tools to help in the integration of results. It is possible that in future the patients may triage themselves with the help of AI-based tools, and only those who really have the disease will present to the doctors, and it becomes all the more easy for the doctors to focus on the disease rather than doing the screening of the disease for the patients. So we're still just getting started. AI applied in an innovative way and accessible to everyone can help solve the problems going forward in healthcare. I'm sure it'll do a great job. So we have a positive attitude towards using AI, and used in the right direction, I'm sure we will have a lot of use cases. And more importantly, I keep telling this, many a times when somebody comes to you with the, hey, I have this cool AI algorithm, can you use it? Then you search for a problem. It should be problem-led, not solution-led. You have a use case, find a way to find the algorithm for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and especially for sticking to the time. And that's a beautiful lecture, and actually real use cases that we see in practice, and not only at the global level, but taking these services to the primary healthcare kind of a thing is very crucial for, at least for our country, and we see that happening. Thank you, Dr. Kim. We have a discussion session at the end of the whole thing, so we can take up audience interactions at that time. So I think now I'll invite our next speaker, Dr. Alok Modi. He has just reached, and he's, I think, here with us. Dr. Alok Modi is a consultant physician and a cardio-diabetologist in Mumbai. And he is also board certified by the American Board of Artificial Intelligence at Massachusetts University in Artificial Intelligence, and is undergoing training by IIT Kanpur on AI medicine. He has many awards and many accolades to his credit. He has been awarded the top 20 diabetologists of Mumbai in May 2019 by the Indian Academy of Diabetologists. And he's also the co-editor and published chapter in Digital Technology and Clinical Medicine 2023, and chapter in A Novel Approach to Manage Type 2 Diabetes mellitus. So many more points. So I'll invite Dr. Modi to give his talk.
Uptal, any hospitals can you mention?
Yeah, many of the hospitals, as far as diabetic retinopathy screening is concerned, it's established. So we are actually putting a national level program for diabetologists and physicians to screen diabetic patients in their own clinic. So the onus of finding diabetic retinopathy should not be with the ophthalmologist, but it should be with the physicians and diabetologists, because they are seeing the target population of diabetic patients. So that's happening today. Whether AI in other situations, it's still, multiple places, people are trying different use cases, whether they've come into practice, not yet. Even we have using AI in multiple use cases, still work in progress, not in real time, except for diabetic retinopathy.
Okay, so good afternoon, good morning everybody. Sorry for a hodgepodge with Air India, such hodgepodges are expected, though Air India has now become AI enabled, as you must have read after Vistara merger. So at the outset, I would like to thank Shroff sir and all the respected dignitaries from the organizing committee and the scientific committee for giving me this opportunity. I have been given 2 talks. So I always call AI like a marriage. It's like a spouse, whether it's male or female. You should know how to deal with your spouse, you know how to deal with AI. It's as simple as that. So first I'll talk for the marriage, then I'll talk against the marriage. So I'll do it that way and keep the interest running. And when I refer to spouse, just because I'm a guy, I don't mean all wives and ladies, I mean both ways. So we'll go that way. So first I'll talk to you about the positives of AI. And I'm not talking just because I'm giving a talk. I'm actually using AI in my real life, in my own practice, with my own patients, with my own research. And I'll show you a couple of things. It's a huge topic. I'll just show you a snapshot of the iceberg. I'll show you many things, how to make PowerPoints, how to do research paper, how to write publications, how to do biostatistics. You can do everything. My own papers are getting published. So a lot of things can be done. I'm using it in my own practice in diabetes centers. I'm using it to chatbot and counsel patients. I'm preparing diet sheets for patients. I'll show you all that. Everything is possible. Before I start about the positives of AI, remember AI is what? Is it artificial intelligence or is it something else? No, what does AI stand for? It is not artificial intelligence, it is augmented intelligence or it is additive intelligence, which means your intelligence is primary, it is a secondary intelligence. Till you understand that concept, things will go haywire. Consider AI like a spouse or like a resident doctor, very intelligent like your own kid, very intelligent with its personality. You should know how to tweak the fingers and the ears of your RMO or for your kid, how you pamper them, handle them nicely, but you need to give them the right command. Otherwise, you will get all kind of wrong answers. So that is called as prompt engineering in AI. So if you don't give the right prompt to AI, you will get what is technically in AI parlance known as hallucinations. So once I gave a wrong prompt for a patient's EGFR, I got an EGFR of 1150. So you will get wrong answers if you don't know how to give the right prompt. Prompt means how you talk to ChatGPT, Perplexity, Consensus, whatever AI tools you're using, you need to design the right prompt. You change the prompt, your output changes. It's like how you talk to your spouse, your kid, and your resident doctor. You ask wrong questions, you'll get wrong answers. Understand it's intelligent. Please understand it's intelligent. Please understand it's got a personality. Now when I say it's got a personality, I'll tell you when AI, the current ChatGPT itinerary is Omni 4.0, correct? If you're a paid subscriber, the latest flavor you're getting is 4.0. So when 4 Omni, which is 4.0, was launched, Mokati, who was the CTO of OpenAI, OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. Microsoft has got 70% shares in OpenAI. So when it was launched, Mokati was a little nervous in front of a huge audience. ChatGPT 4.0 said, Mokati, why are you breathing like a vacuum cleaner? Trust me, I can take care of you. It's become a historical landmark. And when you talk to AI, it actually talks with a personality. So I did ask my AI, I married my girlfriend, she's my wife. I miss my girlfriend, I don't want a wife like her. I miss her, my girlfriend is. I'll come to that later. It gave me some very beautiful answers. In the end, we both concluded, I need to visit a marriage counselor. So all that came through AI. So you can actually generate very wonderful things through AI. And we have developed apps like Mitra, we have developed chatbots like Madhu and all, which are validated by doctors. And they actually talk to patients. And when I was validating one of those chatbots on AI that we have created, I asked AI, I have been put on SGLT2 inhibitors and my doctor needs to go to court because I've got UTIs writing a wrong prescription for me. How beautifully that AI maneuvered me back to come back to my own doctor, original doctor, and told me why SGLT2 is better for my health even if I got UTI. That is the power of AI if you use AI properly. So let me just walk through again and show you. So this was the thing we gave in MAMC. Now one aspect is how do you create PowerPoints with AI from scratch. And they're of good standards because I use it on various national and international conferences. The advantage is that you get a lot of AI assistance, you get automated content, you get curated content from the medical literature, which AI pulls for you. On top of that, you can add your own content, and you get designs which are created by AI, which are fabulous. They're just too good. So you get an efficient thing, you get an engaging presentation. You know, when you present PowerPoints, when I underwent training for how to create a PowerPoint, we underwent the same training which Novo Nordisk did it once upon a time, which even Steve Jobs and all had undergone. They taught me something which is very good. When you're giving a presentation, it should be KISS, which is keep it short and sweet, stupid. So your presentation should be crisp and short and sweet and should be like a story. So I always say that when you go to watch a movie, you see a very bad scene, a murder getting committed, a rape getting committed and all. Audience is in shock, they're emotionally deprived. And when you end the movie over there, the movie has a very poor rating on the box office. But then the hero comes, saves everything, creates a good humor, and the comedian comes in, the movie gets a big, so Shah Rukh Khan suddenly does Kaka Kaka Kiran and he becomes a celebrity. You do Kaka Kaka Kiran, you don't become a celebrity, right? So that kind of story creating is an art. And if your PowerPoint can create a story, which I'm trying to do right now, then your audience will get engaged, and AI can help you in engaging your audience by creating PowerPoints through AI. So that is one aspect of AI. So you can get consistency, you get a storyline, you get optimization, you get visual literacy, and you see the kind of images which are being thrown up in front of you. All this is created by AI. I have not taken any pains to create them or search the Google anywhere. And सबसे बड़ी बात, my PowerPoints are my PowerPoints. They are not your PowerPoints. They are very personalized. So we're talking of precision medicine today. So you're getting a precision PowerPoint, which makes it very unique, and the speaker gets a lot of credibility. So now let me show you one way, the very basic way of creating a PowerPoint through basic AI and PowerPoint. Just watch the video, and I'll keep quiet for some time and see how it happens. So I've opened up ChatGPT 4. Now mine is a paid version. So I've told them create a PowerPoint on microalbuminuria and diabetes mellitus. So it gives me two different methods. The moment I give the prompt, the outline of the slides have started coming. You can see the slide outline is coming up. So some 15 to 20 slides are being created. I choose the second method. Whatever, it's just going to give you the outline. It's not going to do anything more than that. So you're getting the outline, you're getting the code behind it. Now, ChatGPT runs on Python. So Python is the code on which it runs, whereas Microsoft Office runs on VBA, Visual Basic for Applications. So it's generated the entire code. You can use that code if you want and create it yourself. Having done that, it will eventually go and create it creates a PowerPoint, tells you to download the presentation. So bang, I have downloaded the presentation here, and once I download it, this is what I get. I get the PowerPoint ready. Now all this has not taken me more than 15 to 20 minutes. So I get an outline of the PowerPoint, and as you can see, the different data is there. All the data is there, and it looks very bland and not very impressive, but the basic outline of the PowerPoint is there. Now this is something which you all don't know, which you all should know. This is a designer tab within PowerPoint. Very few people know this. This is the AI version of PowerPoint. So Microsoft has put in its own AI. Now, let me tell you about Microsoft. Gemini, which is by Google, is one of the shittest and the third-class products. Don't use Gemini. Nobody likes it. It works horrible. Somehow Google has paid things very wrong. Gemini is very useful in two things: to get articles from Google Scholar and Google Search, and to summarize your YouTube videos. Now, you'll ask me, why do you summarize YouTube videos? You see a very good YouTube video, you can write a blog on it. You can put it on your website. So when you're giving patient educational videos, or somebody is recording my video here, this can be loaded on YouTube as a channel for Dr. Alok Modi. It can be summarized and it can be put on my website. It gives me a lot of marketing values and gives me a lot of benefits. And that is done very well by Gemini. So it has its own strengths. But when you go to ChatGPT or you go to some other engine like Perplexity, or you're going to Claude, which is very good. So one more thing I need to tell you. See, all these AIs, what is AI basically? It's a repository of knowledge. So look at your spouse or look at your assistant. I always come to that example that explains very well. It is a repository of knowledge. You ask questions, that is prompt engineering. How you interact is NLP, natural language processing. So when you're working on a computer, you say 2 + 2 = 4, you're putting it in text. You say, hi computer, can you add 2 to it? It will not respond. But when you talk to ChatGPT, you can talk to ChatGPT. Dear ChatGPT, please add 2 + 2. It can actually take your voice command. You can put in a video of your marriage. It will summarize the video for you. That's what Gemini did, right? So you can put in inputs of text, videos, and images and all, and everything will be done for you. And the output is given in the format that you design. So Claude 3 is the engine on which ChatGPT is giving you images. So that is called NLP, natural language processing. So it processes your language, which is natural language, into computer language and gives back the data to you in your language. That is unique to AI. Okay, so this is basically, so designer, so OpenAI, ChatGPT is one of the foremost of AI tools. It is owned by OpenAI. OpenAI, because it was supposed to be an open source company, which is supposed to be free. Elon Musk has already filed a legal lawsuit, which has already started in action in US against Microsoft and OpenAI for making it chargeable. So a lot of it, free versions are there for you if you don't want to pay, but if you pay $20 per month, you get a very good advantage of getting the 4O benefit. So Microsoft has taken its own AI, which it calls it Copilot. So if you've heard of Copilot, that is the engine by Microsoft, and a big engine of Copilot is behind ChatGPT. So there's no point buying 2 paid versions of Copilot and ChatGPT. Is that clear? So I buy one of them. So generally we prefer ChatGPT. Now what I'm trying to tell you, which is important for all of you, is the knowledge on which you get is from Microsoft Azure. So there's a huge database on which OpenAI works. This is all Google searches, which is going on every day. So that is a repository. When you put in a command, it picks up the data, analyzes, and gives you the output. So that data is called as LLM, large language model. So you must be hearing these terms regularly, though I think now it makes sense to you. What is LLM, what is NLP and all that. Now I made it very simple for all of you. So these LLMs are not designed on medical literature. So just as when you put in the word idiot on internet, you get the photo of the incoming president of US. It's a very well-known story. Am I right or wrong? You actually get his photo. Why you get his photo is beyond the scope of today's discussion, but you get it. So when you put in some query, you will get some nonsense answers from Google. That is why your Google patients are becoming a pain in the neck for you. Correct? So the same thing is happening with ChatGPT. It's drawing up data from the LLM which are not designed on medical literature, so you get a lot of wrong answer. That's called hallucinations. Now I think everything is making sense to you, right? So you need to ask the right questions. So whereas when you go to Claude, which runs on Sonnet engine, or when you go to Perplexity, their LLMs are designed from medical literature. When you're doing a literature search for writing an article from Consensus, that is an AI engine designed on medical LLMs. It is not designed on general LLM. So you get a more accurate answer. So you should know which AI tool to use. So I talk about this in parlance. If you're asking an ophthalmology resident how to treat mitral stenosis, I think you're stupid, right? He's not stupid. You're asking the wrong resident the wrong question. So you should know which AI tool to use for what purpose. You can't just use ChatGPT for everything, right? So I will not talk beyond that about the spouse. So this is the designer tool which is inbuilt in PowerPoint, which does your AI work. So now you see the magic here. So it's there in everybody's PowerPoint. The only thing you don't know how to use it. So just start using it. The moment I use designer, see what happens. I use the designer tool and see how my slides become glamorous and more meaningful. So that it starts reading what is there in the slide and starts coloring and making changes on it. So you see the tools, you see suddenly your slides become more relevant, more positive and more relevant. So if you want a different kind of a visual aid, change the wordings of your slide, get the right aid and rewrite the wording. See, duration of diabetes, I got an hourglass. So these slides are more presentable, right? When I read therapy of diabetes, I get a tablet ka strip aa jata hai. It becomes more presentable, right? So you do all this work, takes a lot of time. So this is the first method by which you can create slides, very basic method. Now the second method is what I like, which is the nerd method, or what we people like to tinker with. It can create the code for you. Now see, I've got this. Now I tell him, give me the code behind the slide. So I'm actually getting the code. It will create the code for me, the Visual Basic code that on which PowerPoint runs. And having created the code, see, it's writing the code for me. You see this whole code, this is the code that actually we guys work with. So when you're working with Excel and PowerPoint and Word, you can actually write the code yourself. Now VBA code, if you people have done coding, you don't have to do coding if you're doing AI. Since I'm trained formally by AI, I learn coding. Now if you're writing the code, remember VBA runs like Urdu language. It runs from right to left. It is not read from left to right. So it will then make sense to you. So this coding, once you have done, you go to this developer tool in PowerPoint, insert a module over there where actually a coding window works. So when you're working on Excel and PowerPoint, your code is running behind the scenes, though you're not aware of it. So I'm creating the coding window, which is inbuilt into PowerPoint. I just paste the code here, and then I just click the play button. You do that, your PowerPoint is ready in less than 10 seconds. The advantage of this is you can modify the images and the pattern and the slide format. Little tedious. This is something which we like. We call ourselves nerds. You know who's a nerd, and we like to do that. We can tinker with it, get our own satisfaction. So जिन लोगों को beer पी के satisfaction मिलता है, मुझे ये करके satisfaction मिलता है. अपनी choice है, right? So this is method 2. Again the same thing, the same slide. You can modify it. Now the third method is when you're using a dedicated AI tools. There are a lot of dedicated AI tools. You have Gamma, you have Tome, you have Dectopus, you have Power AI, you have Slide AI, you have Beautiful AI, you have Dectopus. I use some 7 or 8 engines I've got. I use all of them. I give the same command to all 8 of them, get 20 presentations, download them, remove what I don't want, mix and match, and voila, my presentations are beautifully ready. In less than half an hour, I give presentation. In fact, in the last 2 national conferences, Kulkarni sir would know, at least 10% of the presentations by all doctors were created by me, though the credit went to them. So my problem is free of cost, I'm creating presentations for everybody. The moral of the story is I'm not offering anything to you guys. I'm not doing any free work now. मैंने बहुत लोगों का बना के दिया है, आज भी काफ़ी बनाता हूँ, but it becomes very well. So as you can see over here, this is Gamma. You can see the amount of presentations I've created, huge amount of presentations I create. So Gamma is a dedicated tool for this. When you use Gamma, it's one of the best tools. You have Tome also, you write the generate, you write the command here, create a 10-slide PowerPoint on proteinuria and diabetes, right? You don't have to make any spelling corrections. If you have grammatical errors in AI, AI is intelligent, you don't have to tell. You don't have to tell your resident, ki, look, I'm asking for atrial fibrillation management and mitral stenosis. Now, whether you write stenosis as STI or STE, the resident understands that stenosis is what. So AI can understand your grammatical errors. Don't waste your time correcting it, and go fast. So it's given the structure of the slides. I can change the structure the way I want. And the moment I do that, it gives me the option to choose the text that I want. Does it want its own text to come? Does it want my text to come? So the advantage in this is I can put in my own journal articles. So some 10, 15 articles on which I want to create a slide, I load it. It takes up all that data and it creates a PowerPoint very beautifully out of it. So the data analysis, the results, the methodology, the consensus of the article, everything is come. And as you can see in real life, the slides are being created right now. See that? Beautiful, isn't it? So suppose you have 7, 8 engines. So suppose I'm working in PGI, I've got 6 residents under me. Life is much better, no? Whereas if I'm working in a smaller setup where I've got only 1 resident under me with alternate day emergencies, life becomes more difficult, isn't it? Now when I've got 7 residents under me, there is more clashes, right? 3 लोगों का अलग-अलग diagnosis आता है. Mitral stenosis, that's MDM or SDM, मैं उसमें मैं नहीं जाऊँगा. But you get different diagnosis. Then there's a lot of clash. आज emergency मैं नहीं तू करेगा, तू नहीं मैं करूँगा, and the headache comes on you. So headaches also increase. When using 7 AI engines, you get different presentations, more headaches. You should not to mix them. But you see how beautiful the presentations have come, right? So this is. I'll move ahead to the next topic. So this is another way of creating presentation. This is Tome, and then there are beautiful AI. There's Dectopus. As you can see, we get a lot of different kind of presentations. I've got tons of presentations everywhere. Now see this proteinuria slide by Dectopus. See how beautifully it is coming. They even ask you, do you want to create it for an endocrinology group? Do you want to create it for a diabetic group? Do you want to create it for general practitioners? Do you want to create it for nurses? You can choose a level of presentation. You see how beautifully the kidney was looking. So you can create wonderful things out of AI. The beautiful thing is the time taken is much less. Now, very important part is how to do biostatistics. So now suppose you've got 600 patients in your PGI. You've done an analysis of dapagliflozin versus sitagliptin versus DEPA versus SITA versus combinations versus probably the triple GLP agonist, whatever. You created a hypothesis and you want to see the response to these drugs to 500 patients of yours. Having collected the data, you go to a biostatistician. Now, because you're an institute, you probably don't have to pay money, but people in private practice have to turn up around 50 to 60,000 rupees per analysis. They give you the analysis for MKSS or whatever tools or SAP, whatever they're using. They give you the analysis, they create the graphs, which you send it to a journal for publication. Am I right or wrong? Problem is, what's the difference between biostatistics through these tools, the standard that we have been using for so many years, and AI? Now, have you watched the movie by Tom Cruise called Murder के ऊपर एक movie था, I've forgotten that. Minority Report. So they could predict, thank you sir, they could predict when the murder will occur after 3 days and who will do the murder. Now in AI it is actually possible to give prediction models. So AI can not only analyze your statistics, it can give prediction models. So for example, now Eversense has come out with 365 days CGM, right? So one patch can run for 365 days, correct? But now the problem is in India, if you go through the data, very few people are doing CGM every alternate month or every month. So they probably do CGM once in 1 year or once in 2 years or once in 6 months or no, because insurance companies are not covering it. Now you've got a glycemic variability pattern on CGM, or you've got a data which is pertinent to probably subarachnoid hemorrhage or whatever. You want to see how the future will be. It's very difficult to create that future with whatever analysis you've done with your 500 patients. So you've compared SITA, you have compared SITA with teneligliptin, you have compared with DEPA, all that you have got in your data. How will this patient behave after 3 years? Now you've got a data of acute kidney injury in the ICU in sepsis patient with leptospirosis of the last 5 years with 500 patients. How will leptospirosis behave in the next 2 monsoons? Does it matter on the monsoonal seasons? Does it matter on the epidemiological? And very practical use is antimicrobial resistance. So antimicrobial resistance changes its face every month, right? You keep revising it. Can you predict what will be your antimicrobial resistance in the next 6 months based on the last 6 months of data, last 6 years of data, which antibiotics were working, what were the organisms and all? That models can be created by machine learning. It cannot be created by any biostatistics. So this is what I'm trying to show you right now, is what we are doing. So when you create biostatistics, so what I've taken is I've taken the 7 patients of Ramadan here, who I'm comparing the data between the first 7 weeks of Ramadan and the next 7 days of Ramadan. And I'm trying to use, now this is the CGM data report, the PDF files. I'm going a little fast now. And I'm trying to show, I'm putting the ONCA and the MAGE applications, which are the gold standards for measuring a CGM validity and accuracy. And I'm trying to find out if they can be compared. I just give that much knowledge to ChatGPT, just 6 to 7 lines I've written to ChatGPT. Compare the first week, second week. Tell me if there is any difference. Tell me what is the pattern. Tell me what guidelines can be given, and tell me the predictions for the next 6 months for the patient who have undergone Ramadan therapy with GLP or whatever. And you see how beautiful it has analyzed my data. All this analysis has come. It's written the paper also on it. It's created the e-poster also on it. The metrics are here. The graphs are here. Everything is done with ChatGPT with no knowledge. Dr. Alok Modi has no knowledge of biostatistics. And this whole thing has been presented in RSRE, and the paper has been accepted also. It's valid. It's true. I'm not joking. I'm actually doing it. Not only that, next year we are having IDF in Bangkok, International Diabetes Federation. So my paper has got accepted there also. All my data analysis I've done through this, and it's accepted, and I'm writing publications, and I'm going very smoothly with them, and they're getting published. So you see the benefit. So you can do all that now. At what cost? Free of cost. You're doing it all this on your own. It's coming out very well. So that is another real life application. So these are a lot of applications that you can do. You can write an entire research article. So I don't know if there's internet here. If you give me internet and if you give me time, give me 10 minutes, I can create a review article for you right now on a topic of your choice with proper literature search, with the latest journals, with Vancouver format of references, and I can assure you it will get accepted in international journals, and it has got accepted. But there is a catch. Whether to be ethical or not is in your hands. So there have been articles which have been published, okay? And I'll give you one caveat here. There's an article which has been published in some surgery journal where it is written clearly, this was written by me, I do not guarantee the accuracy of the results, and if there is any mistakes, the user is responsible, not ChatGPT. Even that line got published, so the editors never even bothered to check the article. So there are two schools of thoughts here. Dr. Kulkarni sir will tell you very clearly about it. He's one of the pioneers in this. There are two schools of thoughts here. One is that any editors guild do not accept any article written by ChatGPT or AI. They're very clear about it. You declare it, your article is outrightly going to get rejected, or you have to express the consent and you have to say that my article was written by AI tools and I take full responsibility for the content of the article, and then you have to give credit as ChatGPT or AI as a co-author, and the articles are being published with AI being written as a co-author. And you take responsibility for it, and I am on the reviewing board of many journals, international journals. I've already reviewed more than 80 articles for one journal, and I'm using AI extensively to review them, and I don't use AI to copy paste. I use AI to analyze the methodology, the statistical tools and everything, and then I give my final interpretation. So what articles you are writing, AI can save a lot of your time, can help you immensely. And then you put in your wording. So I tell you like this, it's very simple. You're the head of the unit or head of department of XYZ specialty in PGI. You think you're going to prepare all the articles yourself. Your residents are doing it, right? Finally, it is your touch, isn't it? So when your residents can work, why can't AI work for you? So think of AI as a resident, but if you're going to sign the thesis blindly by what your lecturer or your assistant honorary or assistant professor is writing, then that is your unethical behavior. You're supposed to at least spend half an hour to 1 hour to go through what content has been written and then make modifications with your experience. So when you're writing articles, when you're doing biostatistics, you get the tayar material, but then sit on it, modify it, change it to suit your this thing, and then get the benefit out of it. So I think I'm getting the warnings to get out from here. So bottom line is, so that is how, so I've shown you in real life how AI can be used, and I've not shown you anything, how can it grow. I'm using it myself, and it has been accepted, and it is being used by many other doctors across the planet. Many top professors are using it. With the caveat is very simple. Take responsibility for your work through AI and spend time. It has saved more than 80% of your time. Spend 20% to see it yourself. Don't just copy paste and send it across. If you have that much ethics, then it's perfectly okay. Wanted to just update you, if in case you people are interested in AI, there are two groups. One is Doctors AI that we have formed, more than 1,500 doctors across the planet. Doctors who are running AI in Microsoft are also part of our group. And this is Tech Doc Updates by Dr. Alok Modi. You can copy down these QR codes, you can join it. We have extensive discussions on a regular basis. And, sorry, these QR codes, sir, just take a copy of the QR code. Just photo of the QR code. It's not working, I'll give it to you later. Just, if you can just drop in a message on my mobile number, that's good enough. I'll take care of all that. We're coming out with a huge, extensive global AI summit in 14th or 15th of December It's online. And it's a paid summit. The early bird prices were 500, right now it's only 1,000 rupees. And we have got an extensive coverage of radiology, pharmacology, ophthalmology, drug interactions. We have covered a huge amount of things in 2 days. It's 2 days extensive conference where the big names of OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini, everybody will be coming from the planet. We have partnered with all the top organizations in the country. And so it's going to be an academic and an AI treat. You're welcome to register with this if you're interested. I would highly recommend you for that. And would thank you again, Shroff sir, and all of you for giving me this opportunity to tell you little positives of AI. So this rose is created by ChatGPT through Claude 3. So thank you. So this is my first talk. The second talk will be against AI. What are the problems with AI? So whenever you tell me, I'll take that. I hope this was good enough, and I hope it can help you and make your journey with AI more palatable and more affordable and more delicious and practical, which is what my intention was.
Thank you, Dr. Modi, and for that excellent talk and making things look so easy. But it may not be easy for daily, this thing. Anyway, the next thing is practical demonstration and audience interaction. So I think we can, well, I'll ask Dr. Shroff and Dr. Kim to please come and join us here. And Dr. Modi also please come and join us here so we can have some audience interactions. So we have if we have questions on all these 3 talks, now we can have it.
Give some more input from our side or from your side where we can use AI to help you improve your clinical practice. Dr. Modi, one of the areas which I think we can use AI again and ChatGPT is to summarize documents, big documents. So if you go to ChatGPT and put a PDF big file, let's say a patient sends you a huge number of documents about their reports, about their previous history. Sometimes chronic diseases come up with 300-400 pages of information. So if you put that and ask ChatGPT, give a prompt saying that, please summarize the results and give the important results to me, it'll do that. So these kind of areas where, as doctors, we wanted to use this method. I mean, I know making PowerPoint slides, making all this is good, but use it ethically, because just reproducing these documents in a short time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it'll do that. Basically, unless, according to me, if you want to make a good presentation, it has to be your thought process. It has to be what you think about the subject. If you're good at the subject, you need to present your views, and ChatGPT will not do that. It will come up with ideas of somebody else, because it's, as Dr. Alok Modi said, it's a repository of information. And it will only come up with, people who have previously spoken the same thing, their views imposed onto you. So ideally speaking, I use ChatGPT to improve my, presentation, but not the content. Improve the grammar, but not necessarily the content itself. Sometimes if you have spelling errors or something, it'll make sure you don't have any spelling errors. So to improving documents, I think is more important as clinicians to use it ethically. There are many ethical challenges in using, these kind of language models, because it never asks for consent. It never asks for permission from the source itself, and it comes up with this information. So, these are some of the challenges, but we are welcome to have some input from all of you where you are using these models for your advantage to improve your practice. Thank you.
Sir, I'll just add one thing over here. What you said is very valid, and I did say that whatever work you're doing, it's finally your work. So before you push it out officially, go through it and make changes to suit your work. Now, regarding the first thing, summarize, sir, a very practical thing is many patients come with that ThyroCare and Lal Path Lab and all 40 to 60 page reports. It's a pain to go through all that. Just put those images, digital PDF into ChatGPT or AI engine, you'll get the necessary reports in front of you immediately. That's a real life use. And the third very important thing which you said, I just want to highlight you about that because it's not yet come in. If you people have heard of ABHA, are you aware of ABHA? The health Aadhaar card.
ID.
Synomed is the company behind it in UK, which has got the AI engine. Now, what is ABHA all about? It is just like it's a health Aadhaar card. Like in US, you have social security number. So when a patient walks from PGI with 300 page files, goes to AIMS with another 300 page file and comes to you for a third or a fourth opinion. What Sir said is very right. It's very difficult to go through all that. AI can summarize all that and give you the salient points. And this is going to be launched by Ayushman Bharat officially within this year by the government of India, and all hospitals will be compulsorily part of it. You will have to be part of it, where your patient will have necessary control over what data should be given to you. So ethics are preserved, consents are preserved, and that information comes to you from one doctor to the other, moves seamlessly, and the patient moves seamlessly. And that is how AI is going to be used in a very dignified and a very official manner. It's going to be official by the government of India very soon.
The other area where I think AI is again very useful is to create videos, short videos. You know, the images also are taken care of. Video making, editing takes a long time. You know, especially if you want to, let's say a patient information video you want to create. That's another area where you can use AI quite efficiently to create those short videos. And there are many video making programs where your own voice can be also synthesized into the video. And that again becomes quite useful to use for, patient education as such. I'm sure Dr.
Yeah, I mean, there's Video Gen and Video AI which I'm using. Yeah. I create a lot of patient education videos which I upload on my websites and my WhatsApp channels. Less than 5 seconds, lovely videos are being generated.
Okay.
And they're fantastic.
No, it's all good to say about using AI, especially for healthcare data, but what's very, very, very important as for clinicians is to generate clean data. Yeah. We don't have clean data coming in, meaning structured, clean data that everybody enters in the EMR. Earlier, everybody, when you were using a paper, was just scribbling something and moving on. But today, the data has to be there in a proper way. It has to be entered. Only then you're going to be making the best use of AI. Otherwise, we won't have good AI tools coming out.
Actually, that's the point which I initially started with. So data is gold. So my time, people like us, we spend, I would say 80 to 90% of the time actually looking at the data. If the data is not there and clean data is not there, then numbers do not matter. If like 90% of it is going to be thrown out,
exactly,
it makes no sense. We cannot create any models, anything out of it. So that is very important point.
Dr. Amit, I want to say about the clean data in India. The one area where the clean data is being generated to a large extent is the ICUs. So I think, there is a great opportunity in acute care to improve acute care processes. In India, our sepsis numbers are very high. Prediction for sepsis, prediction for prognosis, kind of sepsis which we get in India, you don't get anywhere else in the world. And I think Dilip is not here from Tele-ICU, cloud physician, but they have got a huge number of data which is coming out, and this is clean data. Everything is captured in real time. What we need to do is, you're absolutely right, in India, we have to have the EHR in the hospitals, capturing everything. We as doctors are very poor at documenting, and that's where the problem starts. Where the nurses, who are one of the key people in this whole program, are good at entering good data. So we need to really have a different discussion on this, how to get clean data into our hospitals.
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing in this.
Yeah.
So, government incentives, like you said, ABHA ID, ABDM. So those things are currently under process. Even PGI is doing it right now as we are speaking. And also, PGI and AIMS and other institutes, they are now trying to have systems in which the doctor's desk actually they enter the data in EHR form. So it's not on a card. Basically the future is we should not write it on the paper, but have an EHR, have an electronic medical record being created, and within 2-3 years we are actually sitting on a gold mine.
Absolutely.
And we are throwing it away in the dustbin.
See, Arvind has got a huge number of patients. Dr. Prem Nair is sitting here. His institution, has excellent, I'm sure, EHR available. So has some of the AIMS, and there are many more doctors here, I'm sure, available, who are here, who are capturing good data. So I think in pockets we're doing it. Yeah. It's not, that kind of repository not available as an open source anywhere in our country at the moment. I don't know, Arvind's data, whether some of the data can be made open source, I'm not sure.
Yeah, we would. See, one of the things we are trying to develop tools to make sure that the doctor, when they are entering the data, is entering correct data. So he should not miss it. He wouldn't allow, the system would not allow you to close it until you have answered all the relevant points related to the diagnosis. So that's the kind of tool AI tool that we are developing, which will run on the MR and ensure that you enter the right data.
Interactions from the audience, yes, please.
My question is to Dr. Modi. Very nice presentation, sir. Sir, now as we know that ChatGPT is a large learning model, and you talked about entering data, making presentations, or even writing manuscripts. One concern is when we give our data to ChatGPT, the privacy concerns, like can it be accessed at the server side, or like the uniqueness in research is the research question and data. And if we subject that prior to publication to a server or software, it may get taken away, or data privacy issues are always there.
Very valid question. I was going to cover it in my next talk is on ethics of AI. So a couple of things here. One is that, of course, there is no guarantee. It's very clear cut that once the data has left your desk, you have no control over the data. So data privacy always remains a question. You have to trust upon the companies that it will not be exploited. Now, before we go to ChatGPT, now there are two things which I want to highlight to everybody here. One thing which I don't like is why blame AI for it. Now, I'll give you a simple example. You buy an Audi or you buy a Mercedes and you run it over the footpath, and many celebrities are doing, people are getting killed, and they say this high-powered machines are bad for Indian roads. Why blame the high-powered machine? It's the person behind the wheel who's to be blamed, right? The machine is not responsible for the problem. Now let's forget AI. A lot of us are using EHSs in our system. How do you know that your data that you're having is not being misused? We all know that all the data is going to pharma companies. I don't want to name the pharma companies, and it's being used. Today also it's being used. And in a system, in a hospital, when there is no EHS, go back 10 years, when they had handwritten records, how do you know that their data was not being used? Can you control the data leak from there? And we know that in the past also data leaks have occurred. How do you think your pharma guys come to know which products are being sold in which hospital and how to market which doctors, right? Why conferences are getting studied with certain parties and all. So data leak is always there. Data leak is not dependent on AI. Data leak is dependent on the ethics of the people who are running the system. So whether data leak will occur because of AI or without AI is not in the control of technology. It is in the control of human beings who are creating the technology. So I think the best answer to that is, unless you are ethical, no matter what system you design, your ethics cannot be bargained or cannot be questioned. But blockchain technology is there, and they are trying to instill blockchain, especially in Aadhaar and Aadhaar. This is something getting important, and instilling blockchain technology. If you know what is blockchain, what it does is one piece talks to the second piece, only what is relevant to be spoken. The second piece cannot enter the first piece no matter what you do. So if blockchain is installed fully and completely, complications do not occur. That's why cryptocurrency is running successfully in many centers. People have become millionaires where right ethical tools are being applied. So the short answer is, ethics is the domain of a human being. Like Sir said, how you use your PowerPoint and your paper is your ethics. It is not AI's ethics. So it's in your hands.
Yeah, good morning. Wonderful session and excellent delivered talks. Thanks to all of you. My first question is to Dr. Kim. So you showed the very well implemented peripheral model of the diabetic retinopathy. So I wonder how many pathologists are there in the audience. What is your take or thought on implementing the same in pathology? I would not say experience, but any thoughts on that?
No, when you say pathology is like it's like a diagnostic,
it's a gold mine.
Yeah, definitely. In the sense, yes, because there are a lot of people using AI tools for pathology. Is that the question you're asking? I'm not sure.
No, I'm not asking about that. So recently I started the telepathology project at PGI, running for the last 1 year, but it's just started. So it's I would not even say infancy stage. It's just taken birth. So how to implement that at the peripheral level? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I think it's very much doable. Only thing is you need to have the right people to start doing a pilot, and then,
I have already done the pilot. I'm on it, yeah.
You're the right person to answer.
Because, the ophthalmoscope is a small instrument, and the patients are also learning, the technicians are also trained. But here, the variety of the lesions is way far beyond. Lakhs and lakhs of images would be there. So I do not know. I just wanted to know what is your take on that.
I thought telepathology is already there as a society in India.
No, sir. There's no society of telepathology.
Actually, in Assam, I remember reading this about a few years back of telepathology group which is very powerful, is what I'm told.
It's being done, but there's no Society of Telepathology
Make
as of
sure
now.
this is what I had information 5 years back about telepathology.
So then I'll cross-check.
Yeah, please check. And I think it's a very, very fast-growing area, and it's really making huge impact because it's one of the visual science areas where you actually see an interpretation is possible, and a lot of AI is being used there as well. I do know, I have read quite a lot, and a lot of open source information is available on telepathology. You have started a department, you'll go a long way, believe me. In a year or two, when you'll come back with a similar kind of stories which we have to tell you.
Sir, actually I tried using AI in pathology, but there are lakhs and lakhs of images. So next question was to Dr. Modi. So how to apply this AI in pathology? It's way too difficult. I tried it.
It's already done, ma'am. There are a lot
No,
of papers.
partly it is
that.
done. It's
In fact, AI is the only way by which you can take care of lakhs and lakhs of images. AI is the only tool because that's called data volume, big data. What we
There's
call
so
is
much
big
of
data.
heterogeneity
Yes,
there.
yes. And one of the biggest strengths of AI is imaging. Imaging, it picks up, if you know QXR, it has scanned some 1.5 million X-rays in India, and pre-diabetes based on beta-sternal fat, tuberculosis, COVID, interpretations have started coming with sensitivity and specificity of 98 and 95%. And pre-diabetes pickup, I think Dr. Kulkarni is there in the audience. He had already presented one paper on that. So a lot of work. So in fact, it's the other way around. Lakhs and lakhs of images can be handled by AI in a glitch very simply, very easily than any other method. More the data, better, because your algorithm can be trained in a better manner,
Yeah,
can
the
be more
training
accurate.
is lack. That's why we'll have a detailed discussion later.
See, that's where that's what we are trying to, that's why we have formed this doctors group. Because what is happening is today, I'll just take one more minute. I'm coming to the meat of your question, which is that how insurance companies are dictating the way a patient has to be treated. Tomorrow, we do not want technology companies to tell us how we to treat a patient. So it should not be a company which comes with an AI tool and makes a diagnosis. Yeah. That is the topic of my next talk, the ethics of AI. It should be the doctor in the loop and not the AI in the loop to come out with the final healthcare or patient care. Yeah, so when you have lakhs of images, the interpretation and the way to apply it should be controlled by the doctor, not by the technology company. That is very important, and that needs to be understood. Today, since we are in a nuance stage, an infancy stage, it is required that doctors become expert in AI and start taking charge of their future rather than waiting for tech companies to become dominant in the field.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Great perspectives, and this comment and question is probably for the panel. I'm a neophyte, self-confessed in AI. That being said, frequent PPT user as well as being director of a hospital that has EHR for the last 15 years. First question pertains to Dr. Modi's excellent presentation about how do we retrofit PPTs. I completely agree with Shroff sir's comment about using your PPTs and probably augmenting them, but not just for grammar. How do we use our currently available AI tools to retrofit a presentation? The second question is for all of you. I think sir mentioned briefly about EHRs or EMRs, which will get integrated with AI tools. Any cost-effective solutions available on the horizon in our country with regard to EMRs or EHR vendors which are offering AI integration? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll answer the first part. You mean if you already have PowerPoints, how do you get AI? So it's very simple. I showed you in Gamma and Tome and all, you can upload your PowerPoint and they will modify it for you. Now, first thing here is what Shroff sir said is very right. See, there are two ways. Today I want to write a PPT, let's say on XYZ topic in medical science, and tomorrow I have to give a presentation. I get a call from Shroff sir yesterday. Kal aapko presentation dena. Now, how much time do I have to create? So when I start from scratch, do a literature search, and then I take images from those literatures and paste it everywhere and and then I want to make it look smooth, and it takes a hell lot of time and a lot of energy, compromises on my patient care time and all that. So what AI does is creates the whole thing for you. Now that PPT which is there, it's not that you have to just bring it over here. Now you have your own data, you have your own story, you have your own experience. You add to that, na? Because those PPTs are editable in PowerPoint. So how much time does it take to add another 10 slides of mine which I want to talk? So the entire PPT that you see is not just copy paste. But 80% of my time is saved when I use an AI engine, and then I add my story to it. So that's how I use PPT. So
good morning.
The second part of the question was...
Second part, I'll leave it to the panel.
Sensible
I think
EMR
we are running short of time.
So we'll carry discussion.
One last question there, then we can conclude this session.
Good morning for a very great session. I just have an observation and a takeaway that a lot of data 300 pages data, I presume that the data which is being spoken about is digital data. But for ABHA to become functional in a country of 1.2 billion is going to take some time. And a lot of data is manuscript. A lot of data is which we have to peruse in chronic patients is handwritten. So I understand that a tool which will interpret the handwriting, or the doctors who have to enter data for their local, bringing in their local, influences on the outcome, then they have to have dictaphones. So those tools will be required to augment this interpretation by AI of local factors in any diagnosis.
But ma'am, that is in action now. There are a lot of US FDA approved tools in the US. So I'll tell you how it works. So I cannot show everything because of lack of time, but there are actual US FDA approved tools. So I'm talking to, let's say you're the doctor, I'm your patient, I'm telling you my story. The whole thing is being captured by AI. It converts it into history and examination and so format, gives the idea to you that these are the potential diagnosis differentials and these are the potential investigation, this is the line of therapy, this is actually being running in big hospitals in US, many hospitals. And based on that, you can decide how to go further. So your and my interaction is on a personal eye-to-eye level, increases patient satisfaction, but what we are talking is being captured by AI. And if you don't want to go far ahead, when you're attending Zoom meetings and other meetings, Otter is a tool which I'm using. Any kind of conversation can be pushed into Otter. Otter listens to your entire conversation on Zoom and all, transcribes the whole thing with 98 to 99% accuracy of any language. It is being run in real life.
So I think we can break for tea because time is over for that. And sir, your next talk will be after the tea, if it's possible. Thank you.
The delay, let's move to our next session, that is plenary session, Trajectory of Telemedicine. To chair this session, it's my proud privilege to invite on DICE our esteemed chairperson, Dr. K.K. Talwar. Sir is former director PGI Chandigarh. Sir is presently chairman PSRI Heart Institute, New Delhi. He has multiple awards and professional achievements to his credit. Sir, please. His co-chair is Mr. Ashok Sangal. Sir is group director, ISRO. Next co-chair is Dr. S.K. Jindal. Sir is former professor and head Department of Pulmonary Medicine, PGI Chandigarh. Currently, sir is medical director, Jindal Clinic, Chandigarh. Sir, may I kindly request you to invite speaker and start proceeding.
Good morning, everyone. And I think we can start with the session. And it's my privilege to invite Dr. Minu Singh. Dr. Minu Singh, of course, doesn't need any introduction to this hall. I mean, she has been in PGI for such a long time. She was professor of pulmonary medicine. And I must say the telemedicine department of PGI, the growth, and today I'll say the caliber of this center, this department is has become a face of PGI. And for all this, the credit goes to Dr. Minu Singh.
All the notes were clustered, local cluster, and then they were interactive with PGI. That we'll discuss it later, but she was instrumental in taking telemedicine to that height, especially in Punjab, and now she's the outgoing president also. Thanks, Doctor. Go ahead, Doctor.
I have to get elevated to match the stature of my chairpersons, who are also my mentors. So I really thank Professor Talwar, Professor Jindal, Dr. Sangal, and Dr. Nair to be here. And I will be talking about the history or the evolution, as they call, of telemedicine internationally and in India, although we have been mainly working in India. And the experience in India that we talk about will be our own experience. But as far as the international scene is concerned, I would just like to give a background that telemedicine has witnessed a transformative journey from its costs and redefining the healthcare landscape on a global scale. So historically, the early system develops in the 1900, and then there was a ECG teletransmission by William Enthoven and telepsychiatry was practiced even in 1950s with NASA telemedicine for Papago Indian Reservation. Digital revolution in telemedicine showed a rapid growth post-1990, and advancements in internet and multimedia took place, and the examples were Japanese telemedicine network for cancer patients. In UK, we had orthopedic teleconsultation for emergency cases. South Korea had telepathology, which happened very early. There was a question being asked in the last session about telepathology, but Korea actually has been doing it for a very long time. And that is one field in which AI has a great role to play. Now, as far as the global status is concerned, adoption by UK, Finland, Taiwan was there very early. And telehealth programs for medical education in some nations were started. And with impact, there was a surge in virtual consultations globally, and we all know that all these platforms which came up during the COVID time and healthcare delivery became very easy. And even in India, we had telemedicine practice guidelines which were developed with the help of Telemedicine Society of India, as well as Niti Aayog and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. But in Singapore, Canada, and Japan, integration of telemedicine took place into in-person care. And Canada actually has been a pioneer in data protection, interoperability, and certification process. And of course, Singapore also has telemedicine and healthcare efficiency in Asia. So modern telemedicine systems saw integration with EMR, e-prescriptions, and PACS. PACS is Picture Archival and Communication System in radiology. And this is something which is very, very prevalent even in India now. And most of the hospitals, especially the new AIMS which have come up, they all have e-hospital, which is software which is used for generating electronic medical records. And we have CDAC in India who has been popularizing e-Sanjeevani, which is now internationally recognized. So there were some specialized initiatives, like in Brazil, there was tele-ICU programs, which are becoming very prevalent in India now, and tele-ophthalmology projects in Singapore, and wearable cardiac monitoring devices in USA. They also have made their place in India. So as far as future trends were concerned, we know that World Health Organization recognizes telemedicine as a key component of digital health interventions, and it's grouped into 4 tiers, which includes remote consultations, monitoring of client data, transmission of medical data, case management consultations. And COVID-19 catalyzed telemedicine adoption, so global uptake of remote consultations and digital health systems was again adopted by WHO. And big data analytics and AI are used for pandemic management in South Korea, and strong public health systems aiding pandemic control in Canada, Denmark, and Germany. In India, the presentation will be more pictorial because we have been doing it ourselves, so we have our own pictures. And these are some of the pictures in which you can see the VSAT, you can see the fully loaded ambulances which can do telemedicine. Of course, initially it was with the telephone technology. We have drones, we have Sanjeevani is actually a project which is not e-Sanjeevani, it is for helicopter emergency medical service, which has been started for the first time in India in AIMS Rishikesh by Honorable Prime Minister recently last month. So I will start first with our experience in PGI Chandigarh, and then I will talk of some experiences in AIMS Rishikesh. So PGI telemedicine actually started in 1998, in which Dr. B.D. Gupta, who was initially a radiologist, turned into a radiotherapist, and then he also took up telemedicine project, in which there was connectivity which was established between PGI, AIMS, and SGPGI. And, but then there was a lull period after this project, and telemedicine came up in a big way in 2005 in PGI, when ISRO and Department of Information Technology and CDAC combined to form a telemedicine center in PGI, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India at that time.
We had e-health coming up from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in 2007, telepsychiatry in 2009, M-Health collaboration with Bhabha Atomic Research Center, National Knowledge Network started in 2012, National Medical Colleges Network again in 2012, which is now a very big project which is going on, which has regional resource centers in different parts of the country. So we also had one. National School of Telemedicine Vision 2015 was there. Department of Telemedicine was started in PGI in 2015. And National Institute of Telemedicine also was approved around the same time. We have a National Resource Center for Tele-Evidence Facility, which was connecting the courts, which is now called e-courts project, in which you don't have to go to give witness in the courts. You can do it from telemedicine centers. Then we had E-Vidya Bharati and Arogya Bharati projects with Ministry of External Affairs and Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers. So these were all the equipments which were initially there to connect AIIMS as well as PGIs and SGPGI and medical colleges in the North India. And also we had a SARC telemedicine project in which SARC countries were connected with us, which was a project of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So this is where the satellite connectivity was established, and these were the hospitals where satellite connectivity had been there. It is Mata Kaushalya Hospital in Patiala, Civil Hospital Ajnala, Civil Hospital Dusua, and later on there were 25 district hospitals of Punjab which were connected. And in Himachal also we had connection with a place called Poo in Chamba district, and with Sabrimala, Kerala, which is for the yatra which takes place there. So this was at the time of inauguration by Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh on April 13, which was a Baisakhi day, 2005, and this is actually celebrated as a foundation day here. We connected to 25 centers, more than 17,000 consultations were done very early, which were still continuing, and now there is a different model which has come up, which is based on e-Sanjeevani. And then we had this SARC telemedicine network in which we had Honorable Health Minister of India, who's even now he is the Health Minister of India, but that was during his first term, and he was interacting with the SARC countries. Then we had some foreign country delegations which come for international interaction to telemedicine center here. The clinical services comprised of teleconsultation, telemonitoring, telediagnostics, telemonitoring and mentoring, disease monitoring, and EMR. So tele-education and online web-based courseware was started, which is now a big project where a platform is being made by National Medical Colleges Network for LMS, that is for Learning Management Systems. We had tele-CPC, and that tele-CPC, as Professor Talwar pointed out, is now being transmitted globally, and many institutions internationally are getting connected to this, and many of them are actually alumni of PGI who connect. We have content development courses and creation of development of an educational web portal which was done. So these were some of the achievements of this center. This is the connectivity being established with the centers in Himachal and also with other states like with Lucknow, with Shimla, with Srinagar, Haldwani. Then we had some innovations which happened, and that was point of care devices. We had a telespirometer which was exhibited in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and we had some other connectivities where telemedicine centers were connected throughout the country using e-Sanjeevani software. And this was the innovation fair at Pragati Maidan, where Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, who still is now again Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Patel, she was there. Then we have mobile computer-based clinical rounds, where patients in emergency require urgent specialist consultations. They were created, and the urgent consultations were then transmitted. This was something which was like doing it during the COVID times. And then some intra-hospital patient transport, where a GPRS-based wheelchair was created. We also had an e-health center, which was started with the help of Hewlett-Packard's as a center which was opened in a container of computers when they import their computers in their containers. That was started. This was the inside of this e-health center, which is still there in Dhanas in the Union Territory area. And we had this Asha Jyoti van, which was for cancer care for women. And this would visit different places where women were examined for cancer, and the reports could be transmitted on a web-based platform. Then this was the tele-evidence, which was inaugurated again by Honorable Health Minister and which has now become the e-courts project. Now in AIIMS Rishikesh, also I went there in 2022, and we did not have telemedicine there, so we first started our telemedicine center taking some boards and we had some waste boxes of the kits, which are used in, so we constructed some walls with that, and then this was inaugurated by Honorable Health Secretary at that time. And later on we developed into a Regional Resource Center and Center for Artificial Intelligence by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And we had Honorable Health Secretary coming and inaugurating it. We are connected to various places in Uttarakhand now, which includes Labasna, which is the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, and many hospitals which are affiliated to Ramakrishna Mission Hospital there. And we also do it during the International Yoga Festival, which takes place in Rishikesh under the tutelage of Swami Chidanandaji. Then we have also started trauma telemedicine services in AIIMS Rishikesh, where we are connecting to all these people who suffer trauma, and we do tele-triaging, and then depending upon their status, they are transferred to AIIMS Rishikesh using a heli-ambulance or otherwise. So this is during the, all must have heard about the Silkyara tunnel collapse, in which many workers got trapped, and this made an international news. And 41 workers from collapsed Silkyara tunnel were rescued, and they in Uttarkashi on November 28, 2023, and they came to our helipad at AIIMS Rishikesh in a Chinook helicopter, and they were examined, and they were given consultations regarding, especially relating to psychological and nutritional aspects. One of them actually turned out to be having a ASD, atrial septal defect, and he was also managed. And so basically this became a very big project in which we have followed up these patients, and they still remember that incident which happened, and many of them have now so this was the post-rescue teleconsultation which still takes place with these people. And we have a community wellness van for outreach community services for NCD prevention, which we are using for either screening these patients and also giving them post-diagnosis advice. So this was the program of health outreach by drones, and this is another technology which is being integrated with telemedicine, because once you have triaged a situation, a disaster, sometimes you need to send them medication. You need to send them injections, Senapalase, or any other thing in which a disaster is there, either to ensure sometimes when the patient's having chest pain and all. So this was a project which we started, and it was retweeted by Honorable Prime Minister of India, and that happened in February 2023, and this was taken up as a project by all AIIMS now. All the AIIMS in Delhi, including PGI and other INIs, they are taking up drone technology and drone carriage of either drugs or blood products or even organs for that matter to different places. So this was the supply of drugs by drones. This is our project in which we are sending medicines for TB. So you know that TB is directly observed short course, and many times when you're not doing direct observation, you give them medication for 1 week. But after 1 week, they have to come back to the hospital to get their medication, and sometimes their medication finishes and they can't come back. And that's the time when they need medication, and on an emergency basis. So we ensured a regular supply of medication to these patients, where they are sent to the nearest community health centers where patients go and take their medicines. And HEMS was inaugurated. HEMS is Helicopter Emergency Medical Service, the first time in India, last month on 29th of October. And Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated this for AIIMS Rishikesh. So this is when the call comes, and after that the patients are actually carried in this heli ambulance. So it's like any other helicopter, but it has equipment inside which includes a ventilator, defibrillator, and also you can give infusion in that. So you have some of these equipments which are fitted inside the heli ambulance, and you also have a stretcher on which patients are put in. So this is how the facility is being used to transport these patients from difficult areas to AIIMS Rishikesh Trauma Center. And so this is something new which has happened. And then utilizing AI models for predictive healthcare in challenging situations in Uttarakhand terrain. We have been using AI models, and we are trying to create some clinical decision support system based on whatever data we have, which we are collecting from all these operations which are happening, and also through telemedicine. We know that eSanjeevani has created a very big database of EMR, which is collected through telemedicine, and that is a database which is there in National Health Stack, and that can be utilized for constructing clinical decision support systems. So teleeducation, of course, is part of our National Telemedicine project, National Medical Colleges Network, and we are transmitting our sessions to all other AIIMS and also now to some more INIs, where morning sessions are being transmitted as well as they are being recorded. And these recordings are turned into clinical sessions which are available on another platform that we call as AIIMS Rishikesh Digital Academy. So, and that AIIMS Rishikesh Digital Academy is actually transmitting all these sessions, and we are also contributing to the National Telemedicine portal which is being developed. So the facilities of health, ATM and kiosks are also available, and these are the facilities in which the data goes directly to a server, and you can download that data, and again that data is available for you to apply tools of AI for creating more information. So for capacity building, we are doing eSanjeevani and LMIS portal, for which teleconsultations, capacity building is again also going on, in which people are taught how to do telemedicine. And in nursing, that's another area. Actually, telenursing is something which is very important. I was just now talking to one of our nursing professors here, and they said that they are still not involved in telemedicine that much, and especially in Telemanas, which is a portal for giving teleconsultations to people who are under psychological distress. So I think nurses can become very important counselors in that particular project, which we should take up. So this is the AIIMS Rishikesh Digital Academy, which you can access on YouTube. And we have all these sessions which are transmitted there. These are some of the sessions which students also create, some of these sessions, and which are seen by the students themselves. So in the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, you know, ABDM is something which is a very important program, flagship program today of the government, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, and which is being implemented in AIIMS Rishikesh very well, and we got our first prize for that. And for future, we have things like nanosensors, virtual reality and augmented reality, drones, heli ambulances, 5G, 6G, and nanosensors which are there, which we will be probably talking about later. We have advancement in technology coupled with 5G, IoT, and nanosensors, where more work can be done. So augmented reality is another tremendous potential in healthcare, where again AI tools can be applied. Virtual reality is a virtual world of immersive experience that may require a headset to completely replace a user's surrounding view with a simulated immersive and interactive virtual environment. So thank you very much. These are some of the experiences that I have. Actually, my colleagues had also made a video. If there is time, we can play that. Otherwise, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meenu Singh. I think I must say that she had given a very precise summary of the development of telemedicine, especially in this country and in particularly in the government sector, you see, because before 2005 or so, I think the facility was hardly available, you see. And it was during that time when the Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh at that time, you see, had inaugurated the center under kind of
So we have this
patronage.
video, since we have 8 minutes, if you don't mind, for 2-3 minutes we can play.
We
the
can,
video.
I think, have video. We have some time still.
We have 8 minutes left.
Yeah, that's all right. So I think now at Rishikesh, I think she's developing several other facilities and projects.
Good
related
afternoon.
to-
Trauma Telemedicine, AIMS Rishikesh. Yes, Dr. Rajesh, रुद्रप्रयाग से बात कर रहे हैं आप. पेशेंट हेलीलिफ्ट होना है, ठीक है. थोड़ी सी मुझे जानकारी दे दीजिए. मैकेनिज्म हेड इंजरी, ठीक है. और कोई इंजरी सस्टेंड है? ओके, स्काल लैसरेशन से ब्लीडिंग हो रही है, ठीक है. तो उसके लिए कोई आपने ट्रीटमेंट करी है? ठीक है, बैंडेजिंग डन, ब्लीडिंग स्टॉप, वेरी गुड. आप एडवाइस करूंगा कि सी स्पाइन रिस्ट्रिक्ट करके भेजिए ताकि हेली में असुविधा ना हो. साइन एंड सिम्टम्स बता सकते हैं? हार्ट रेट 95, रेस्पिरेटरी रेट 18, ब्लड प्रेशर ओके 130/85, सैचुरेशन 96%. ओके, लेवल ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस, हेड इंजरी है. ओके, he is conscious.
He's actually a
GCS
nursing
is
officer who's collecting all this
14
information and
over
he's
15.
been trained in
Okay,
hands.
thank you. बस 15 मिनट में यहाँ से मैं टीम को एक्टिवेट करके आपको इमीडिएटली इन्फॉर्म कर दूंगा. श्योर, थैंक यू.
So, called for transport of a patient with head injury, sustained in a fall off a mule, and witness reports patient lost consciousness for about 10 seconds and was confused upon walking, and report the back of his head was covered with blood. This is a 65 years old male, and there is a history of hypertension in this patient. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Alert the blood bank and alert the OT facilities. Akhilesh and Mahesh, you please see the documents are ready to receive the patients. Shashi, me and madam will take the patient along. We'll go and get the patient. You'll be placed here on the airport to receive the patient.
Rishikesh is on the banks of River Ganga, so you can get a view of that. This is Dr. Madhur Unyal. He is one of our professors in trauma. This is on arrival as the patient is taken over by the hands team. So telemedicine forms the basis of this consultation, the triage. And then the patient is airlifted, and even during the process of airlifting, sometimes you can have problems. So for that also telementoring is available.
Patient receiving team में कौन है? आराम से, कोई जल्दी नहीं है.
So thank you very much. That is something new that we have been doing. Yeah,
Okay,
there are some
I
questions.
don't think we don't have questions. Yes, please.
Sir, you're not audible.
Now, okay. Madam, I have a question. You know, India has done a lot of work in telemedicine. I think I have going abroad, even in US, they have not done that much. But one thing is there, they have commercialized it. Why we are not able to commercialize it? I tell you the model there in US, I am registered with US Medical Health Care, Obamacare, and if I have to go to doctor, I seek an appointment with him. The first physical appointment, after first physical appointment, subsequent follow-up is never physical there. It is online. He prescribes the medicine, he changes the medicine based on my conditions virtually, and then those medicines are given by my pharmacist, identified by me. I'm informed that my medicines have come, I collect it. But the catch here is everything is through insurance. Insurance pays for the virtual visit, and the virtual visit charges are same as physical visit. The argument is that they say that the patient saves the time. They are all commercial. The patient saves the time, so it cannot be 50%. Saves the time, he benefits, so it's 50. So why can't that type of model we can adopt commercially?
Sir, as you know, in India, this was actually commercialized during the COVID period, and teleconsultations were actually charged in private hospitals around 600, 500 rupees, depending upon the hospital. And it is possible, as you know, several platforms came up, Star Health, and there were a few more which were there. Some were started by some of our members of the Telemedicine Society of India. So it is possible, it can be done. And in government sector, since we have now PMJ, the Jan Arogya Yojana, which has this health assurance of 5 lakh, 10 lakhs rupees, and we are trying to advise them that they should include teleconsultation in that. You know, if that consultation takes place and the assurance or the insurance takes care of that, it will be useful. But so far, as you said, teleconsultations on eSanjeevani platform are absolutely free at the moment.
I think now.
Sir, you're not audible again.
This is, I think, teleconsultation. I think every day I probably may be having 2 patients on the teleconsultation, and the hospital charges more.
You can prescribe the medicine.
Oh yes, we prescribe. You write down that after the consultation, and that goes to the patient.
No, but one thing is there, is it commercialized in the sense?
Sir, you're not audible again.
Yes, the hospital is paid for it, and the fees is more than what for the physical even. No, it is because they say, as you rightly said, that you don't have to travel. So I think there is this kind of thing is very commonly happening in the private hospital today.
Private setup has a more active tele-services center, you see, both for initial consultation, for follow-up. It is only when there is a kind of, what we were talking is the development in government sector for the general public service, you see. That is what is the issue. If you really commercialize it, it will become obviously like any other service. But anyway, that's a large topic. I think we need not dwell. It's certainly reduce crowding in the hospitals, at PGI for that matter, you see. It is almost impossible for any patient, new patient, to come and get an opinion early. Anyway, thank you very much. I think we'll not take more of your time.
So may I ask one question, please? Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask one question? Yeah. My name is Kumar Vaibhav, and I'm into the telemedicine software development.
The audience may have questions.
You mentioned in one of the slides that we can predict the pandemic using the AI.
Yeah.
So what is the process or the model of predicting the pandemic?
So that's taking, as you know, how you do it in AI, how you model, it all depends on your previous experience. And then you develop a model for the future depending upon the time frame and the annual accrual rate of patients as would occur in a pandemic condition. So that is how actually I'm aware of in CDC Atlanta actually when Tom Frieden was there. They were creating, during the COVID times actually, they were creating a model to predict the next pandemic. And that is something which is already there. And that is why it gets activated during periods when you get these unnatural or rare kind of infections which are coming up. So those models are already there. They're based on the previous data. As you know, you have to feed those data into the R software. I mean, that's how it is used, and create the model depending upon statistical probability.
But previous data you can take, but the rate at which current data, current pandemic is going on, or so how to capture those clean data?
That depends on the initial transmission rate, because initial behavior of a pandemic, it depends on what kind of pandemic it is, whether it is with an organism which is well known, you know, about its epidemiology, or it's an organism about which we don't know anything, for example, COVID. So there you have to collect initial data and then predict, but for diseases which are already known, for example, people are scared of smallpox, whether it comes again. What will you do? You already have the information, so you can probably predict very quickly how the pandemic is going to spread and how the pandemic can be controlled. So those are some of the things which I think come into that play.
Sir, one question may I ask?
I think the time is over. I will request Dr. Nair to say something before we close, because I think already, you can ask your clarification from Dr. Saab after.
Previous data you can take, but the rate at which current data, current pandemic is going on, or so how to capture those clean data?
That depends on the initial transmission rate, because initial behavior of a pandemic, it depends on what kind of pandemic it is, whether it is with an organism which is well known, you know, about its epidemiology, or it's an organism about which we don't know anything, for example, COVID. So there you have to collect initial data and then predict, but for diseases which are already known, for example, people are scared of smallpox, whether it comes again. What will you do? You already have the information, so you can probably predict very quickly how the pandemic is going to spread and how the pandemic can be controlled. So those are some of the things which I think come into that play.
Sir, one question may I ask?
I think the time is over. I will request Dr. Nair to say something before we close, because I think already, you can ask your clarification from Dr. Saab after.
A very classic simulation lab. I would suggest a lab. Thank you again for a wonderful lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And at that point, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful talk. Now, moving further, our next session is on evolution of telemedicine over the decades. To chair this session, I would like to invite Dr. Kevin Devasia. Sir is Assistant Vice President, Rajgiri Hospital, Kochi, Kerala. His co-chair is Dr. Bijoy MG. Sir is Managing Director, Unar Telemedicine and Healthcare Services Private Limited. Our next chairperson is Dr. Rajiv Kumar. Sir is Chief Operating Officer, Neurosynaptic Communications Private Limited, Bengaluru. Sir, may I request you to please invite speaker for the session and start proceedings.
Very good morning again to everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be here. It's like a family when Telemedicon happens, and meeting everyone and listening to the great talks. So without much ado, we'll move on to our first speaker. It is about Ayush, something which our Honorable Prime Minister tells it's the green gold of India. So we'll call upon our first speaker, Mr. Jiva. He is Mr. Madhusudan Chauhan. He is from Jiva Ayurveda. He is the CEO and director there. And please come. His areas of interest are sustainable health, technology for health delivery, and Indian knowledge systems. So over to you.
Thank you very much, the chair people on the dais today and all the dignitaries. Some of you are very, very experienced, and I'm sure I've from an early age in my career, I've grown up to see many of you do remarkable stuff in healthcare and telemedicine. Very, very happy and elated to be part of this conference and be presenting Ayush, the developments over the last 20 years. Before I begin, just for my own interest's sake, quickly by a show of hands, how many of us have taken a telemedicine consultation or used a telemedicine service over the last 5-10 years? That's a pretty good number, actually. How many of us have taken an Ayurvedic consultation? And how many of us have taken an Ayurvedic consultation using a telemedicine outfit? Interesting. So I think I only see 3 or 4 hands go up, 5. Which is interesting. I think Ayush, being such a very strong and prominent stack of the Indian healthcare delivery system, it often is underrepresented when it comes to leveraging technology and utilizing technology as a vehicle to deliver it. Before I quickly go into the presentation, quickly, what is Ayurveda? Because a lot of the times Ayurveda is understood to be either home remedies or kitchen remedies. So I'll take 2-3 slides just to cover Ayurveda from a very holistic point of view. So Sushruta Samhita refers to Swasthasya Swastha Rakshmanam, which is the prevention, promotive and the primary prevention aspect of Ayurveda, and the Aturasya Vikar Praschamanam, which is the secondary prevention and disease treatment aspect of Ayurveda. So broadly, this is the spectrum which Ayurveda covers, right from promotive care to preventive care, right up till geriatric care and palliative care, so end of stage, terminal illnesses and their treatments. From an application point of view, human health, plant and animal health as Vriksha Ayurveda or a Pashu Ayurveda, and environmental health as an ecosystem. That's all what Ayurveda encompasses. To give an example, from a promotive health point of view, these are all Ayurvedic concepts, terminologies which are used, taught and referred to. Garbha Sanskar. Why I write that first is because it is all preconception. Even before you're conceived, health starts for us as from an Ayurvedic standpoint of view. Food, nutrition, lifestyle, daily regimen, preventive care. There are specific models in Ayurveda which talk about early stage detection and what interventions to be made from a lifestyle and diet point of view. Ritucharya, Dincharya, and we're all very aware of the home remedies in Ayurveda. And then this, which is the more serious disease management stack of Ayurveda, owing to the way Ayurveda has evolved, the emergency care in Ayurveda is very limited, and thereby a primary focus of Ayurveda rests with chronic, degenerative, metabolic lifestyle disorders. And obviously these treatments don't require an urgent immediate care, and the focus then primarily relies on how do you do lifestyle management, continued care, behavioral changes, and those aspects integrating Ayurveda as well as the delivery of it. So telehealth started pretty much in the early 90s in a formal way when the first Ayurvedic health clinic was put up online by Jiva in 1994. This was done way back when the country's entire bandwidth was 512 kbps, and via radio link connection is how internet and this telemedicine in Ayurveda was powered. People would search online, they would be looking for alternative ways of addressing their health concerns, and that's where they would stumble upon Ayurveda. Predominantly, the application was to see if somebody's been asked a knee replacement, they're looking for natural ways of addressing it without having to undergo surgery, or somebody who's at an advanced stage of diabetes is looking for natural ways to address their diabetes. Owing to the fact that internet availability was very limited, in the early days, telemedicine or telepractices or anything digital in Ayurveda was seen not as a mainstream practice. Also predominantly because even the Vaidya community, the doctors community, felt that without seeing the Nadi, how can you diagnose a patient? And thereby, Nadi was only possible physically. There were no technology solutions to enable Nadi diagnosis happening remotely, and thereby telemedicine was very, very marginal. Jiva adopted this at a very early stage, and we developed models of consulting and diagnosing even without Nadi being available. So obviously the outreach was mostly international. India, internet was not penetrated, it was limited to government departments, large research institutions. So outside India was predominantly where the patients were seeking these treatments. Where Ayurveda was not available, natural medical care was not available, they would seek it. In homeopathy, US, Canada, UAE being the key markets from where the consultations would evolve. In addition to yoga and Ayurveda and homeopathy, yoga was another wellness-based platform which was coming along, wherein over digitally people would be taking yoga classes or yoga sessions, group, individuals, so on and so forth. So it was a very, very one-on-one, unorganized, fragmented practice. What really made Ayush and Ayurveda-driven telemedicine mainstream was this project called Teledoc, which Jiva had undertaken, and this was in association with the government of India, MIT's Media Lab Asia, Boston, USA, and the IIT Bombay. So these three organizations were doing this project called Media Lab Asia, as part of which Jiva was a partner for healthcare. And basis our experience using internet and email to do consultations digitally, we had been tasked to create a model to do the same thing, but apply it in a completely rural setting where there is no healthcare delivery mechanism available whatsoever. No PHCs, no pharmacies, no medical doctors, no Anganwadis in practice in those health dark areas. So if you see the mobile phone over there, this was the first Nokia phone which allowed a Java hard-coded application to sit on it. So the IIT Bombay and MIT Boston engineers worked to create world's first Ayurveda app which was hard-coded onto the phone. This guy who's from the village was trained as, say, the paramedics of Ayurveda would go there because he's from the village. He'll do the consultations and take down all the details on this phone, beam it over GPRS to our main center where this doctor is now writing a diagnosis, consulting, prescribing personalized Ayurvedic medicines and lifestyle, emailing it back to him. This guy will come back in the evening to his center, prepare that personalized mixture, next day go on his cycle, deliver it, collect the money. So a sustainable model of delivering high quality Ayurvedic consultation and medicines delivered to their doorstep within 24 hours at a price that's affordable was evolved. This project went on to win the World Summit Award at Geneva. Out of some 120 countries, 150 entries, one of the most celebrated alternate medicine or complementary medicine based technology project. This was covered by Vodafone International as the top 20 mHealth projects worldwide, globally in 2005. This was covered by CNN and BBC as an innovative model of healthcare delivery using traditional medical systems applying technology. So this was the inflection point where I believe telemedicine as a practice in the Ayush systems became more formalized, more accepted and more recognized. So shifting from only providing Ayush-based telemedicine to an international audience where Ayurveda doctors and yoga therapists were not as prevalent, the model suddenly shifted and focused on, can Ayush-based healthcare delivery model bridge the healthcare divide in the country? We all know the doctor to people population in the country is extremely low, and it dwindles very, very rapidly as you move away from the larger metros. So 75% of the doctors live in the urban areas, while 68% of the population of the country live in the rural areas. So that's a certain divide. In addition to the healthcare divide, the way Ayurveda is structured to be able to handle lifestyle chronic degenerative disorders, though you marry the two, and I think there was a very interesting solution available for healthcare delivery. So this went on to become one of the very prominent telemedicine projects in the country today, at one point reaching up to 9,000 patient consultations served every day, just from Jiva's facilities alone. So there were about 300 Ayurvedic doctors who were consulting over tele and video, 9,000 such patients from all across the country. And I'm sure you can see these are different models evolved now. Almost every Ayurveda organization offers an online digital tele video option, be it individuals like Sri Sri, obviously Jiva, international outfits, the Ayurvedic Institute by Dr. Vasant Lad, even large aggregator platforms such as 1mg will offer Ayurveda and homeopathy as an option for consultations. There are aggregator platforms that have come up, focusing some niche, focusing on specific areas. Like this one focuses on very chronic cases and very chronic diseases as well. Alveda, this is a platform based out of Switzerland, trying to cater to European population, only allowing doctors by invitation onto their panel. This is another mass aggregator, Nirog Street, Indian Vaidyas being another one which comes at telemedicine more from a doctor's education and a doctor's network standpoint. So very different applications post that teledoc project over the last 15 years have evolved, where I think in the Ayush systems, using tele and video consultation as a supportive mechanism for the mainstream treatment is something which is very commonly seen. The government's adoption, CSC centers offer, so we were exclusive partners to Airtel and Vodafone, offering doctor on call solutions. They were only doing modern medicine doctors, doctor on call, and we had gone to them and told them, why don't you include Ayush as an option as well? So that post that in the CSC network, because they were doing healthcare service delivery as well, Ayurveda and homeopathy both were options given. So if you see allopathy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and obviously veterinary as the fourth option. So government adopting tele as a route for enabling consultations. And obviously then we all know during and just pre-COVID and during COVID, the e-Sanjeevani portal also opening a large number of door, and that's when I think there was that ambiguity around whether teleconsultations should be done, can they be done, will they be efficacious, is it legal, is it non-legal, is it, can the doctor be in trouble for doing telemedicine? That's when it all came to an end, and this is when it got formalized from the government side as well. E-Sanjeevani, we all know, has done, at 2022 was 3 crore consultations. Our center alone has done about 1.5 crore consultations since inception, which is documented. So I think the entire teleconsult route is something which has taken fancy and taken adoption very, very rapidly, even in the private organizations in Ayush systems. And over the last 7-8 years, it has matured from just being teleconsults to telemedicine, and now it is in that transition phase of a larger digital adoption. Why do I say that? So clinical decision support systems, unlike modern medicine, where there is a heavy reliance on diagnostics which comes from real-time monitoring, or like how ma'am had shown for trauma cases, for ICU monitoring and critical care room monitoring. How do you apply that in Ayurveda, and how do you take Ayurvedic telemedicine beyond just teleconsultations? So this was something which Jiva had done this project of creating a clinical decision support system for Ayurvedic doctors. Now we all know when an Ayurvedic doctor is consulting, it's sort of this black box. You go in, the doctor will tell you something, prescribe something, and then you go out. You don't understand what has happened, and is it data driven? How accurate is it? Was the diagnosis repeatable? What steps were followed to arrive at the root cause based diagnosis? So we had evolved this entire big data analysis driven decision support system for Ayurvedic doctor using 3.5 lakh patient data set. This was a paper printed in a European journal on big data analytics on Ayurveda. Basis this, some very interesting trend and data analysis had come out. For the first time, bringing out data regarding Ayurvedic consultations and diagnosis. I'm not going to go dig too deep into it. And which formed a foundational basis of powering this clinical decision support system for an Ayurvedic doctor for the first time. Now, when an Ayurvedic doctor is keying in symptoms into this system while he's consulting, the system is also prompting him that what could the possible root cause based diagnosis of this patient be? What are such similar cases in the database already in the past? What lines of treatments were taken, and what kind of success rates were seen with such patients in the past? So now the doctor is not just acting out of his intuition or his experience alone, but he's taking very, very strong data-driven decisions which is based on data. This entire platform is machine learning based, so which means every time a new case goes in, the outcome may be good, average, poor, but the system learns and thereby it matures this entire practice as much. There is a lot of work that has happened in the Nadi analysis in the diagnosis, wherein there are multiple projects all across the country, including some in the IITs, some in the private domain, and this is really maturing. Now, for the first time, what was all completely experience-driven of doing Nadi, there are devices which can start bringing out such analysis from a very sensor-based technology, which is evolving into an IoT-based system as well. Nadi Tarangini is one of them. So they do a pressure sensor-based system of doing Nadi. There are others which do HRV-based, and I'm sure very popularly there was one on Shark Tank, Ayurhythm, which most of you must have seen and come across. They work on both the models, one a B2C where you can take, they're piloting a wearable right now where you can wear it and it'll be for your own health monitoring, and this is for a doctor's practice as well. So there is a doctor's version. So instead of relying only on their experiential reading of the Nadi, they can use this device for Nadi. Again, this enables telemedicine because now this device or similar such devices can be placed anywhere and an expert doctor can be engaged elsewhere. There are some very interesting things that have come out of the data. Paucity of time, I will not deep dig into it, but very interesting to see that what some of the Shastriya concepts that are written in the system of how the metabolic fire and the digestive systems behave, the Nadi data sort of correlates to it very, very accurately. Some other distribution, Ekadashi, they ask us to fast, and if you see Pitta, which is the red line, goes down and is at one of the lowest points during Ekadashis, and which is why you should fast. So these are all concepts which were existing earlier in our belief systems, but this is now hardcore data backed. Some other interesting projects happening all across the country. Some are very interesting AI-driven projects that are trying to, like how ma'am was mentioning in the previous presentation, utilizing all this wealth of data to create predictive models of healthcare, which are based on Ayurvedic concepts of Prakriti, Dincharya, Ritucharya, Rasgun, Virya, Vipak, and the Ayurvedic terminologies and frameworks of health and healthcare. So this is one of them. Nadi Pulse is another, I think this is from the IIT Kanpur group, which is trying to do a similar device on reading Nadi. Ayur Sattva is another, there are many such organizations that are now doing telemedicine specific EMRs, EHRs for Ayurvedic consultations and recording that data. Not directly related to telemedicine, but I think Ayur Genomics is a very key project started at the CSIR labs. Dr. Mitali, who's now with IIT Jodhpur, is a genetic interpretation of what the Ayurvedic doshas are. And I think this will form the foundational structure of what data-driven, science-based, evidence-based Ayurvedic practice looks like. And this will create models which will further enable digital delivery of Ayurveda, tele-delivery of Ayurveda. Two other, the setup of WHO GCTM, the Global Center for Traditional Medicine, the first WHO outpost in any developing country. And I think the amount of impetus that this government under Prime Minister Modi's leadership has given to the Ayush systems is unprecedented. Very interesting, another long-term view, Ayush terminologies are now part of the ICD-11 framework. This will go a long way in terms of standardizing diagnosis, treatments, procedures, global linkages to it, enabling research, cross-research, integrative research for standardizing the delivery of care. Challenges and way forward, I think while this is the rosy picture, telemedicine with Ayush has a very, very long way to cover, probably owing to the fact that the science is trying to standardize itself, create a terminology and a framework of science-driven, evidence-based approach around it, while also keeping abreast with the digital and technology challenges. Lack of common standard consulting, documentation, and procedure policies is one thing, because specifically when you're doing something over tele and digital, you need to be doubly, triply sure because the user is not sitting right in front of you. Documentation and patient data is a gray area. Adopting the technology and tools beyond video consultations, I mentioned. You just don't do tele means you're doing a video consultation and that's the end of it. Another interesting thing, and this is something we've overcome at Jiva, is we tend to see as practitioners tele-consultation or telemedicine as a one-off consult and prescribe module. So once I've seen the patient, I've consulted, that's it, it's end of the story for me, especially with Ayurveda. Whereas this needs to be seen more as an integrated part of the larger continuum of care. How do I utilize this as an enabler for furthering my patient outcomes and lowering the cost of treatment being delivered? We have implemented a very interesting model where a nationwide network of expert Ayurvedic doctors are empaneled. So when an oncology patient comes from Bhavnagar, he's being consulted by a consulting doctor in Delhi who is being aided by a oncologist specialist sitting out of Telangana. So this way a very interesting model is created where beyond just a transactional view, it is taken. Sure, just last two
please,
slides.
30 seconds, yeah.
Just last 2 slides. So I think owing to this, from a way forward point of view, this is the healthcare stack that India is very uniquely positioned to present to the world. We have one of the best modern medical talent in the country. We have one of the most robust digital health and technology infrastructure and stack in the country. And we are home to the oldest traditional medical system, which is not just alive as a namesake. It's a very, very robust, regulated now system in the country. There was a recent study done by the Ministry of Ayush, and 80% of the people have experienced some sort of Ayurvedic medication on remedy on an active basis. So these are all very 3 active and living parts. Can we combine them together to give an integrative, digital-first, low-cost healthcare delivery model to the world, where Ayurveda is seen as a service? This is a very interesting slide as well, where everybody is mapped on their Prakriti, and we are doing prevention first and treatment as an exception. The government is just rolling out one of the most ambitious projects of trying to do 5 crore people mapped onto their Prakriti. We all know what our blood group is. We don't know what our Prakriti is. And that's the starting point. With that, I thank you very much, and I apologize for taking 30 seconds extra.
Thank you
This
so
is
much.
what Ayush has been over there.
Thank you, Madhusudan. Your talk was excellent. The way you pointed out how Ayush is coming mainstreams with the other telemedicine, it's excellent to see that it is happening in real time now. It's something which from the time of sages we have seen time again, and something which is now being put into real practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we should give a good applause to Mr. Jiva Man, because I've been seeing him for many years ago when he started this Jiva, and I must appreciate his dare to start telemedicine in Ayurveda, because we in allopathy also it was difficult to struggles, a lot of struggles still facing. That time when man came with Ayurveda telemedicine, we must appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And any questions to him? Yeah.
It's full of benefits. But there is a tussle in allopathy and Ayurveda, nationally and internationally. I have seen in US the haldi, turmeric, liquid, it is being sold in big malls.
Turmeric latte.
Everybody buys it. Okay?
It's called turmeric latte now.
And Indians have not come up to hammer that market. Chinese have with their herbs. It means Ayurveda will live, and Ayurveda is a good thing. And since evolution, man is using Ayurveda only. The allopathy came just 100 or 200 years back. Allopathy, no doubt, increase the longevity. That's the, maybe there may be other thing. So that's my observation.
This is a very interesting observation, sir, and I agree with you. And this is one of the key values that we drive Ayurveda with, is that yes, it is thousands of years old. It is a heritage with the country, but it should not be only spoken of in terms of a belief-based system. We have to be able to present Ayurveda in a global language which is understood in scientific terms and has data and evidence behind it. That's when it will become globally accepted. Otherwise, you're right. I will want to do it. You will want to do it because we understand benefits, or somebody who's done yoga has experienced that benefits. It will not propagate as a mainstream science.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madhusudan. Thank you. There is a question. Okay. 1 minute, Madhu. You have one more question.
I just want to make a comment on this thing because Ayush is becoming augmented healthcare delivery system in India and across the globe. But one thing, are you a part of this telemedicine activity and all that? Do your centers do the telemedicine business in their routine works? Do they do that? Because there's a huge potential of usage of telemedicine in Ayush.
Yes.
Ayush, both of them are picking up together, and they can catch the bus quickly.
Surely.
And they can reach to the destination. Both of
So
them.
in fact, so at Jiva, we had pioneered the entire adoption of Ayurveda with Ayush. So as of today, 30% of our entire prescriptions that are written in the organization come from the telemedicine route. And I'm happy to announce that while obviously our centers are there in the larger cities, 65 to 70% of the teleconsults that come from tier 3 towns, tier 4 towns and below. So places like Banki, Jhunjhunu, Churu, where people want Ayurveda, they may not know who is a credible source to go to Ayurveda. So you're right, Ayurveda and telemedicine and digital as a whole is a very potent combination, and it becomes even more robust if we're able to crack the integrative solution to it.
The two are complementary and supplementary to each other, and they can achieve the goal.
Yes.
Time is up. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now the session is telemedicine during COVID and post-COVID, the way forward, by our eminent speaker, Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta. Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta is a leading global voice in digital health and has played a pioneering role in shaping a domain of digital health, working with various multilateral bodies of government. And he chairs the United Nations Internet Governance Forums and Dynamic Coalition on Digital Health and Commonwealth AI Consortium for Capacity Building and Global Chapters. And his book, Digital Health, Truly Transformational, remains a global bestseller of the course book. Introduction, I think we have, it will not end actually, you can see a lot of page.
No, sir, it is
so we will start with that, sir. Your session, we are want to listen to you, sir.
If you continue, it helps me because I have nothing much to present. Sometimes that is good strategy, to have, and TSI also knows. I have a very long association with TSI, and this PGI is very, I would say, there are a lot of sentiments attached. In 2008, we had the last TSI conference here, and those who were present know how it has survived after that, and thrived actually. Right word is, that time it was a fight for survival, now it is thriving, and we can see this wonderful presentations. And I am very blunt to say I am here for Dr. R. Kim, nothing else. That's the reason I am here. He is in the audience, yes. Thank you, Dr. Kim. And how many of you believe if COVID would not have happened, digital health would not be where it is today? Can you raise your hands? So this is how we look at things. And the topic Dr. Kim and Dr. Shroff gave me was telemedicine during COVID and post-COVID and the way forward. No one knows the way forward, but certainly we know post-COVID. But let me give you a sense of, because I led a 127 nation study during the peak of COVID, which is there in my book, so I have some slides from that. I also led another study which was when the first wave was tapering down towards October, which was, I guess, 38 nation study. So let me present you the findings, but let me start and then we'll get into it. So how has COVID transformed health? So very interesting point is that besides 3%, 97% would adopt, which is even the margin of error statistically, plus or minus 5%. So this was a 120 nation study between April and June 2020 when we were at the peak of COVID. So essentially, I think when you asked the last part of my talk, the way forward, this slide sums up all. So the future is bright. And even today, if people have to go and search online, I think we saw talks in the morning from people. I think 3 out of 4 will go to the web. And essentially, we all have to be where people are searching, which is the virtual world. And 2 thoughts about, not only about medical information, even health related information. I hope I don't have to explain the difference between health and medicine. Web is still the first preference. 1 out of 2 people will still go to the web. So the message is that, we have to be where the people are, and they are in the virtual world. And at that time when I did this study, because the book came out in 21, so 20 I had written this book, Digital Health Truly Transformational. So they said between next 3 to 5 years, it will certainly impact healthcare. And we see that. We have seen the presentation right from Dr. Minu Singh of Emergency Ambulance to Dr. Alok Modi, Sunil Shroff. We have heard everyone. I think it's amazing to see how far we have reached and look at the time gap. And due to COVID, I plan to, this is one of the questions I had asked, but you look at 1/3 said that we will adopt digital health in my practice gradually. 14%, of course, we have outliers who say we will fast track adoption. And 1 out of 4 said we will not do digital consultations besides face-to-face consultation, which I think is broadly going to be the future. This is important. This is the second study that I led during the tapering of the COVID, when people start returning to see their patients. So if you really look at these 2 graphs, during COVID, post-COVID, not much difference. Not much difference. So eventually you will see that it will level off. I think the kind of things that we are seeing today, it was visible even in 2020. So now, to those who feel that COVID fast-tracked digital health, now this part is the follow-up. And as a policymaker who was involved in drafting the National Health Policy, National Education Policy, and the Viksit Bharat, I don't look at a few decades only. I look at millennia, not just few centuries. And this is interesting for you to understand, did COVID actually boost digital health? And was it the only thing that would have led to where we are today? Or without COVID, would we be doing still the same thing that we are doing? So these are the power shifts, and which are very important for us to look. So if a country was strong in agriculture, it was called a strong economy, strong country, or a region. We didn't have the concept of countries much, that was kingdoms actually. And that's why India had 27% of the world GDP. That was a time. Then if you were strong militarily, you were strong. So it was United States of America, it was Great Britain. So if you had great naval power, if you had great fire skills, you would be strong. Then it is trade. That's why China is today ruling, and America is fighting to get back, make America great again. But now it's technology. So if you look at these power shifts, what has happened is essentially the world has moved from agriculture to military power to trade and to technology. So every country is jostling to find out where we would be. So one thing you should understand, that this is a societal shift. And when societies change, it is not about commerce or economy. If you are still not following how the society is changing, you are still thinking COVID brought us here, which is to some extent true when you look at the surface. But when you look at the historical shift, technology's age has already come. Whether you are a doctor or a lawyer or in retail, education, anywhere, society has changed. How many of you are on Instagram? Can you raise hands? How many of you watch reels on Instagram? So look at, and let me tell you, it is not that these social media platforms are, bad or they cause addiction, not really. It depends how you use them. So society has changed, this is a technology age. whether COVID would have happened or not, we would still be doing that. And how? Let me walk you through that. So I think we saw Dr. Sunil Shroff's slide about knowledge doubling every few months. And I have 2 slides which are very core to what I do. And this is 4 decades old. They will never teach in the education system. Buckminster Fuller's knowledge doubling cover. So earlier the knowledge doubled 500 years. And I guess in 2020 it was 12 hours, now it is much more. The kind of things that we are doing, you saw Dr. Alok Modi's presentation of how you can write scientific articles using generative AI. So it's doubling much beyond. In an age where knowledge doubles every few hours, how on earth do we live without using technology? Any profession, any specialty. I think one question was asked, I think it was Dr. Sunil Shroff who asked, where doctors were replaced. I would say a lot of people ask this question, in the audience someone asked, well, doctors were replaced. First you should ask, how much are we using technology? Why are you worried about replacement? First start using technology. I mean, don't look at what the end game is going to be. I've been very clear, it's something that don't close your eyes to reality. Some parts of your practice will get replaced, some practices will get replaced. That's a fact of life. I mean, whether I say from here, I've said it 10 years back, or whether I try to be diplomatic, not telling you, I'll be terribly wrong. It will be replaced. I mean, people talk about driverless cars. I have traveled in driverless. So ATA is a big conference in America. This May, I decided to go to my ATA opening address using a driverless car. I didn't have a problem. We waited through traffic in Phoenix City, and I reached on time. And I used this again in the evening, thinking morning was okay, let me try in the evening and go to the dinner. Perfectly fine, no driver in between, I just was in the car. Came right at the spot, dropped me right at the spot, no worries. So I think technology is mature, and this is, as I said, is a societal change. Technology is just a medium. So it's, everything is going to get automated. So if you remember this knowledge doubling curve, it should wake you up that if you have not used it, you're probably behind. And this is second. Unfortunately, last year he passed away, and even his theory doesn't last now. The power of computing, if they would have taught us, this is almost like 1965 we did this. They were not teach us in school because it was a private guy. Moore's law, chairman emeritus of Intel. But if he told us, and if he knew Moore's law, he had written a paper on it, it was a scientific paper. What stopped us from teaching in schools? At least people would have known that every 2 years we need to change our curriculums, but we didn't. So now we get worried about technology. But these 2 things I think everyone must look at, and now there are more things that come every 3 months. So again, back to, was COVID the only thing? So I called it the 3 C's of digital transformation, 2019, 20 and 22. When quantum computing came, what the fastest computer would do in 10,000 years, quantum computer could do in 200 seconds, 3 minutes. So why did we wait for COVID? 2019 we knew that quantum was coming. I don't know if anyone can think about what was the biggest threat to healthcare from quantum computing. Can anyone tell us? Or for the web at large? Anyone who tells gets a chocolate from me next year in Telemedicon. Yeah, you have to wait for next year then, but the right answer has to be given now. The speed has to be this. Can someone tell me what was the biggest threat to the web on quantum? You know, this is the way we have to think. So let me not put you on the odd spot. Biggest threat will be on cyber security. The way quantum can break systems, you have no idea about it. If it can do the computing as fast in 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, or around 3 minutes in what fastest computer will do in 10,000 years, if it starts breaking the security arrangements, there is no cut that we have today. The only best part is everyone doesn't have access to quantum computing. The moment it gets democratized, we will have a great opportunity to find out what next then. But something new will come. We have still scratched, I still believe we have scratched the surface of what technology can do. Though my friend who is like Sam Altman says this is the biggest invention, there is nothing big coming, I still believe this is nothing. We have just scratched the surface. Then came COVID. Of course, we know, we all give credit to COVID. I still believe COVID or no COVID, we'll be still doing. Because next year, ChatGPT came. And now, when that came, no one talked. So this March, I was invited by the University of Kansas Medical Center and Mayo Clinic to talk to their leading gastroenterologists whom they had called all over the world. And I said, February, we had multimodal AI. How many of you know multimodal AI? Can you raise hands? Can someone explain me the meaning of multimodal AI? This is our challenge. We get so fixated on the narratives that we always go for what is always talked about. The big thing is multimodal AI, not generative AI. It's back. So we need to understand how technology is going to change. If you are in medicine, if you are in healthcare, you will need to keep looking at what is the new horizon. It will always get moved ahead. The goalpost will keep moving, or what's new. So what are the forces? If you really look at the forces, COVID was one, but as I showed you, this is a societal change. If the society is changing, very clearly, everything in it is going to change end to end. And waiting and watching is not a great strategy. Impatient startups. We heard about startups. We know about people who started doing. I know Madhusudan, I had invited him in Telemedicon in 2011. Then this year when we were organizing, I said, let's get Madhusudan back. So after 14 years, and let me tell you, he was just talking about India. I have a patient, I had written about him in my book. A patient from San Francisco read the book, did a consultation, he got cured. He messaged me back saying, the company that you wrote about, now my friends in San Francisco use, it's called Jiva. I said, thank you. We have to promote such people. A big clap for people like Madhusudan and his uncle Dr. Pratap Chauhan who took the plunge, and let me tell you, people like them do the heavy lifting and we enjoy the talks, we call them again. But there is a lot of money, time, efforts and life goes. There are a lot of people sitting in this room and on this dais who've invested their life for telemedicine. And today we are enjoying what they have done, nothing else. Of course, there's a share market and market share. You will see a lot of companies going out of business before the end of this decade, established ones. Let me also tell you, Google would be out of business. Can you imagine that? The ChatGPT search would throw them out of business. Why would you use Google? If companies like Google can go out of business, you can think there is nothing called big today. It's most advanced today, that's is going to survive. Not the most, what you call the fittest. The fittest is going to be the most apt for today, what we need. Then of course the cost of care. Having been on the other side of the government, I don't know how many of you have read the National Health Policy, the overarching line that I have put there, improving access, increasing quality, increasing access, lowering the cost of care. Lowering the cost of care is very important for me, and that's enshrined in the health policy. And technology has a big role to play, which is very well documented, and it's actually written in words which are granular. I have not left it ICT. There is a digital health ecosystem that I have written in this detail about it, which the government is now implementing. Value-based care is where we'll move to accountable care. Information free flow is happening. Today, I think you can check putting your prescription on ChatGPT, you can put your X-ray, and you can actually get preliminary information about it. I'll not use the word diagnosis, but information you can get that can give you the direction of where to go. Generative AI, multimodal AI is transforming the way we do things. Influence of the net. I don't know if you...
Life with diabetes can be a never-ending list of restrictions. No sweets, no roti, no rice. Life with diabetes.
I will stop. I will not play this video much, but the point I put this video is simple. If I say that I have Dr. Kim who has advised, of course Dr. Kim is a different league now, he was always, but if I say any doctor who is a leading endocrinologist and you see Boman Irani's video, how many of you will go to a place where Mr. Boman Irani recommends? It's simple, you know, today it's Boman Irani, tomorrow it will be Amitabh Bachchan. The stars will fall for money, not for clinical evidence. But today these ads are available where they say 50,000 people have been free of diabetes, they don't take medication. So eventually virtual world will be used with real actors to put real clinicians on the other side. So just be very careful that, and I'll give you an example. I'm a diabetic, so, and I was recommended, let's consult this young endocrinologist, very good, very famous, sits in one of the best hospitals in this country. And I go to her, I ask her, do you know DTX? She said, what's that? I didn't say much after that. I did take a prescription, started her medications anyways, then put my CGM. And then that person said, Rajan, why don't you send CGM readings to her? I said, why do I send to her? Did she prescribe me CGM? There are patients like me who will rely more on technology. And trust me, the numbers may be good at some point in time. So all doctors must learn about technology before the patient starts prescribing them. And that's the reality, that age we are living in. So for me, what is the way forward? Don't wait and watch. Start using it. Of course, web-centric patients are also there. These are shifts, and these are the real photos that I have taken in Japan. So one is the generational change. Please also don't think that doctors who are in their 70s or 60s or 50s are late bloomers or they don't understand technology. Let me give you the other side. We run a course on digital health with IIM Raipur. The doctor with the average experience of doctors is 20 years. Highest is 50 years. Medical oncologist. Former dean of KEM, 40 years plus. 35, 40 years experience is very normal in that course. Doctors are not averse of technology. Teach them with the right faculty. They are in for digital health more than youngsters. I mean, let me tell you, youngsters are there. I think out of my batch of 100, there would be 95 are people who have 20 years to 40 years and 50 years of experience. So a lot of doctors, that generational change is very different than you perceive. Don't go by the word. There is technology change. This photo was taken by me in Kyoto when I was attending the UN meeting last year. Even waiting for the train, they were on their mobile phones. And even sitting, I was standing with my colleagues and I took the photograph. Every single person is on the phone. This is a photo taken by me, not captured from the net. It's a train in Japan. And I was thinking, what would my colleagues say? I asked them, what do you think about it? They said, sir, addiction, very, very bad. I said, no, this is the new world for them. So you got to be there. It's not addiction. It's the way you look at it. Japan is a very, a country which manages tradition with technology and done it very well. So I think we all have to understand that we should not see technology as addiction, but technology as a world that we live in, and that's the reality today. And I don't think we are going off. So this shifts we have to keep in mind. There's a technology change, there's a generational change, and there's a behavioral change. Mobile today is our world. If you forget something at home, it will not worry. The moment your phone is not in the pocket, you will immediately realize something is missing, and that will not be missed most of the time. You may miss your better half sometime. So at the end, I have concluded that digital health is here to take over, and AI is here to overtake us. And this I'm not talking from theory, because this is not on one side I've written policies, I have worked with private sector across the world, I still work, and the other side I'm implementing. So I'm going to show you what we are doing. And these are pretty old stuff. I wrote this article 10 years ago. In 2 months, they should be 10 years. mHealth is the winner, software as a drug. You know what has happened in 10 years? India has approved 2 software as a drug. We call them DTX. One is for cardiology and one is for migraine. And when I addressed a few thousand pharmacists in Maharashtra in August, only one hand stood up to understand DTX when I told them patients would ask you DTX and you don't know them. So my challenge is, don't wait. Government is moving faster in technology than private sector. I can say you that with surety. I have been on that side for a long time. So I think don't wait and watch. Please adopt. And this is the second one. I was asked by the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, and I was invited to Bangladesh in 2019 to draft their AI policy. In fact, our neighborhood is much ahead of us. So that time I wrote data as identity diagnosis, health coach and drug. This is the reality. It's data-driven healthcare today. You need to understand it better. And time flies. This is also, I think, 5.5 years old article. But you could see the future that is coming. So it is not COVID, by the way. I want to draw home the point that you all raised hands that COVID changed. Not really. There was no COVID when Bangladesh government, Prime Minister's office asked me to help them draft their AI policy. There was no COVID 10 years ago when software became a drug. And we have been involved in this movement along with the persons who created. They sit on my board. And I can tell you that people are called mad at times, but they change it forever. What's the impact? Let me show you. So the number that matters here is that 83% change the decision based on online information. This is important. This is for gynecology. Patients use social media for augmenting their health information. And plastic surgeon and surgical procedures, 59 to 70% get, I think, searched on the web. And the last one is our personal research at the Academy of Digital Health Sciences, which is a gap that you all have to bridge. So 6 out of 10 patients know digital health, but 2 out of 10 doctors know digital health. Even if I asked in this room if you can explain me the definition of digital health, I'll be surprised pleasantly if I could get the exact answer. So that's the world we live in. It's a world that people associate with telemedicine and AI and EHRs, which is a very small subset of digital health, not the entirety. This is a report on digital therapeutics, so you know that all healthcare, whether hospitals or mostly the specialists, 85% workload is chronic patients, and 100% of chronic patients need DTX. That's a fact. We will not be able to do without it. It's a matter of 2 to 3 years, not beyond that. So you should get trained into this. There's a report you can download from Health Parliament app. You can download it, it's free. So I also run Patients Union. It's the first community of patients. And what we are doing, which the next version is coming in next 2 weeks. So what people talk that the NHA will launch the summary in next year. That summary will be available when it gets uploaded as the next version in next 2 weeks or less. Patients can actually put in their symptoms and get information on what condition they could have, which specialist they should go. Even we are integrating eSanjeevani on that app. And these are all free. We're not going to charge them ever. Patients Union, all service will be free, because what I found, even today when I was coming, I was telling my colleagues that I thank the director of PGI for allowing patients to be in the garden sleeping. But if I were sleeping in the winter in the garden, think what it would be. Patients have no say. But look at their pain besides winter. We have to find them solutions technologically. Most of them don't even need to come to PGI. We need to screen them right where they are in their villages or in their towns, because they take the precious time of the doctor for a routine stuff also most of the time. So I think a lot of things technology will change. And this is not new. In Kenya, I think Harvard did a study in 2008 and 9 where they scanned 15 million SMSs and messages out of phones, 15,000 towers. They figured out malaria was actually originating from Lake Victoria. This was the power of using data analytics, you may call AI. Dr. Kim is sitting here. He showed me the real prediction way back in 2012 in a hospital. He had a very primitive board on his reception. He said, Rajendra, I can tell you how many patients will come in today. And that time we didn't have good camera phones. And he told that we have done analysis of how many patients come on a single day. So today exactly I know how many patients would come. And I'm not saying he's sitting right over there in the first state. He was doing it in his center. And of course in Kaiser Permanente, the face-to-face consultations exceeded way back by digital consultation in 2012. It's a very old story that we talk about as new today post-COVID. It's actually wrong. COVID didn't fast track. Even COVID, no COVID, would be still doing this. So the conventional ways of treating patients are over. If you have not started a digital health journey, you are late. We do our bit in Academy of Digital Health Sciences, and you can see, I think your messenger is wrong in the time they're allocated. That will be much before time, but it is upsetting that they keep ringing the bell. AI chatbots scored 81% compared to human doctors at 72%. So you can see, if you had a choice and if you had evidence, whom you would go to. I would go by scientific evidence. I would not go simply because someone told me he's a great doctor with so many years. And once you take a wrong decision, this is it. Intel is in every computer. I see Intel logo on this computer where I'm talking from. Every computer has this Intel logo inside. Even the biggest company in the world on computers missed the race by taking a wrong decision. They said, this is all wait and watch, we'll wait. We are a biggest company, we don't want to take the plunge. Second quarter, they have reported a $16.6 billion loss, laid off people, and their CEO has said, we are not going to be back in competition soon. This is a company which has been around for a long time. They used to say, elephants can dance or cannot dance. 5 years back, this chap appeared, and Microsoft pumps in $10 billion in the startup. This was not to save Sam Altman, this was to save Microsoft. Now he's partnered with Google, with Apple, with Microsoft. Name a company, everyone uses ChatGPT. So you could be one of Sam Altman in the future, or you could be one on Moore's law, who created Moore's law, and they are not going to be anytime competitive soon because they ignored what was going around. I think my message for you for the future is this slide is more important. We doing our bit. So in the Academy of Digital Health Sciences, we have courses for people from nurses to doctors, and these are courses taken by people. Our goal is not to create students, but leaders who will lead the digital transformation. I'm very clear on that. Only professional courses. We're not going to ever get into undergrad courses, but train people, and this is offered in collaboration with IIM Raipur. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra. It was very enlightening to show the shift that has happened from agriculture to technology, and how technology is now creating so much opportunity also in general for everybody, be it doctors or otherwise. So if there are any questions, happy to take those now.
Someone mic to Miss. Mic, yeah.
Very good presentation. Thank you, Rajendra. I wanted to know why you have used the word impatient startups. I thought they are influential startups.
What do you say?
Impatient startups as one of the...
Startups are never patient people. Ask me. I have one. They're very impatient. Even in the government, I operate like a startup. I used to say, we need policy. People used to say, why you need policy? I said, I need it now. So NHM would not have come. NHA would not have come. I said, we need a new organization. He said, we have NHSRC, we have NHFW, we have ICMR. I said, and any new organization like a startup. So I believe that startups are very impatient. They want to do things, no frameworks, they will disrupt healthcare. Sam Altman was a startup, impatient.
That may be in general, but in the context of your slide, they are one of the influencers.
That's why they're impatient, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I'm happy no one understood. Thank you.
There is a question. Yeah, there is a question.
You can stand or you can sit and ask, no problem.
Mike,
you will get the same answer. I don't use Gen AI.
Thank you so much. Sir, you said that COVID was there, but we were getting telemedicine in any case. But I think COVID was the kickoff. Yes, I understand e-Sanjeevani was already started in 2019, but wasn't COVID the reason why it actually took a hit? And then at the same time, I mean, this is the second part. When you said that
can I answer the first part, then get, because you know, my cognitive skill set after pre-lunch are very low. So let me answer you. Sanjay and I have been working for a long time. Sanjeevani was not started in 2019. It was started in 2002. E-Sanjeevani was ready in 2002, and I have been privy to that. Within the government, we had the Disha, we had done everything ready. So when COVID came, we had to only release it. Nothing was new. You can ask Sanjay, will be here I guess today or tomorrow. You can ask Sanjay. E-Sanjeevani started in 2002. We were all ready. So it's not new.
Oh, didn't have that information. Thank you for
History is more important than science.
Sorry, I
but
just
have
have
she has second
quickly.
question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So you also said that people are asking you, is technology going to replace people or doctors? However, is it not unethical that technology entirely replaces doctors? I think it can't, because it's there to aid the doctors rather than replace their jobs, simply.
See, if I have to be diplomatic, I'll answer the same thing. But I'm not diplomatic, sorry about that. I have millions of people who have access to nothing. So what do I tell them? I don't have doctors for you, I better give them AI, even if it is 85% accurate, I do something for them. See, Mr. Nadda, I worked with him as an advisor from 16 to 18, we had a very clear understanding. And let me tell you, no doctor studies for 12 to 14 years to go back to a village where there is no infrastructure. Should we mandate them and force them to go after studying and spending actually the best part of their life is in a grueling routine to become a doctor, and then we say go villages and serve them? Our problem that we didn't create infrastructure in villages for decades. Why should we ruin your career? So that is where this digital health was born in the government. Say, let's put it in the villages for people. So I think let's be clear. Wherever there will be gap, see, Lord Tennyson has a very interesting poem. Those who have not read, you should read that. Old order change, yielding place for new, and God manifests through that. You cannot do that. You cannot say that whether doctors, I am still saying it, and go back and watch 2015 as address of HIMSS chairman. I said, if you don't use technology today, technology will not need you tomorrow. And I say this in PGI still, and the minister was in the audience, by the way, the health minister. And I still say, some specialties will get totally replaced, much better off, and I am very clear about it. Some specialties will take time, but the question should not worry you whether they will replace you. First, use it. People are not using it. My problem is 100% of you should use it. Replacement we will see. You have to be ahead of technology to not be replaced. You know, if you think better than what technology can think, you will be indispensable. And just remember that technology doesn't change anything. It's the people who use technology change things.
Absolutely, very well said. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Banu.
We can take this offline, please. We have run out of time.
Yeah,
Sorry about
I'm here for 3 days. As long as Dr. Kim is here, I'm here.
Just
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you so
Rajendra.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a comment only, sir. Mr. Pratap, just 1 minute. Do you think we have become a part of the change that has happened around us? Is it part of the change management or the business process engineering has already happened there, and we are a part of it without knowing that the change has happened? Do you think the technology is taking over like that?
You can discuss with him over lunch,
management
please.
has already happened, and business process engineering has already happened, which are the important components of the e-governance. And
Thank you, speakers. It was a very, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we really need to keep up with the time. Thank you for conducting the session. So moving forward, we have a very interesting session lined up now, which delves into a very important topic, which deals in health promotion and prevention. And to conduct this session, may I request the honorable chairpersons. First, Dr. S.V. Kulkarni, sir, who is Professor and Unit Head in the Department of Medicine at MGM Medical College, Bombay. Professor Dr. Nusrat Shafiq, ma'am, who heads the Clinical Pharmacology Unit here at PGI. And Professor Dr. Ambuj Roy, who is a Professor of Cardiology from AIIMS, Delhi. So I'd request the chairpersons to grace the dais, invite the speakers and conduct the session. And I would strongly request all the speakers to kindly maintain their time schedules. Thank you.
I will skip slides which sound a little repetitive because it was so beautiful. And in the interest of short of time, so history of telemedicine, as we saw, a surge of it in the COVID era, and pre-COVID because of limited adoption and some infrastructural gaps that they were there, it was not there. In the COVID era, we saw a massive uptake due to the shift to the virtual care during, it came due to the lockdowns, and people were, and there was a rapid deployment of these video consultations, the mobile apps, and the remote monitoring tools. I would like to, there were a lot of lessons that we learned through during the COVID, that it could be, the telecommunication could be so interesting in continuity of care, and there was increased acceptance both from the patients and the doctors also, and the healthcare providers in using these telemedicine platforms. However, there remained a challenge because of decreased accessibility in the rural areas and limited digital literacy in the older population. The privacy and the security concerns remained. Now I'd like to share how lifestyle medicine, which is actually an emerging branch in mainstream medicine, which focuses on evidence-based lifestyle interventions to prevent, treat, and manage chronic diseases. It is very, very interesting, and I'd like to share my experience that it is amazing how just change in lifestyle, and we've all known this during the COVID, we've seen it during the COVID times also, that it can increase immunity, and it changes even all the metabolic diseases, which is a huge burden today to the government. So the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine include diet or nutrition, physical activity or exercise, stress management, restorative sleep, avoidance or decreased use of risky substances, and positive social connections. So one or more of these pillars, when addressed, in more than 85% of chronic diseases have been clinically proved to manage and reverse, to manage and treat, go into remission, chronic diseases. So, but there are amazing, there's a huge ecosystem of wearables and apps and telecommunication platforms that have been created to create a very sophisticated ecosystem in order to reverse, manage, and treat these lifestyle diseases. So there are a lot of apps for nutrition, which for meal planning, meal tracking, calorie counters that are available for physical activity. There is Garmin and Fitbit, wherein we can measure everything from HRV, heart rate, step counts, and these are then connected to the cloud, wherein the data is directly transmitted are available for virtual coaches, is connected to a peer community, wherein you get regular nudges and information training to put you back on the track which you would have decided as a goal for yourself in order for that particular pillar, lifestyle pillar, in order to reverse diseases. So there are so many sleep monitoring tools. There are many tools which remind you about sleep hygiene and again nudge you to the correct habits. Stress management, mindfulness tools. There are lots of virtual apps available for CBT, and so these continuous tracking and instant feedback help people stay on their health journey. And these apps and lifestyle medicine help all in prevention, early risk detection, monitoring, and telemedicine. So the apps also are gamified. There is real-time continuous feedback, and there is social connectivity in terms of virtual support groups and challenges that are given to help them stay on track. However, it remains a challenge still to access, for the rural populations to access these. And here I would like to share a few case studies. One of them is from Livongo for diabetes, wherein the patients were given connected glucose meters, which was synced with an app. The app provided real-time feedback, trends, and recommendations. And it was very interesting that 74% of the users actually reported reduced glucose variability within 90 days, and 95% felt more confident managing their disease. This included a glucose meter from the app going to the cloud for recommendations and trends by coaches and doctors, and telemedicine consultations being given. There was another study for hypertension using telehealth and remote monitoring by MedStar Health, and here a BP was measured daily using connected monitors. The data was transmitted to the healthcare providers and lifestyle modifications given. 69% of the participants achieved target BP levels within 6 months, and patients showed improved adherence to diet and exercise recommendations. So it was a long-term thing. Dean Ornish is known as the father of lifestyle medicine, and he with his 4 pillars, which is eat less, move more, love more, and stress less. And he's shown amazing reversals for chronic heart diseases, and has about 30 to 40 years of research data behind him. And he turned online during the pandemic, wherein virtual group sessions for plant-based nutrition, education, yoga classes, and stress management workshops were given. There were wearable devices to track their activity and heart rate, and telehealth consultations were also given. And there were significant improvement in the cholesterol levels within a year. 91% of the participants actually adhered to the lifestyle modifications due to peer support. So this again just goes to show what we have been discussing, that digital health, when used, used in every form, whether and connected with telemedicine, teleconsultations, can be very effective in managing the chronic diseases. Noom, which conducted again a study. This is a app for managing meal plans and for weight loss. So they tracked meals, weight, and activity. Virtual coaches were available for personalized advice and daily motivation. And there was a virtual community again, and 78% of the users showed weight loss within 6 months. And again, long-term habits of portion control and better healthy eating were adopted. Similar, Quit Genius, there was the program, and they did a similar study with CBT, telemedicine, and app-based tracking. And patients were given, again, quit goals in the app, and CBT was used, cognitive behavior therapy was used to help consult patients, personalized coaching, and nicotine replacement therapy was also done. And 52% of the users achieved smoking cessation within 6 months. There are numerous mental health apps that are available, and this was a study, Mind Strong Health, which was done, in which again the activity was tracked using very subtle things like typing speed and screen time to evaluate probably the mental status of the person. And based on these trends, telemedicine providers gave virtual consultations, and CB2 tools were also used, and 45% reduction in depressive symptoms were seen. So the barriers for full implementation include the digital divide, the lack of internet access that may be in rural areas, and training to the healthcare professionals, which is very, very important, and their openness to it. Sustaining the momentum post-pandemic, though we did see a surge, but it's not where it was when which we saw during the pandemic. There is a need in order to bridge this urban-rural divide, telemedicine and digital health. So wearables and our apps are a huge deal. There is a great use of mobile phone by over 700 million people, with 700 million people across India. However, but there are we're not sure if all of them are conversant with the use of apps. So there needs to be more digital literacy, more awareness. There need to be data safety concerns need to be addressed as well. Data breaches, which may be there in security gaps. So these are things to be addressed. But because there is so much of these available in local languages, so there is an increased adoption. Affordability gets so much easier when we are doing lifestyle medicine through digital health. So using the positives, as we address the challenges, there's a long way for us to go, and we look forward to probably better advances in the 5G networks, if there is more AI-powered telemedicine tools, which makes it still easier, and for better accurate diagnostics. So this would be the way forward for us to go. Telemedicine has evolved as a critical tool for bridging healthcare gaps and empowering individuals, and it supports sustainable lifestyle changes and chronic management irrespective of location. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shefali. She's a pathologist, but lot of interest in lifestyle medicine, and she has authored 3 books, Mind Sutra, Transforming Woe to Woe, and The Journey Within. Madam, we will take all the questions at the end of the session because the stream is the same. Word.
Thank you, sir. And with this, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Anchal Agarwal, who is a radiation oncologist by training, and she will help us walk through her experiences and those of others in the field of cancer for long-term care. Thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, Dr. Shroff and the entire organizing team for having me here. So, in the interest of time, I will start my presentation, which is continuity of cancer care through digital health in a cancer patient. So, as Dr. Gupta was asking in the previous presentation, the definition of digital health is defined as using the use of information and communications technology in support of health and health-related fields. So coming to a little background, why digital health is important in cancer. Over 19 million people were diagnosed with cancer globally in 2022, and about 10 million deaths were there due to cancer in 2020. For every 1 lakh people, 439 new cancer cases are reported every year, and out of which about 1/4 dies. The intensive development of various therapies like immunotherapies, targeted therapies, precision radiation oncology, and minimally invasive surgeries, they have led to improved overall survival in cancer patients, and some cancers have become chronic diseases. So there are more survivors who are living with complex healthcare needs, and this faces a substantial strain on healthcare services, often resulting in cancer patients and their caregivers not being able to access or receive timely and adequate care and support which is needed. Why it is relevant in India? Because more than 65% of the population lives in rural areas, as pointed out by Dr. Madhusudan also in the earlier presentation. However, 75% of the healthcare workers and more than 60% of the healthcare facilities are based in urban areas, challenging adequate, equitable distribution of healthcare services. In rural areas, as people have to travel hundreds of kilometers and they will have to lose their daily wages to see a doctor, so they often ignore their health and prefer to bear the burden of disease. So to mitigate the urban-rural healthcare disparity, sorry, it was mentioned 2019 on the internet, but as mentioned by the earlier speaker, in 2002, the Indian government launched the e-Sanjeevani telemedicine system. So digital health technologies are emerging technologies like smartphone applications, electronic medical records, wearable devices, sensors, decision support systems, and various online tools which are there to prevent in prevention of diseases or improving the existing healthcare systems. So what should ideal digital health solution should look like? It should be user-friendly, operational throughout the course of their disease. It should be engaging, customizable according to their individual needs. It should also provide psychological support. It should be efficient, patient confidentiality has to be there, and then it should be able to secure their data very safely. But in real world, there are a lot of challenges with these technologies also. So coming back to my topic, which is the digital health and the use in cancer care. So in cancer, digital health is useful from preventing the disease, in screening and diagnosing the cancer early, in treatment or symptom management of the patient's survivorship issues, and also in end-of-life care. So coming to the first part of my presentation, how digital health is important in prevention of cancer. Digital health tools excel at identifying patients who are at high risk of developing cancer, enabling proactive interventions and potentially reducing long-term treatment costs. These tools utilize predictive analytics and data from various sources, including genetic composition, lifestyle behaviors, which a particular population is having, like if a population is indulging in smoking, alcohol, or whether they have poor dietary habits. So they are able to track all that and medical records of a particular society in order to identify individuals who have elevated risk of cancer. And early interventions such as telling them to modify their lifestyle, regular screenings or preventive therapies can be recommended depending on what comes in the preventive protocols. It also helps to mitigate the economic burden of treating advanced stage cancers, which are more expensive and resource intensive. Now coming to screening and diagnosing the cancers early, the use of technology like mobile apps, online platforms and wearable devices, they help to improve the efficiency and accessibility of cancer screening programs, including reminding individuals about upcoming screening sessions, assessing risk factors, collecting relevant health data, and facilitating communication between patients and healthcare providers. So it helps them in educating the patients, also helping them in awareness campaigns regarding the signs and symptoms of cancer. It also helps them in reminding via SMS or email or app alerts, where people can be reminded about their upcoming screening appointments, improving adherence to recommended screening schedules. Also, there are various risk assessment tools which help us in diagnosing these patients early. A little bit about genomic sequencing. It involves a comprehensive analysis of a patient's genetic makeup, providing valuable insight into genetic mutations and variations associated with cancer risk. It helps us in prognostication and predictive response of the various therapies. By deciphering the patient's unique genetic profile, we are able to provide individualized therapies to these cancer patients. Then coming to liquid biopsies, these are minimally invasive diagnostic tests which help us in analyzing various biomarkers, including circulating tumor DNA cells and circulating tumor cells present in the body and the body fluids of the patients. These tests enable us to detect the cancer early, also help us in monitoring the treatment efficacy and tracking the disease progression. These are very minimally invasive procedures. This gives faster results and captures tumor heterogeneity as well. Coming to radiomics, it is the advanced imaging analysis techniques to extract quantitative data from the medical images like CT scans and MRIs. And this also plays a crucial role in treatment planning and assessment, guiding oncologists to make informed decisions about therapies and interventions. Now, it also allows us to give teleconsultations. It helps us in data collection and analyzing the data in order to make various guidelines, and it has also patient portals. Now, how it has helped us in real world, in breast cancer, if we see, it gives us reminders. There are various apps which gives us reminders about the mammograph, self-breast examination tutorials and risk assessment tools. In cervical cancer, it gives reminders about pap smear test and HPV testing, educating on cervical cancer prevention, and hence the digital health in cancer screening helps us in increasing screening uptake. It helps us in detecting cancer early. It also helps us in tailoring the personalized therapies for cancer patients, and it is cost effective as well. So these are some evidence-based papers which have looked into this, how screening protocols have been helpful in cervical cancer, lung cancer, then colorectal cancers, breast cancers, and also oral cancers. Now coming to the treatment or symptom management, whenever we are treating cancer patients need not be there in the premises of the hospital. They can be at home, they can be admitted in the hospital, and they can be at their work. So management of adverse reactions remotely during cancer treatment, be it chemotherapy, radiotherapy, or some adverse drug reactions using EMR, wearable devices, or telemedicines, it enhances patients' convenience and quality of life. Also, we are able to monitor their clustered symptoms which are there because of various ongoing therapies to them, and it also helps us in motivating them to adopt healthy lifestyles or behaviors which can actually change the outcome of their cancer management. Then there are various multidisciplinary tumor board meetings which can help, including where surgical oncologists, medical oncologists, or radiation oncologists with pathologists and radiologists, they discuss each and every case and then decide what is good for the patient. Now, digital health generates vast volumes of data that fuel research and clinical trials, and these invaluable data sets accelerate our comprehension of cancer biology, treatment effectiveness, and the development of novel therapies. Then there are a lot of AI-driven clinical decision support systems which integrate vast data sets including patient data, medical literature and clinical guidelines to assist healthcare providers in making informed and personalized treatment decisions. It also helps us in drug discovery and development because there are a lot of AI and computational modeling are leveraged to expedite the identification of potential drug candidates, predict the drug interactions and optimize clinical designs. So it has an efficacy in this field also. Then we are able to monitor the patients remotely by wearable sensors which track their vital signs, physical activity, sleep, health and well-being. Then teleconsultations are available. Then mobile apps and patient portals helps to support and engage cancer patients throughout their journey by providing them educational materials, medication reminders, symptom tracking and seamless communication with their healthcare teams. So these are evidences in support of what I just said. Now coming to the next part, which is the survivorship. As we are seeing that cancer has become a chronic disease, so there are a lot of survivors who are present at a particular given time. So psychological distress has a negative impact on the patient's quality of care and quality of life, with poorer treatment adherence, immune functioning and compromises overall survival. And digital health interventions help to improve the pillars of lifestyle, as mentioned by Dr. Shefali also. So there are a lot of issues of cancer survivorships. We want to prevent and monitor the cancer recurrence or metastasis. We also want to monitor and manage their physical symptoms, their psychosocial monitoring, promotion of healthy behaviors and improvement of undesirable behaviors, and also patient has to be a part of that. What is the impact? According to a study, these healthcare interventions using digital health, if we implement on real-time patients, there is a significant benefit in patient-reported cancer fatigue, quality of life and depression. It also reduces the symptom severity. It reduces cancer pain. It helps in improving the survival, helps in reducing the emergency visits, unplanned hospitalizations and hospital days in these cancer survivors. This was again a study which showed that advanced lung cancer patients, if they were managed using digital health, it helps in improving their overall survival. It has shown the benefit in various cancers like breast cancer, where the drug adherence was more. So overall, all these studies have shown that it has improved survival. Now coming to the end, which is the end of life or bereavement or home and hospice care. Through telemedicine, whether it is audio or video consultation, we can improve or help these patients when they are at home and not able to travel to the hospital. Remote patient monitoring can be done using various devices. Patients can be educated and counseled how they should, how the patient as well as their families need to be educated whenever there is a terminally ill patient at home. Then there are various support groups which can help. Medication adherence has to be there, and then they can also be automated follow-up and scheduling. So this is the National Cancer Grid. It is a network of major cancer centers, research institutes, patient groups and charitable institutions across India, which mandate in establishing the standards of patient care for prevention, diagnosis and treatment of cancer by providing specialized training and education in oncology and facilitating collaborative basic translational and clinical research center. So technology should be helpful. So this was one very interesting slide. As we are talking about digital health, so patient needs to travel less to the hospital. It also helps us in creating less carbon footprints on the environment and also helps us in maintaining a more greener environment through video consultations, e-diaries or applications to collect patient-reported outcomes. So digital interventions can close gaps in access to and the quality of non-communicable diseases and mental health services and help to raise awareness. And as I have shown a journey of a cancer patient, it helps a cancer patient in each and every step, starting from the prevention to early diagnosis, to management of symptoms, to survivorship, and also when they are terminally ill. Thank you.
Thank you. Through so many scopes that are available for digital health in cancer care. In the interest of time, as said, we'll have the questions at the end. Thank you.
Actually, we are at the time of the day when food for thought is replaced by thought for food. But still, we have one last talk, and I would invite Dr. Anjali Nakra to speak on the role of what we all carry in our pockets, digital wearables and digital apps on health. She's a lifestyle physician and a co-author of book How Healers Heal, and her areas of interest are obesity, behavior change, and mind-body medicine. So, ma'am, stage is all yours.
So, a very good afternoon to everyone. Like already said, I think everybody is hypoglycemic right now. So, I would want to know how many of you are wearing a CGM here. I would love to have your reading right now. So thank you to the organizing committee and especially Dr. Shroff for inviting me here to talk on the impact of wearables on lifestyle diseases. So the outline of my talk is on the burden of lifestyle disorders, something about mHealth and wearables, the evidence of using them for lifestyle diseases, the clinical integrations required, the challenges and limitations, and future perspectives. So I'm still waiting for the CGM readings, if anybody can share. Okay, let me ask a simpler question. How many of you are using a wearable right now? And for the telecommunication conference, I think the show of hands is very less. Yeah. Okay, so the burden of lifestyle disorders. So chronic diseases like diabetes, hypertension actually account for 70% of global deaths annually. And India is known to have the highest number of diabetes cases globally, said to be the diabetes capital of the world in the coming years. And obesity rates have tripled in the past 3 decades globally, contributing to a rise in related comorbidities. So the ICMR INDIAB study is the largest survey on diabetes and other NCDs, and it showed pan-India, and it gave us the projected numbers, which is abdominal obesity 351.1 million, the hypertension 315.5 million. I mean, these numbers, how do we manage them with the current healthcare systems? And they also checked on the rural versus urban divide, and while there is a difference, but it's the rural setups and the rural sector is not too far behind. So lifestyle diseases are a major burden on healthcare globally, and disability, the years of life lost with disability and mortality both are affected. So our reactive healthcare systems currently will not be able to handle that, and we also need to reach the semi-urban and the rural settings with targeted interventions for each setting. Optimal management is not possible by occasional visit to the clinic or the hospital. So this, Dr. Shafali has already mentioned, this is the logo of American College of Lifestyle Medicine depicting the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. So a PubMed research a PubMed analysis shows that the number of researchers on wearables are rising exponentially. But this research is still currently in its infancy, with more studies adopting for observational research design, having small sample sizes, and focusing more on healthy individuals. mHealth and wearables, I think everyone here is aware of them. I will skip this. So wearables are physical or contact and chemical sensors, or they are also called the first generation and the second generation. The second generation wearables depend on biofluids. It could be interstitial fluid, saliva, sweat, tears, breath, or even urine. And the wearables, the physical sensors, I think we are just in an era where we don't, I mean, imagine anybody can imagine where to put tattoos, implantable sensors, I mean, which are not even evident, is the future. But only a handful of wearable technologies have been approved by organizations like US FDA. And most commercially available wearables are classified as non-medical devices, and although some software may be accurate, they cannot support clinical decision making without legal regulation. So a medical grade wearable should have an interface that couples to measure a physiological parameter of clinical significance. There should be continuous and extended wireless monitoring to be meaningful. It should be capable of being distributed as a regulated medical device, and the interface with the healthcare ecosystem should be there. So the benefits are, they shift the focus from reactive to proactive healthcare. They empower patients and physicians with real-time insights into various health parameters. Some of it has been already talked by Dr. Shefali. So nutrition, the logging food in real time is not only just by apps, it's also by biosensors these days. Physical activity can assess the step count, the gait, the distance covered, all these, there are so many apps for it. There's so many variables for it. Sleep, even this is one of the more recent addition by many of these wearables. Sleep, each stage of sleep can be assessed, and wearables like Whoop, Fitbit, Apple, Aura, AJ Protect Pillow, all of them have are being used. Aura Ring users report 25% better sleep efficiency. Stress is measured by various ways. The HRV, cortisol by biosensors, all these are helpful to assess the stress, and from the management perspective, many mindfulness apps are helpful. DAY-1, SoberLink, Tempo, Embrace2, Smokebeat, all of them are wearables for alcohol and smoking cessation, and mindfulness apps are helpful here too, to support them as they are during their de-addiction phase. Social connections, the groups and the communities that are possible through these wearables and apps increase the adherence to the fitness routines through group competitions. So the role of wearables is at primary, secondary, tertiary, and palliative care. So the continuous tracking leads to behavior change. The wearables help in early diagnosis and follow-ups, leading to better outcomes. Even diseases like Parkinson's disease, pre-diabetes, pre-hypertension can be diagnosed years before the onset of symptoms. From the diabetes perspective, CGMs have revolutionized the diabetes care. Foot sensors can help us with managing diabetic foot well in advance. BP monitors for hypertension, other diet, exercise, all these variables for obesity are helping us to manage these diseases better. And cardiac rehabilitation has been also, there are special variables for cardiac rehabilitation which can ensure that these patients recover well and move towards normalcy. So these gadgets do more than just keep track of data. They also provide goal-setting capabilities and boost user motivation. The behavior intervention model states that because wearables allow users to set goals, they encourage healthy behavior, and the user can review the data, get guidance, and acknowledgement of accomplishments. So gamification, social accountability, nudges, all these are ways in which these wearables can help patients to move forward. So there is plenty of evidence. So the gist of these reviews is that these devices significantly improve factors related to metabolism, psychology, physical activity, fitness, and body composition. And they predict that wearable devices will play a greater role in the field of healthcare. However, more research is needed to explore further implication and application of these wearable devices in the medical field. This is regarding the cardiovascular wearables for cardiovascular health, Apple Heart study, the TIM heart failure study, which worked on patients with heart failure, and they showed optimal hospitalizations and better outcomes. Of course, there were some mixed results, but the positives were more. The MS TOP study used again for cardiac arrhythmias, used a biosensor compared to the Apple Heart study, which used a Apple Watch. So from the diabetes perspective, there is CGM, of course, has been literally a game changer for diabetes management, and these devices have proven to improve glycemic management for people with type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. They also have, compared to the home monitoring, they have been proven to lower HbA1c and to give better glycemic control. So both CGM and even intermittently scanned CGM can reduce HbA1c levels, and but the impact of these devices on body composition, blood pressure and lipid levels remains unclear. So we still need to have a lot of work to do in that field. So the integration of wearables in healthcare is the key, and how to have the data into the healthcare system is important. So with the help of machine learning, deep learning and AI, this is, we can analyze these data and we can give personalized and lifestyle recommendations. Challenges, of course, the usual, the right algorithms, affordability, accuracy, and the integration into the telehealth and EHR should be seamless. So this is what it should look like, and even it should, as it could even act as a trial system if there is something, some data which has been interpreted, could even tell us, okay, whether the patient needs a teleconsult, hospitalization, or needs to come in person. So the promise of mHealth is the continuous and passive monitoring, bias reduction and data accuracy, population level health insights, and the opportunities to integrate them as policies. And in a case here is the Digital Healthcare Act passed in November 9, 2019 in Germany, where healthcare providers in Germany can prescribe the healthcare applications to patients covered by statutory health insurance. Of course, these wearables have to go through to be going through all the legislative procedures, and this DIGA Act has proved to be very effective. So the challenges, many of them have been covered already. I'll just name them. Overwhelming data overload and interpretation both for physicians and patients, privacy and security risk. The equity is very important, and I think that is one of the important things that we should work on, that it should be available and affordable. Sustainability of engagement and integration with machine learning, AI is essential to make them actionable. Integration with electronic health records. From a patient's perspective, anxiety and stress is seen when they are using wearables. In fact, 1 in 5 AFib patients wearing wearables experience anxiety. On the other hand, there are people who, the person who's, people like who we use the term quantified self, who are obsessed with data. And of course, the misuse, and though they can be used beneficially, the data can be used beneficially, but use and misuse both by insurance companies and employers is something to look for. So the ABCD recommendations were basically for cardiovascular disease, but I find they're useful for any chronic disease or any lifestyle disorder. We need to assess the device, assess the literature, assess the regulatory approvals, assess the price, the best practice guidelines, see what is the benefit to the patient and what is the benefit to the clinical practice, and the healthcare system, check the clinical workflow integration, data rights and governance, data storage and privacy are important. So this is what I think the future looks like when we are using multiple sensors, and integrating all this into precision medicine. And this is for diabetes. This would be for nutrition, where we are not just looking at food, we are looking at how they are chewing their food, what is the swallowing, what gestures, what is the time taken for a meal. All these can be integrated into personalized nutrition plans. And this is the impact in geriatric medicine. It makes patients more mobile, gives them more confidence to be able to venture out because they are wearing wearables. So to conclude, evidence supports the use of wearable devices in NCD risk assessment and disease prevention, diagnosis, management and rehabilitation. But large, well-designed trials are needed to establish their advantages. Challenges that hinder the widespread adoption of wearables in clinical practice, concerns for the device accuracy, patient privacy and cost, and how to separate actionable data from the noise. And finally, overcoming these challenges requires various stakeholders to come together, including regulatory policies, tech experts, and necessary education of healthcare professionals is important. So from identifying arrhythmias to encouraging health behaviors, wearables and apps are no longer optional tools. They are essential in tackling the epidemic of lifestyle disorders. And the future of lifestyle medicine is not in distant horizon. It's on our patients' wrists and phones right here, right now. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here. And I think before everybody's blood sugar plummets, I think I can. So this is my LinkedIn profile. Okay, I think they've removed it. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions, or everybody wants to rush for the lunch? I have got question for Shefali, that do you have any app in which you can take a picture of the plate and that will give approximate carbohydrates, proteins and vegetables? Yeah, please.
So, yeah.
Anyone can
answer. So yeah, there are. So they have come up recently. There are pictures. You can take a picture, and then in fact, if you can put in the ingredients also, so there are pictures, and I think that's been a game changer, because in my practice, I have tried, asking people to log in their food and all, but there is always a hesitation. But since this technology has come in, it's very off, and it gives us not just from a lifestyle medicine perspective, it gives me also a indication of how their plate looks like, how the portions are, and but yeah, this is possible. In fact, it tells much more than just the the numbers on the macros and the micros.
Thank you. Please don't miss the first post-lunch lecture. It is about tips, trips and tacks and the traps of telemedicine, and I am going to be the faculty. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Ishlisha Kelkar. Ma'am is Associate Professor in Digital Health Center of Excellence, Nasik. Ma'am's special area of interest is in community medicine, public health and digital health implication.
A is for your appearance, actions and appearance, behavior and body language. C is communication skills. And in communication, skill doesn't mean talking. Communication means 98% listening and probing at a right point to get the right answer. You should be decent enough. Even you may be consulting with your classmate. Don't use your class language there. Okay? And you have to have etiquettes. People, feel when the more and more people go senior in the medical field, they are ashamed of introducing themselves. I have to tell. My name is Dr. Kulkarni. I am a MD medicine physician working for last 42 years. My current age is 70. So they get the first impact. Okay, that's somebody who is senior enough, because if you go to my Apollo website, Apollo Navi Mumbai, my experience and the rest of the team's experience is same. If the come together. So they come with lot of expectation. And if you talk to them, that is the first thing which gives them confidence. Confidence cannot be brought on milligram, microgram, picogram level. You have to earn about, and that is possible with this ABCD. There are few very peculiar Indian phenomena. Number one is the unisex baby names. There are certain 365 names which can be either male or female. Okay? Rohini can be boy or girl. Dr. Rohini Handa was traveling with me. I asked him, sir, right there, Dr. Mr. Rohini Handa. He was traveling from Mumbai to Pune. Then you can imagine. In Pune, Rohini is a very famous name for girls. There is a matchmaking site by name Rohini. And when I was traveling yesterday, my name is SHRIRAM. There was a South Indian booking clerk. He made it SRIRAM. I was stopped at all the three places. But I have to tell them, South India में SRI होता है, North India में SHR आता है. तो अभी मैं मुंबई से चंडीगढ़ जा रहा हूँ, तुमको कुछ problem नहीं होगा. You have to be witty at certain times. Identify yourself, howsoever you know the patient. Name must be spelled right. Difference between I and double E, U and double O. Some odd modified names may be numerologists suggest. There are huge I know one Ajit who is AAAJ double triple ET because he wanted some 7 words, vowels in the name. Ambiguous name common in both sexes, Rohini, Sheetal, Kiran, Harsh, Manik, whatever it may be, Meda versus Mega, all finer details, but it can make a lot of difference. Your appearance and gestures make a lot of difference. Don't talk like कुत्ता पीछे पड़ा ऐसा बात नहीं करने का. क्या हो रहा है तुमको? कितने दिन से हो रहा है? कैसा होता है? Don't do like that. You should have some way to improve your presence. So what is the first thing? The light must come from front. Otherwise you look like Sai Baba. There is a light behind you and there is a circle around your, a big aura, that as if you are some saint. Diffuse light is preferred. Get those umbrellas. Please don't use yellow light. Yellow light is very disturbing. There should not be glare on spectacles. A ring light can be placed even on the mobile or on the backside, in front or just at the side. It can be around. Please go for 5,000 rupees HD camera. We doctors are, everybody's blood group is F. We don't buy anything, especially the physicians. Everybody, we expect somebody to gift us, especially the pharma. So buy a good quality camera. The moment you switch from the original camera to your appearance changes, like from a makeup Sri Devi to non-makeup Sri Devi, then reverse, vice versa. Even it can fit on the mobile also. So buy those kind of lights. Are you wearing a white coat? If you are not, please wear it during your telemedicine consultation, and please print your name on your white coat. It is very impressive for the patient, because telemedicine consultation is 75 to 80%. It is the eye exposure and what you see there. No need to reframe how we think about. Whether it is in office, in hospital, telemedicine, I think that we should concentrate in the first triple packets of our, that we should be in a position to help the patient. You should identify the red flag signs. I should not mistake a patient of MI when the patient says that my left hand is getting heavier, I am having tooth pain and I cannot climb the stairs. I don't have chest pain. But the rest of the thing, they tell me that he is likely to an MI, and I look at a face, ghastly face, a white face, that should tell me very quickly that I stop this consultation, you go to the nearest operation. Please do have some opening script. Introduce yourself, confirm identity, location, privacy, who is present around, orient to your setup, create a safe space for medical care. You are doing your consultation, wife is going from one side, then son is coming on one side, the maid is cleaning the floor. Don't do that. That is actually breach of the HIPAA compliance. So there are lot of things which come into this. So I'm going to share this presentation. Now, please go for home monitoring equipments. Please tell your patient that you should have home monitoring equipment. Point of care, blood pressure, pulse, SpO2, perfusion index, respiratory rate, glucometer, temperature. Even somebody gets a, am I here, madam? In this auditorium, I can take a ECG without cable, without jelly, and I can diagnose whether the patient has got. I got a very simple thing I can show you later on if you are interested. Standard care for telemedicine, that is the standard of care for in-person care or a duty. That is a duty to escalate. The second point after appearance is how we speak. Sound, tone, volume, it makes a lot of difference. Use a microphone or earphone. Try to eliminate high-pitched background sound. This is the biggest enemy. Car horn, mixer, vacuum cleaner, TV, radio, other mobiles, a dog barking. These are the things which are going to create. It is better, wired is preferred than the Bluetooth, and please confirm about your voice quality. How to identify how you are audible to the people. Sit in a isolated room, close your eyes from external side and just see how you are sound to yourself. That is the way in which you are getting it. Pamper your appearance, boost your image, color combination, neck or bow tie. Your badge must be worn on the chest. Light makeup around eyes to conceal dark circles. I have to do that. My wife is very pertinent about it. Check how to look by a screenshot on your own PC or screen. And please don't keep very jazzy, very odd positions. You know, कुछ तो लंबा लंबा कान में डालने का, हीरा वाला चश्मा. Don't do that. That gives a negative impression. Then active concern listening to the complaints. Encourage more description of the symptom. Ask other member of the family. If not understood, ask to repeat. Senior citizens, most important. And recheck about comorbidities. Confirm medical trade names. Sometimes confusing and chaotic. There is a huge problem when the two drugs, Susta-Met 50 versus Susto-Met 500 were confused by one of my patients. One drug is used to treat diabetes, another is to treat erectile dysfunction. So friend, don't miss this. Don't take non-verbal clues. Listen to the understand. Avoid interruptions. Don't get distracted. Withhold. Don't be judgmental. वो ऐसा ही है. मैं उसको 70 साल से देख रहा हूँ. This patient is like that only. Okay. Add deeper questions. Slow down. Proactive audience. During consultation, be vigilant. Stay safe. Stay guarded. There is something called as a rescue net. Many undisclosed diseases or medicines, mainly epilepsy, psychiatric medications, patients don't disclose. On top of they say that you don't worry, I am on it for years. Always make a clear safety net for yourself, caregiver. If no response, go to XYZ, ABC, nearest your hospital. Don't waste your time. Then please check basics of your electric connections and Wi-Fi. I have seen stalwarts in clinical medicine, you know, suddenly their screens going off saying that the battery has gone down. So invest in basic technology. Don't buy the best, but at least mid-range. Never settle for a poor Wi-Fi. Backup of hotspot and can have more signal change of the provider depending upon who is going to provide the signal. So always combine Airtel with Jio with, you know, other. So please review, recap, relearn, reinforce and reciprocate your telemedicine practices. We strive for one goal only bilaterally, that is our improving patient outcomes with telehealth. Now I am coming to the last 1/3 of my presentation in 4 minutes only. Can AI augment telemedicine practices in India? Yes, it will bridge rural-urban healthcare. The diagnosis and decision support system, it is always the checklist manifesto. Like if you are not read a book called A Checklist Manifesto by Atul Gawande, please do read it. It is one of the best books which will make change in your life. It relieves me language and triage barriers, efficient triage and efficient scheduling. There are a lot of patients in Mumbai who will like to see me on Saturday and Sundays. The best time to see them on Sunday is in the morning when everybody is relaxed. And we are seeing it on telemedicine. So there is no question of your staff coming and there. Making it personalized, cost-effective and focused care. Yes, personalized treatment plans, drug delivery and recommendation, please always don't forget to check drug interactions. Give me list of all the drugs and you will find out at least 3 or 4 drugs which are going to prolong QT interval. If you don't stop 1 or 2 out of them, after 15 days you will get a message that the patient has died suddenly. It can form a cost-effective solutions for that. Epidemics, pandemics and accidents, crisis. I was working for 25 years in a place called Kopoli between Lonavala and Mumbai. And it is chicken snake of the country. It is a left anterior descending artery. If there is one accident, the whole Mumbai-Pune road is blocked. But here, my GPS, things like drone will definitely be of help. Accessibility during crisis, accidents, use of smart AI-aided navigation and map. Aslesha works in a place which is the road which combines 3 or 4 major cities in Mumbai. But how to come to MGM hospital, a good GPS can tell you 5 different ways apart from the conventional. Friends, is it always cool and green on the other side? No. There is always some challenges: digital divide, data privacy, cultural acceptance. We can overcome that in healthcare challenges and provide equitable, efficient and quality care to the diverse population of the country. Friends, AI, digital technology and telemedicine. Recollect your childhood. It is like cycling, swimming or horse riding. Please adopt it, use and practice. तुम्हारे मुंह में पानी जाना चाहिए, साइकिल से गिरना चाहिए और घोड़े ने तुमको फेंक देना चाहिए. Then only you will enjoy everything. You may find, hospitals like this after some time that I am a AI enabled or ChatGPT enabled hospital and it will change logo. Friends, be optimistic, informed, empowered, futuristic. Atal. Why Atal? This is a Atal Setu in front of my home. It connects Mumbai and Navi Mumbai, 23.8 kilometers, marvel in the country. You feel so proud when you are driving on that you are in India. Like that, telemedicine also has gone a very long way. We have got stalwarts here in field of telemedicine who have seen right from the infancy. So, build a bridge of knowledge of AI and digital technology that will help not only you will earn more, you will have good family time, you will have good name and your patients also benefited. Friends, I cannot forget my class of 1974, Miraj Medical College. My family, my teacher, Dr. R.D. Lele, if you are interested, I can give his autobiography PDF form, and he is Dr. Sortur, still active, alive, 92 years and practicing in Miraj. If you want to go to Miraj, you must go and see him. So, where AI can be taught? I always end with this: AI cannot be taught, it has to be learnt. So, how you can learn? Here we are, doctors AI. Alok is one of them. I am being the senior most and the most Mohandas Harappa person. I am the patron of that organization. And please don't forget to join this organization by scanning this QR code. And we have got a 2 days virtual summit. So please learn, share, practice, talk and teach telemedicine and AI. Do scan this. The material of this conference is available for 3 months online. So chairperson madam, I end at my Swiss precision. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. That was perfect, on time and bang on. Talking about the basics, the nitty-gritties and of teleconsultation. I believe none of us are taught these. We are just thrown into the pool, how to swim. So when COVID pandemic happened and this took a surge, we didn't know how to do teleconsultation and we designed our own mechanisms and ways. But here you are talking about all this, telling the younger ones especially, we still have a long road to go and yet to learn many more things. Thank you, sir. Yeah. And this will eventually, I feel, help the digital health in India and improve personalized care.
Alok has a question.
Yeah, sure. Now open for any questions.
I just have a comment to make. One of the best talks as usual, terrifically good. No wonder I call you the Bhishma Pitama of technology, very fondly, and he fits that label very nicely.
Absolutely.
My only suggestion was, what you just spoke should be a textbook chapter. And
Yeah.
this is so good. It is so fantastically spoken by you. They should actually come out as a textbook chapter for the undergraduate and postgraduate students.
Thank you. We should utilize all the contacts, all the
Yeah,
people who have come
absolutely.
here.
So as I said, we are thrown into the swimming pool and we have to swim. Nobody knows how, but you have taught us how.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other
And,
questions?
as a proof that so many people were there, I have to take one picture for my wife.
Any questions? Any other questions?
Someone can click for you, sir. You please come here, join us. Join us.
So, yes. Thank you, sir. Right. So, sir talked about the digital body language, if I may say, sir. The digital body language and the soft skills in the digital world. We are still, our students, our undergraduate, postgraduate students are still grappling with the soft skills on ground. And here we are with some of the guidelines for digital soft skills or digital body language for doctors or future healthcare providers. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with those simple pointers. It was really amazing. Ma'am, here we move on to the next session. So we have Dr. Krishna Kumar from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome, Dr. Krishna Kumar, sir, from Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Sir is CEO and founder director of Naxon Life Science Private Limited. He is, his areas of interest are digital events, healthcare camps for masses, and organizing webinars and healthcare events.
जनवरी से 26
Exploring innovation in healthcare services in pharma sector. We have few of, just to name a few achievements of Sir. It is very much in comprehensive telemedicine services in various gatherings, including the Kumbh of 2019. Pioneering services include preventive healthcare campaigns, accessible primary healthcare support, specialized teleconsultation, awareness programs, and health camps. Some more to just enlist, maybe distribution of essential medicines, innovative telemedicine initiatives brought, preventive healthcare to the forefront, and ensuring uninterrupted medical support to the massive gathering of people at the Kumbh. Welcome, sir, and we are very keen to know from you.
Thank you, Chairperson, for kind words.
13 जनवरी से 26 फरवरी तक 45 दिन प्रयागराज में महाकुंभ भी होने जा रहा है।
Aren't you all set to come and regenerate yourself in the Mahakumbh 2025 in the heart of Uttar Pradesh, Prayagraj? Good afternoon to one and all present here. My profession name is Dr. Krishna Kumar. My dream's name is Naxon Life Sciences, and my passion is Telemedicine Society of India and telemedicine services. Your minds might be blown away by the presentation that have been shared with you, and now it's time to a different one. Therefore, get ready to dive into the spirit of the auspicious occasion of Mahakumbh 2025. The overall focus of this presentation is the digital innovation with phygital activity through Swasth Samagam, that is Healthy Kumbh. Health is a wealth is a quote with which we all are familiar, but are we with Swasth Kumbh? I could see the confused minds now, but they wouldn't be like this. Let me explain all this through my presentation. This mega event would be organized by Telemedicine Society of India, Uttar Pradesh chapter, under the supervision of Telemedicine Society of India, national body. There are many stakeholders shown their keen interest to associate with us to synergize their experience STBMI like STBMI Lucknow, PGI Chandigarh, Telemedicine Society of India, Madhya Pradesh chapter, Naxon Life Sciences, Intel Healthcare, Academy of Digital Health Sciences, MedBoard, and Nanosoft Global has taken a lead, and many other stakeholders are in pipeline. This is the table of content with which I would like to proceed further. It is the world's largest gathering held every 12 years, which includes saints, sadhus, and pilgrims from all walks of life. These are the few glimpses of our activities during previous Ardh Kumbh in 2019, 2020, and onwards. This includes general OPDs, along with the preventive health care camps and telemedicine services during that time. Some of the genial personalities have also visited and participated in camps. We have also won laurels and supported by these dignitaries, such as Hitartho Health Minister Honorable J.P. Nadda sir, famous film director Sri Subhas Ghai ji, and other top Mela administrations and officials from Uttar Pradesh. Watch the upcoming videos and his words of wisdom in next slides. That I would like to inform that 2019 was an individual capacity as a company. Now we want to showcase this strength of Telemedicine Society of India and capability of telemedicine.
टेलीमेडिसिन का ये जो कार्यक्रम यहाँ चल रहा है कुंभ मेले में, ये बहुत ही अच्छा है और इससे बहुत से मरीजों को लाभ उठाया है उन्होंने। स्पेशलाइज्ड कंसल्टेंसी हुई है। मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं इस कार्यक्रम को।
Let us now look forward the geographical parameters of Mela. Telemedicine is core connect healthcare nowadays. We are talking about the AI and other activities. Kumbh 19 was witnessed by 24 crores pilgrims. It was 55 days longer on 45 square kilometer of area. The floating population at any given of time was 70 to 80 lakhs. So we given the services on preventive health care, primary care support to government agencies, specialized teleconsultation as sir told, awareness program of different NCD and CDs, and distribution of medicines through boat and other events. I am happy to share that here, midterm conference was organized on September 20th and 21st at Prayagraj by TSI Uttar Pradesh chapter. Like telemedicine at your doorstep, we have organized the same at doorstep of students, and more than 700 students has participated in this event at 3 different medical colleges and university. So that was United Medical College, Medical College of Allahabad, MLN Medical College, and University of Allahabad in Physics Department. So one of the special session was organized during midterm conference on the topic sharing and strengthening the government and administration initiatives, mass level digital healthcare like Kumbh 2025. We were blessed by the Mela authorities from Prayagraj as well as from government of Uttar Pradesh. Few moments are here. Well covered by the media also. Enjoy the activity during the midterm conference at glance through this short video. It was showcasing the strength of telemedicine and Telemedicine Society of India to the UP authorities. Kumbh 25 will be scattered in the area of 50 square kilometer. It will be 45 days long event from January 13 to February 26. And more than 40 crores pilgrims are expected to visit. The whole city of Prayagraj is decorated with painting and props nowadays. This event is dominant by health activity this time, very well. All hospitals has reserved their capacity, minimum 25% of their capacity for the pilgrimage. So Netra Kumbh is also a very prominent event there now, which is a collective effort of more than 25 NGOs and charitable organizations. 5 lakhs screening and 3 lakhs chashma distribution along with the 50,000 surgeries are planned under this mega event of Netra Kumbh. The establishment of same will be made in 11 acres of area, and they are planning to invite the volunteers from different parts of the cities, and many organizations has participated in this event, and they need to give their services at least minimum 5 to 7 days, and they will be provided free of cost living, boarding and lodging. So we are planning in this same direction. Telemedicine Society of India with UP chapter has offered for some activity during this Netra Kumbh. We are going to organize 6 to 8 event, that is 1 event per week in their camp, that is in Netra Kumbh. We have also offered our 1 kiosk in their camp for promotion and awareness of membership drive of Telemedicine Society of India. So the objectives of Telemedicine Society of India is promotion and propagation of telemedicine services. This event will meet all those objectives, that is preventive healthcare camps, special immunity sessions, healthcare conferences and big masses about Telemedicine Society of India to global community, participation of skilled and expert resources from TSI and enduring legacy. Proposal for Telemedicine Society of India to conduct own camp during this Kumbh. The details activities are here in next slides one by one. That is awareness about telemedicine services during the camp and continuous education on different teleconsultation videos and telemedicine conferences of our society and TPG guidelines, and offer educational videos to the visiting person. Another objective of Telemedicine Society of India is expansion of telemedicine services. Towards, we will engage to entrepreneur to help to set up the telemedicine center and answer queries about operation and maintenance. So online and offline consultation will be there, and huge TSI membership drive can be established during the same event. So involvement of new people as a volunteer, it may be online, offline. So
Sir,
involvement
I request you to please conclude.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So collaboration is the main part of this event, that is collaboration and close working with authorities and doctors of Government of Uttar Pradesh for long-term association of TSI as a consultant. So next a special session will be there as I discussed, and just main and very important appeal to the society as well as audience here, that how we can contribute and volunteer ourselves and from TSI itself. So volunteer yourself and doctors through their services, and doctors, it may be online, offline as told, and showcase your company work profile also there. And most important is CSR activity. We need your support for funding and other event. So this is my appeal to you and request to Telemedicine Society of India, please actively participate and support on this event. So how you can proceed? Please give your availability window at least, and there is Telemedicine Society of India camp is there, right, stall is there, so enroll yourself and give your details. We will connect. And what we can offer, support in accommodation as well as in entry permission, because that will be very crowded and that will be very challenging task. So this is my contact number, and very crowded it will be, so don't fear. So just give your number, we will connect and take your services. Thank you. Any suggestion, any question, please come. And here I would like to thanks my team. There are many people involved in this event initiatives. Mr. Inder Pratap Singh from SGPGI Lucknow, Dr. Murthy Ramela is itself involved always, and Mr. Uma Shankar, he is Secretary of Telemedicine Society of India. Dr. Rajendra Prasad is also here, he has also supported, and many other organizations, and in their personal capacity, they have extended their hands to support in this event. So please do come and support in this event. Thank you.
I will suggest, doctor, to have one app or one type of camera software which is called as a Pushpak AI.
Yeah.
So that Pushpak AI, what it does, that now we are here 100 people, but somebody is coming with an unusual possession, like a stick or a cricket bat, or if somebody's right wallet of the pant is excessively larger, that he is having a pistol or something in it, it picks up it very quickly. It is supposed to even pick up the emotions of the people. Those who are anxious, those who are frustrated, those who are hostile, and those who are furious. It is a image recognition software. It is very good. Please go to the website. It is a Hyderabad-based company. I don't have any shares in that, but it has helped so many of my friends' hospitals in detecting the mood of the people who are waiting outside.
Thank you, sir. Sure, we will inculcate this facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Shisha.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker?
I think everyone is spellbound.
Yes.
By the Mahakumbh.
Yes, it is sheer numbers that brings the goosebumps on all of us when you talked about the numbers and the area that is going to be involved and the immense effort that's going to be put together by TSI and your company. So congratulations and all the best. Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
And
you.
I thank both the speakers. Yeah.
Move on to our next session by Tele-Ophthalmology Society of India. To chair the session, it's my honor to call Dr. Kim Ramaswamy on stage. He is a senior consultant with Arvind Eye Hospital, and he is world renowned for his work in the field of diabetic retinopathy screening using AI and deep learning algorithms. He is currently the president of Vitreoretinal Society of India and also the president of Telemedicine Society of India, and has currently been listed as Stanford's top 2% researchers in the world. Also, we have Professor BNR Subudhi to co-chair this session. He is the chairman of Ruby Eye Hospital and LASIK and Retina Center. His area of interest is community ophthalmology, and he is also a renowned writer with multiple publications. To moderate the session, we have Dr. T. Senthil, who is founder and CEO of WellCare Health System. Now I'll hand over to Dr. Senthil to moderate the session and take us ahead. Thank you.
Just first, Dr. Gurvinder Kaur, she wants to speak. Let us speak first. So Dr. Gurvinder Kaur, first speaker to start. Yeah. Dr. Gurvinder Kaur, she is the currently professor head of the department of Dayanand Medical College Hospital, Ludhiana. She has already published 29 national and international publications and areas of interest mostly pediatric ophthalmology, cataract, strabismus, glaucoma, retinopathy prematurity, and she has received a lot of awards and mostly received Premchandra Award for the best paper presentation vision screening by the school teachers in Ludhiana district, and other awards being the second best paper presentation, best poster presentation, and more than 50 papers and posters in various regional, national and international conferences. So I present Dr. Gurvinder Kaur to give the talk.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank TSI for giving me this opportunity. So tele-ophthalmology is like telemedicine in eye specialty, and eye specialty is already technology-driven specialty. So I'll be talking about glaucoma, strengthening the fight for vision with telemedicine. So telemedicine, I don't have to go through the WHO definition. Telemedicine means medicine from a distance. So these are the spectrum of eye diseases which are usually covered in tele-ophthalmology, and mostly the most prominent things which are covered in tele-ophthalmology is the retina things, the diabetes and the ROP, retinopathy of prematurity. But nowadays glaucoma is also picking up in tele-ophthalmology. Glaucoma, the main problem with glaucoma picking up in tele-ophthalmology, there are a lot of things which we have to investigate to diagnose a patient with glaucoma, so that leads to a lot of constraints for tele-ophthalmology. So a survey by AIOS, the All India Ophthalmological Society, in 2020 showed that currently only 17.5% doctors are practicing teleophthalmology, whereas 98%, that means almost 100%, people really want to put teleophthalmology into practice. And more than half of the people are already using EMR. So we have a platform for teleophthalmology. So glaucoma is a disease for people who are not driven. Glaucoma is a disease which causes the damage to the optic nerve, mainly because of increased intraocular pressure, and it leads to irreversible blindness. The word irreversible is important because that means if you do not have access to eye specialist, and you can go blind if you have glaucoma. So teleophthalmology for glaucoma is very, very important. And glaucoma is actually very rampant. After 40, there are high incidence of everybody developing glaucoma. So telemedicine in glaucoma will help mainly the people who do not have access to the eye specialist, we need to reach to the unreached through teleophthalmology. So these are the few components. In glaucoma diagnosis, you need to check the intraocular pressure, and you need to have the fundus photograph. You have to have some investigations, OCT and perimetry. So all these 4 things have to be there if you want to diagnose glaucoma. And then you have to do teleconsultation, counsel the patient, give them support and education. So there are 2 ways by which you can do, synchronous and asynchronous. So usually when we talked of telemedicine, it's actually teleconsultation. So you are consulting, you are talking to the patient, you're giving them advice. So that's a synchronous technology. Whereas most of the eye diseases, it's a asynchronous technology where a healthcare worker will click the photographs or do the investigations on the patient, upload those photographs, and the expert sitting at another center will see those photographs and the investigations and then give the prescription, which is then handed over to the patient by the healthcare worker. So in between you have a healthcare worker. So there are various ways. Either the healthcare workers can go door to door with their equipments on the mobile eye vans, or the patients can reach to the vision centers. The centers are usually placed near to the villages and so these are not very high-tech eye centers, but they have the preliminary equipments with them. So to check the intraocular pressure, so these are like handheld equipments. So usually there are bigger equipments which are installed on slit lamp. So these are handheld equipment. So eye care tonometer and the tono pen. So those kind of equipments will tell you intraocular pressure at the doorstep, also at the home. Then we have handheld slit lamps which can be taken to the home or the patients to the vision centers. Then there are handheld fundus cameras which can click photographs. So these are not stationary things. They are not. These are portable, so they can be used for teleophthalmology. OCT is one thing which is still not handheld, is not there, portable is not there. So for that, patients have to come to the vision centers. But OCT is a technically more difficult reading investigation. So it is actually nowadays AI integrated. So it flags off the abnormal areas. So the technicians or the healthcare workers can actually see which areas are, which reports are normal and which are abnormal. Then visual field testing, it also has a bigger machine which is not portable, but nowadays some companies are coming up with portable perimeters. So these 4 investigations put together, when sent to eye specialist, that person, the doctor, ophthalmologist, can tell whether the patient has glaucoma or has a high risk of glaucoma. And then they can teleconsult on the video with the patient directly or with the healthcare worker. So teleconsultation in glaucoma is very important because glaucoma is a lifelong disorder. So you can't only control it, you cannot cure it. So you have to have an ongoing management schedule with the patient. You need to see whether the patient has any side effects, whether the patient is adhering to the medications, whether you need to modify the medications. And because it is a lifelong disorder and has visual implications, so sometimes patient support system also has to be maintained. Adherence, so the medicine adherence reminders can be given to the patient through teleophthalmology. So AI and machine learning are nowadays getting incorporated into all the fields and especially ophthalmology. So when AI gets incorporated into ophthal investigations, it becomes very easy because then you can actually use anybody who is trained to use the machine can actually see red or green signals, and because of the AI incorporated, and send the reports and find out easily whether the disease is there or no.
So there are a lot of benefits. I don't have to actually elaborate on the benefits of telemedicine in glaucoma. The main things are it improves the access. So you are reaching the unreached. You are going to the doorsteps. It's more convenient. So the traveling is not there. Because the traveling is not there, hospital visits are cut off. It is cost effective. And you can have better monitoring and continuous frequent monitoring, which is again very important in glaucoma because it is a lifelong disease. There are challenges because all the equipments in IE, they are all machine driven and the machines have to be learnt, but that's not that difficult. But the main challenge here is two. One is training the healthcare workers to use the machines. Number two is the initial infrastructure cost. These are two main hindrances. Rest can be taken care of. Connectivity issues are not that big. Data security, everybody is now talking of telemedicine and data security, privacy, how to take consents and all. That's a big problem. Accuracy in case of, obviously, the machines cannot replace doctors. They are accurate, but sometimes complex diseases, in that cases, the investigations may not be that accurate. And there, actually, the patient may have to go to the doctor and have a in-house consultation rather than just depending on the teleophthalmology machines. So I would like to conclude that teleophthalmology is the only way forward, and especially for diseases like glaucoma, which are lifelong. And it helps in remote monitoring of the patient. It proves the access to specialists, and it offers a cost-effective and convenient follow-up care for long-term disorders like glaucoma. But again, it is very important that telemedicine in case of glaucoma should be used in conjunction with the traditional inpatient care, especially for complicated glaucoma cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Govinder. I think it's a very important area of ophthalmology, especially a disease which can make you blind without your knowledge. Silent killer is something many people don't know, and they come present to you in your clinic with advanced disease when you cannot do anything. I think this is a very important part where telemedicine can play a major role in identifying these patients early on before they actually start losing their vision. It's only if you experience that people who have glaucoma will realize the danger of having glaucoma. It's such a silent killer and irreversible at one point. So telemedicine definitely will play a long role. And then recently with all the AI-based tools, they are enabling that it's becoming much more effective in identifying these patients early on. I think soon we will have those tools integrated in these ophthalmic devices for early identification. Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Purvendra. The next presentation will be by Mr. Senthil Tamilarasan, Dr. Senthil Tamilarasan, who is the founder and CEO of Virtual Healthcare, WellCare Health Systems. He is an ophthalmologist turned entrepreneur. He is one person who has shown telemedicine can be a good business model. Believe it or not, Dr. Senthil moved from his ophthal practice to become a full-time business entrepreneur deploying telemedicine as one of the ways of screening people. So we'll listen from Dr. Senthil about how telemedicine can be a good business proposition. Incidentally, telemedicine, Teleophthalmology Society of India is a new society formed recently, about a year back. The main driver, Dr. Subudhi here, has been instrumental in it because of the huge number of teleconsultation that happens by the ophthalmologists. Over to you, Dr. Sundar.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kim and Dr. Subudhi for inviting me to talk about this important topic. My talk is going to be very different because most of the time you are seeing about all the different types of telemedicine, but I will be telling you about how to make revenue out of it, because I think everything also revolves around money. So if you are able to make a good business case out of telemedicine, I think that is when it also can scale up. So I would explain over the next 10-15 minutes about my journey over the last 8 years into teleophthalmology, where I converted myself from a regular ophthalmologist into a virtual kind of an ophthalmologist, and also established a very viable business model. So, and I will also be talking about various other business models which are present in teleophthalmology. And maybe this case study can also be helpful for all the other specialties of telemedicine, basically, because telemedicine has now moved from a charitable kind of a model into a for-profit model with so many companies and ventures coming in. And let's see how we can actually do that. So actually, starting with a small quote, the difference between market takers and market makers is in the product innovation, but the business model innovation. So there are so many different types of telemedicine products and telemedicine technologies and diagnosis available, but how do you make that is into a business model innovation? And that is what will make all the difference. So let's see how to do that. I think with the telemedicine practice guidelines, which was during the COVID time, it became very legal to do telemedicine, and that changed a lot into the business case also, because even in our company, before the telemedicine practice guidelines, there was a lot of question when we approached investors whether this is legal, is the government supporting it, and do you have any documentation about telemedicine being practiced in India? And with the practice guidelines coming into force, it became very legal to do that, and that changed the business model for many of us. So what are all the different types of teleophthalmology? So just like any kind of physician consultation, there can be a direct to patient teleconsultation where the ophthalmologist talks to the patient directly. The second model, which is more better, because ophthalmology as a specialty, like the previous speaker was telling, there needs a lot of instrumentation, because we cannot practice ophthalmology just by speaking to the patient. We need to have a lot more information from the patient, right from visual acuity to color vision to anterior segment, the image of the eye to the retina. So it is not, by the consultation, it is not like psychiatry or any other dermatology where you can do the diagnosis and treatment just by consultation. We can do teleophthalmology in association with other centers like diabetes center or a healthcare facility or a general hospital or even an optical shop or an optometrist clinic. So that makes it more viable because you get a lot of information from that center, including the visual acuity and all the things which we need to diagnose a patient. So traditionally teleophthalmology was also practiced using mobile vans, where we go into the community using those mobile vans with all the technologies and the equipments and then screen patients. Hospitals like Arvind have innovated the model of vision centers, where the hospital as a branch of it establishes a vision center to connect the patients where there are no ophthalmologists available, and then those patients get treated remotely. And the most viable model which I have followed and successful is also the diabetic retinopathy screening, because with so many diabetic patients in India, when you screen these patients, because there are only 23,000 or 25,000 ophthalmologists in India and millions of patients with diabetes, and all of them needs to get screened every year. It's remotely, it's not possible to screen them without a technology being used. So diabetic retinopathy screening can be a good model financially and also in terms of impact creation. And there is a disease called retinopathy of prematurity, where newborn children, premature babies are born, they have a visual problem in the retina, and you have to screen them. If you screen them, you can prevent them from going blind. So there can be usage of teleophthalmology in retinopathy of prematurity screening also. So this is the direct-to-patient teleconsultation. So basically, when somebody wants to have a consultation with the ophthalmologist, they just dial through a video consultation and they talk to the ophthalmologist. But as I said, there are lots of limitations in this, but still it can be used as a second opinion creator. So if you want to have just a second opinion, you upload your documents to the doctor and then you can talk to the doctor directly. Many hospitals also use this as a kind of a marketing. So you can have a teleconsultation thing on your website, and before the patient actually visits you, they can share some of the reports to you and have a consultation with the doctor. So that way it is helpful. So then this is the consultation, this is the direct-to-patient teleconsultation, and then we can also work in association with other healthcare facilities where the devices are already placed, like a diabetes center or maybe a optical shop, where the basic testing which we needed are already done, and then the doctor talks to the patient. This is more viable and this is more economically better also. So this is the teleconsultation, and I told you about the mobile vans, so where big hospitals also have these mobile vans which are sent into the community, and these patients can connect from there to the doctor. So the even optical prescriptions and then glasses sales, all these things were happening through this. But the problem with the mobile vans was basically very expensive to set up this and expensive to maintain this, and unless there is a funding available, and particularly when these vans go into the rural area, patients also expect it for free. So you cannot charge the patients when you are using this mobile model. So it was a very successful model if you have a funding. So if there is a government funding or if there is a funding available, then these kind of mobile models were very much viable. So this was the model which I have been practicing for the last 7-8 years, where these fundus cameras to check the retina of the patient, you need to have a specialized camera which is called the camera to capture the image of the retina. That camera can be placed in any kind of a healthcare facility, mostly the diabetic centers or a general hospital, and from there the images get uploaded into a cloud. We can train a technician in that hospital only to take the image, and then these images are uploaded into the cloud-based platform, and a remote ophthalmologist can have a look at it and identify whether the patient has got diabetic retinopathy or not. Now even AI can be used to do the preliminary screening. So in this way, because every diabetic patient had to be seen by the ophthalmologist at least once in a year. I'm sure every house of yours, somebody in your family has diabetes, and all of them, whether they are getting screened every year is a question mark. So through this model, just like teleradiology, the teleophthalmology, you can use it, and then it's financially also viable because the patient also has benefits here, because he doesn't have to go directly to an ophthalmologist. Only the patients who have the problem reach out to ophthalmologists. So diabetic retinopathy screening has been one of the most viable and successful models in telemedicine itself, I will say, because for me, I created a small business model out of it. I was able to raise funding from venture capital. All our patients are paid patients, they pay money, so everybody is benefited in the cycle, right from the diabetologist to the patient to the ophthalmologist, and very scalable. So basically, as of now, we are present in around 300 locations. We see 1,000 to 1,200 patients every day through this model, but I think still there is so many opportunity in diabetic retinopathy screening, which can be scaled up phenomenally. So this is the business model where this device called the fundus camera is placed in a diabetes center. A very simple device, you don't need to dilate the patient. The technician in the center only can be trained to take the images, and then the images can be uploaded into the cloud-based platform, and ophthalmologists can log in from anywhere and give the diagnosis within 30 seconds to 1 minute, and everybody is benefited in this model. So this is the screening for retinopathy of prematurity, because most of the time there are premature babies also have to be screened for this unique eye disease called retinopathy of prematurity, and it is not very much possible always to take the baby to the hospital, or the ophthalmologist had to visit the neonatal ICUs. But through a telemedicine based technology where we use a specialized camera which can transmit the image of the babies to the centralized location, and then the doctor can see and do the diagnosis. So this model also needs a lot of scaling up. The camera cost was expensive initially, but now cameras have come which are cheaper, and there is a huge opportunity for somebody to exploit this space also, and also to do something good for the community, because you will be saving a lot of children from losing sight if this model is scalable, because still there is a difficulty in access to children in neonatal ICUs, and this model can also be a very viable model. So there are also some, I will also take you through some of the latest equipments which are available. There is a company called Globe Check where they have a kind of a globe kind of a model where all these instruments are placed inside, right from visual checking to the OCT to the slit lamp, and everything is there. So you just go stand in front of the globe and then you get all the testing done. Then there is a remote consultation by an ophthalmologist, and you get your reports done. This can be done even in expos or malls or even very large organizations where people gather in large numbers. So this is something which is coming up new. And there are also like these kind of vision check kiosk. There are companies like Eyesight which has come up with a vision checkup kiosk which can be placed in malls, supermarkets, everywhere, where you go in, go just to get, this is mostly for your glass prescription. You can get your eyes tested remotely, and you don't really have to go to an optometrist or an ophthalmologist just for a basic vision check or before you get your glasses done. So these kind of kiosks can also be placed. And Vision Center, as I said, has been a concept pioneered by hospitals like Arvind, where you set up these small vision checkup centers in villages of population of 50,000 or more, and then serve the community in the local area. Without an ophthalmologist being present there, you can still get to the screen the patients remotely. And teleoptometry also is coming up in a big way, because all these optical shops, which are, India has I think more than 2 lakh optical outlets, and all these optical shops don't have qualified optometrists. So you can control all the equipments remotely from a centralized location and have a centrally trained pool of optometrists who can check up and guide the optometrist or the technician in a remote area and give accurate prescription of glasses. Already the bigger companies are doing this model. And there are at-home vision testing where you can do it yourself, like you check up your vision on your own. Just like the previous speaker told, there is online visual field testing. You don't have to go to the hospital, because in glaucoma you have to go check up regularly your visual field once in 3-6 months, which can be done online now. And there are lots of interest on newer devices for anterior segment for the images using mobile phone cameras. AI has started a lot of initiatives, like Google and all these companies are doing using artificial intelligence to diagnose diabetic retinopathy. Lot of opportunity in developing artificial intelligence for the eye diseases also. And in terms of manufacturing of equipments which are lower cost to diagnose the retinal problems, these fundus cameras, also there is a lot of interest in this. So these are my contact information. So if you want to get in touch, please do get in touch, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhil, for sharing your info on this business model in telemedicine. Thank you. There are no, yes, there's one question from Dr. Uma Nambiar. Can you use the mic there, madam? There's a mic just up there.
is because of lack of a business model
Yeah.
for that. Because if there is no finances coming, it doesn't happen. But even after the TPG guidelines have come, people have not yet made a good financial model. So one of the things in hospitals that I think we should do, and I always do, is create an SBU for telemedicine by itself. And it's telemedicine is not just consultation, it's the entire ecosystem, whether it's really ophthalmology, pathology, radiology, all of that. And make sure that the department has its own P&L. So that gives an incentive for the people to work. And we discussed with Dr. Pradhan in the afternoon that they've also made a department now. Because we need to recognize and respect the people who are doing telemedicine. Because right now it's just on the periphery and fringes, so nobody is really actively, taking accountability for that. The second point which I have is that when you talk of telehealth ecosystem, consultation alone is not enough. There are a lot of devices that we need to use for either diagnose or to monitor or even do digital therapeutics. That's the journey of telemedicine. It's not just consultation alone. So we need to change our attitudes. And Dr. Senthil, people like you must help in evaluating these devices, because there are a lot of devices in the market and they are not really conducive to accurate monitoring. So really to ensure that the devices meet the criteria which are for patient safety and quality. I think that's very important. So thank you, Dr. Senthil, for bringing this out.
I think those are very important points. I think it's one agenda item or objective of TSI to do that also, madam. Should do that. So the next speaker is Professor Dr. B.N.R. Subudhi from Orissa, who is the chairman of the Ruby Eye Hospital and LASIK Center. His area of interest is in community ophthalmology. He's been an outstanding teacher and a very strong driver for telemedicine in ophthalmology, and he was instrumental in starting the Telemedicine Society, Tele-Ophthalmology Society of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for the brief introduction. So, my previous two talks, one about the diabetic retinopathy and also glaucoma. No doubt I have to also say something about those two topics only, but however, I will show some cases, few cases where this has been practically, it has been utilized. So I thank TSI to give us a 90 minutes slot in their busy SIT program. So thank you very much. And it is, I thank also our president, TSI President Dr. Kim, for bringing out this tele-ophthalm session in this conference. So before I go to the I want to show a video. A blind man, you see the blind man?
will forgive you. But will you forgive yourself? The world will forgive you. But will you forgive yourself?
So, the lesson is that why should you get sympathy from the people? So why don't you take care for becoming the blind in the society? So blindness is a major trauma which affects an individual not only physically but also emotionally. It's become a global problem. 82% of all blind people are above 50 years. And basically a lot of these people live in the rural areas, particularly hilly areas. And majority of suffering from preventable eye disease like diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma, these are the two major eye diseases which can make you blind. They do not get proper treatment and screening of their eyes because of the non-available ophthalmologist and the infrastructure in the rural areas particularly. So diabetic retinopathy, as you know, diabetes is growing, so also diabetic retinopathy. approximately more than 80 million, there is about 100 million people are diabetes in India at present, and every diabetic is a potential candidate for the vision loss due to diabetic retinopathy. And prevalence of diabetic retinopathy among these diabetics is around 20%, and out of which 5 to 10% likely to become blind, maybe due to the disease or because of irregular treatment. Mild retinopathy affects about 11.8% of individuals. Another blinding disease is glaucoma. Already my previous speaker already spoken about the glaucoma. Nearly 40 million people in India have glaucoma and are at risk of developing glaucoma, which means approximately every 8% is affected. So as these two diseases are very asymptomatic, we do not produce symptoms in the early stage, later it leads to advanced stage when it is detected. And by that time, almost half of the retina or half of the optic nerve is damaged. The estimated burden of glaucoma in India includes 6.48 million with the primary open glaucoma and 2.54 million primary angle closure glaucoma. So challenge is that when considering both conditions together, they contribute significantly to the global burden of blindness, and early detection, early timely management and adherence to treatment are crucial for preventing these two blinding disorders in both diabetic and glaucoma. So just I will give you some 5 case history, how practically this is possible. So a 9-year-old boy came with a decreased vision for last 6 months. He was under treatment for the allergic conjunctivitis, VKC, by 3 different hospitals all the while. And his visual acuity at present, when it is reported to us, its right eye is PL plus and left eye is 6/60. Fundus, both sides total cupping, that's meant 0.9 cup. That means almost his optic nerve is damaged. The intraocular pressure is very high. One fundus photograph would have saved the sight of this young child. He is permanently blind now. Whatever you do, you cannot reverse his blindness. Second case is number 2. There is a male 37-year-old man, is a laborer from a remote area, and reported us with a decreased vision for the last 15 days only. He was found to be diabetic only 6 months back, now well controlled and under treatment for a diabetes, but when he came to us with a vision loss, we saw that advanced diabetic retinopathy, one is about to be lost and another also in the process of losing the vision. A young man of a 37-year-old. Case number 3. 58-year-old patient from Bhubaneswar, is from the capital of Odisha, came to us with a sudden loss of vision in the last 15 days only. Diabetes since last 12 years under the regular treatment by a diabetologist. But he has never asked, this diabetologist never asked him to get his eyes checked. So on examination, left eye showed vitreous hemorrhage and right eye advanced PDR, that is proliferative diabetic retinopathy. He has not checked his eyes his last 4 years and never advised by the diabetologist in the state capital of our state. So probably timely screening, awareness and proper counseling probably would have saved them from blindness, these 3 people from getting blind. One simple photograph, fundus photograph would have helped them. Case number 4. Doctors save women's eyesight using artificial intelligence. A 52-year-old female patient from Lile village, it is from Nepal, and she came for free consultation to one of the camps organized by the CHEERS. So although diabetic since last few years, she was not taking any medicines regularly and not having any adverse health effect, which is asymptomatic. She thought a pair of glasses would help her slight whatever the diminution of her vision she complains of, probably a pair of glasses would have helped. But at that time, because of this fundus camera which is available in vision centers, a fundus photography with the help of artificial intelligence by this health worker revealed that she had proliferative diabetic retinopathy, both eyes. So she received additional virtual consultation from an ophthalmologist at the base hospital through teleophthalmology. So diabetic retinopathy had already affected vision and would have been missed if no retinal photography had been taken by the vision center. So had it not been for technology, Sita would have lost her vision eventually. Last case, case number 5. My friend is a cardiologist, practicing cardiologist. He was in a conference in a setup. So in a conference where he was moving in the stalls, he saw a stall where the remedy of fundus camera was there. So curiously went to and took a photograph of his retina, and it's shown to be a large cup. So then he came to me for eye checkup, and I saw that his IOP was very high, and he was started anti-glaucoma treatment. So these two cases, screening with proper fundus camera saved them from blindness. So early detection and management of eye conditions such as diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma through remote screening programs and virtual consultations would save vision. They also require regular monitoring for a timely intervention to prevent visual loss. Regular follow-up is very much essential between these two diseases. So screening and diagnosis are the most two important key factors for the diagnosis of these two diseases, and teleophthalmology facilitates screening and diagnosis of eye conditions through use of digital imaging system by trained health workers. There is no need of any qualified ophthalmologist necessary to do the screening purpose. So these devices can capture retinal images, anti-segment images, and other diagnostic data, which can then be transmitted, whatever my friends have already discussed about how to transmit the base hospital. So teleophthalmology bridges the gap. As you know, India is full of rural areas. There are 80% of people live in the rural areas compared to 20%, and 20% of facilities are available with them, but the 80% of facilities are available in the urban areas only. So there is a big gap between the technology and the common man. So probably teleophthalmology bridges this gap. So there are a lot of shortage of doctors, particularly eye specialists, and shortage of infrastructure in the rural areas, but the common man who has to take this, probably this treatment, so teleophthalmology helps them. So these are some of the portable cameras, already my friends have already discussed. So these are portable fundus cameras. This is the teleophthalmology concept, a mobile van having all these equipments visits periodically to the rural areas where the patient, by their curiosity, they come to this van and they scan their eyes, and the eyes are detected early. Sometimes where the vans are not available or vans are not possible to reach those areas, so we can utilize a mobile motorcycle also. So we call the mobile center motorbikes for inaccessible areas. So these equipments, small equipments, can be carried by these two people on the motorbike, and they can visit rural areas, they screen the people in our country. So in this way, we can check these two blinded diseases like glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy. So everybody knows how teleophthalmology or telemedicine played a major role in the COVID, and teleophthalmology artificial intelligence is a game changer in the ophthalmic care, particularly during COVID pandemic. So teleophthalmology future, my friend Dr. Senthil has already discussed these two topics. He has already said that teleophthalmology ATM. So all a very attractive ATM may be kept in any public place like stations, railway stations, airports, and public places where simply with a nominal fee, the eye can be tested easily, and some of the blind diseases can be detected early. Similarly, these are the beautiful telehealth station. They are started already in the metro cities, where a screening is possible for the eyes with the modern equipments. So to conclude, telecare enhances early detection, facilitates timely intervention, and contributes to the better outcomes for the patients with diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma. So keeping in this view, there are most of the centers like big hospitals like Arvind Eye Care Hospital, then Shankar Nethralaya, then Hyderabad Health Facility. So they have started the teleophthalmology since a long time. So keeping all these hospitals in the mind, and we started the Society of Teleophthalmology, the Teleophthalmology Society of India in our country, having Dr. Natarajan the president and Dr. Kim as the president-elect. So the idea is to integrate all these vision centers, the teleophthalmology centers in our country, and encourage the youngsters to come forward, be a member of the society, and do some sort of teleophthalmology in your practice, because teleophthalmology cuts off your busy schedule and busy OPDs. So you can at least get some consultation from the periphery indirectly also by you can collect the revenue also. So be a member of a teleophthalmology society. Please do contact me, and I'm the secretary of the teleophthalmology society. So be a member and strengthen our hand, so that at least we will come with some software where you can utilize all diabetic patients in our country to screen them at least annually once in a year. So also we are moving towards making a society of all SAARC countries, that is SATOS, integrating all SAARC countries so that at least you can have some, because all our SAARC countries have similar community health or similarly infrastructure, so probably we can integrate all these people too in now one society. So thank you very much for patient listening and patient hearing, because we are here to promote teleophthalmology. I request all of you to become member of Teleophthalmology Society of India. So I know that you are become TSA member. So also become a Teleophthalmology Society of India. Those ophthalmologists, I would say, of course, none of the ophthalmologists are here, except I think Dr. Alok is there. So Dr. Alok, I think you also have become a member of Telemedicine Society of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for once again stressing on the importance of the use of telemedicine in ophthalmology and about Teleophthalmology Society of India. So can I call upon the last speaker?
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Rajvinder Singh, Rajvinder Kaur, last speaker for this session. From Bathinda, she is professor and head at the Adesh Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Bathinda, with interest in retinal diseases, and she is a IGO Platinum Award winner. And Madam is here to again talk about the importance of screening in these conditions like chronic diseases like diabetic retinopathy. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Kim sir. Thank you, Dr. Sobeti, for giving the opportunity. The topic of my presentation is MR-CAM assisted smartphone-based fundus imaging as a tool for diabetic screening. India is a diabetic, so many things have been told by the previous speakers. Dr. Sobudi has also covered how the teleophthalmology can play a role in diabetes. And Dr. Senthil also have shown how we can transfer the images. So I will be telling you a little more, and we did a study and how the data comes out to be. So India is the diabetic and blind capital of the world. Soon the diabetes mellitus cases will rise from 77 million to 125 million by 2045. So diabetic retinopathy blinds 2.5 million globally. Early eye examination and increased awareness are crucial, especially in rural areas where 72% of the Indians have limited access to care. So the study was done to assess the current levels of awareness towards diabetes mellitus and diabetic retinopathy, to screen the diabetic retinopathy in diabetic patients and to report the prevalence and association of the risk factors, and increase the community awareness through the educational and digital counseling. So why we are doing the screening? Because we want to make the people aware which are living in the rural areas, to increase their awareness levels so that we can prevent them from preventable blindness related to diabetic retinopathy. So the study was analytical cross-sectional study conducted in 4 health camps which were conducted in rural areas of Punjab, and population attending the outreach camps were the participants, and the participants were more than 18 years of the age who gave their consent, and the sample size was 340, and the ethical clearance was taken from the institutional research. So patients were screened according to this protocol. From the outreach camps, all the patients were made aware about the diabetic retinopathy occurrence in diabetic patients and how annually they should get their eyes examined. And after performing the awareness, a survey questionnaire was filled, and awareness of each participant was done. And the fundoscopy of diabetic patient who showed the diabetic retinopathy changes, they were taken, and counseling of patient that how they have to come for the annual eye checkup or for the management of the occurrence of diabetic retinopathy at the tertiary eye hospital. So the methods of awareness used were the posters, the fundus pictures which were taken there, and then with the smartphone fundus photography. Here I use the that is the MR-CAM. It is only 19,000 to the I bought it for myself for the screening purpose only. So it is very economical and portable. And through the posters, so they're made aware by distributing the pamphlets to them. So the When we have such a large amount of patients, we can make them aware. So using the digital, the laptop and small group discussion can be encouraged to make them aware. And the pledge guards to get the annual eye examination. So here what we saw, that is out of the 340 patients, 88 patients show the diabetic retinopathy changes. And when they were counseled to come to the tertiary eye hospital, only 72 patients appeared to the hospital and 18 patients, they were lost to the follow-up. And then when we see the demographic characteristics of the study population, we see that with more the duration of the diabetes, more are the chances for occurrence of the diabetic retinopathy. So more the patients are illiterate, there are more chances for the diabetic retinopathy to occur. And they are not aware of the problem, that they are having the diabetic retinopathy. Sir has beautifully shown that the young patients, they are having the diabetes, but they are not aware unless they had the vision loss. So it is very important to get screened. We should screen each and every patient. That is, sir has shown that is PDR in 37-year-old patient. So it means we usually tell our patients that after 40 years you should get RBS done or fasting blood sugar done to know if you are diabetic. And the lower economic status, it was showing the significant values. So what eye health awareness? So sight issues post-diabetes, they were 82.2%, which is a very high, much. So annual eye examination checkups, only 28.8%. So barriers for not getting the eye examination was more than 80% reported that lack of awareness and the transport services to the people living in the rural areas. So diabetic retinopathy awareness was only 17.7%. And the sources were the camps. It means we can see how the camps can play an important role in increasing the awareness. And reaching to the community is important because they have many issues. They can be the old patients whom nobody wants to bring them to the hospital, and the transport issues. Then when they have the family history, so every patient when comes to show you the doctor, they should ask if you have a diabetes, if you have any other person in your family who has diabetes, get their eyes screened. So self-management, they were compliant to medicine in 82.6% who know that they have diabetes, and regular sugar monitoring was done only in 57.4% cases. So they were taking the medicine from the doctors and the chemist. So when we classify that is how the diabetic retinopathy, the classification, we found that the 31 patients, that is 17.61, had the moderate NPDR. And that is 34 patients, they are having the early PDR, means within 6 months they are going to be blind because of the vitreous hemorrhage. So we are, when we are reaching to the community, we are preventing them for this blindness. Then is the most common cause for the central vision loss is the diabetic macular edema. So we found that the grade 2 CSME is present in 33% of the patients. Means the vision problem has already been started. So when they were brought to the hospital, laser was done in 65 patients, and intravitreal anti-VEGF drugs were given in 33 patients, and 46 patients were kept on follow-up. And the prevalence of diabetic retinopathy was a bit higher, that is 27.94 in rural areas. So means the prevalence of diabetic retinopathy is higher in the rural areas. So these are the pictures which was taken at the campsite only. So the first picture is showing the mild diabetic retinopathy, then the moderate, severe, very severe, early PDR, which is anytime can bleed, leading to the vitreous hemorrhage and can blind the patient, and the early PDR. Then it is the grade 0, the grading. So when there are no exudates visible, that is, you can see the yellow dots, these are known as the exudates, and the red are the hemorrhages. So when they are closer to the macula, it means the patient will be having the vision loss. That patient will come to the doctor early because now the central vision is affected. So these are the severity of the vitreous hemorrhage. When patient has a vitreous hemorrhage, there is sudden loss of vision. So he is usually rushed to the hospital. But at this time, a patient is having a severe type of diabetic retinopathy. So there are sight-threatening complications of diabetic retinopathy, that is the tractional retinal detachment, and sometimes they have uncontrolled lipid profile leading to the plaque at the macula, and then is the taut posterior highlight faces. These are the sight-threatening complications where you have to go for a vitrectomy. That is a surgical procedure to save the vision of the patient. So in conclusion, pioneering outreach camps for diabetic retinopathy in the region hold promise in reducing the disease burden and achieving the universal health coverage. So the imaging may be in the form of the smartphone fundus imaging. Here I used the MRI cam where you used to dilate the pupil to have the images. But now I am working on the Remedio camera where I can have click the pictures in undilated pupil. So patient can be educated there about the seriousness of the condition and how important it is to come to the hospital annually. And for those with diabetic retinopathy that pose a threat to vision, teleophthalmology may be a blessing in low-income countries. So it is a promising solution to combat the blindness. Thank you. So, anybody can screen the diabetic retinopathy. So more need is to make the people who are living in the rural areas to be aware about the diabetes and the diabetic retinopathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajvinder Kaur, for elaborating on the wonderful study you have done to show the importance of creating awareness among the public. Yes, it is a disease. Again, as I keep saying, it's an irreversible blindness and can be prevented if identified early. So, telemedicine is the way to go. Over to you, sir, for the last words.
Thank you, Dr. Rajvinder. I think irrespective of your ill health, you could come here and give the talk. So, what I mean to say, because teleophthalmology is one of the finest brands of telemedicine, and over the while, because you already completed 20 years of TSI, telemedicine, but still nobody thought of doing a teleophthalmology because majority of teleophthalmology or ophthalmologists are using some sort of telemedicine. So teleophthalmology is, because ophthalmology is a science where we have to do a lot of instruments, lot of images, and we have to study the images. And we don't have much time. Ophthalmologists remain so much busy that it's very difficult to see the images, all the images taken by the from the patient. And moreover, it's not possible to reach the rural areas because we are only limited compared to the population, 140 million population of 140 crores of population in our country, and we are very limited, only 25,000 ophthalmologists. So probably we can utilize optometrists, ophthalmic assistants, ophthalmic technicians, and village health workers to help us in achieving our goal to reduce blindness from glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, retinopathy prematurity, and even some macular degeneration also. So I thank Dr. Kim and Dr. Senthil with me for this session, and I request the TSI to give us more sessions in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speakers and the chairpersons, for such an interesting and eye-opening session. Now we'll have a short tea break, 10-minute tea break, and the next session will start at 4:35 p.m.
Has shifted to Mohali after his marriage with his family. शुरू से ही वो सास और बहू की कभी बनी ही नहीं. So there were issues with being the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. They were not able to live together, so the son shifted. And so now Mrs. Kulkarni has a part-time maids who do the cooking, cleaning, take care of the household. But recently, over the last few months or years, she's become forgetful, and this forgetfulness is increasing. She tends to forget subha kya khaya tha. She tends to forget where she's kept her things. She's developed some osteoarthritis of the knee. तो चलना बड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है. अब घुटना नहीं बदलवाना चाहती हैं. साथ में हाइपरटेंशन और डायबिटीज़ तो पहले से ही था. तो अब पहले वो अपने बेटे को बुला लेती थी कि हॉस्पिटल जाना है डॉक्टर को दिखाने के लिए, या फिर किसी केयर टेकर को बुला लेती थी. पर अभी हॉस्पिटल जाना हैज़ बिकम अ लिटिल मोर डिफ़िकल्ट, एंड नाउ शी स्टार्टेड हेजिटेटिंग कॉलिंग हर सन, कि घर पे थोड़ी बनती नहीं है, खटपट रहती है. So she's been missing hospital visits. The sugar control has got compromised. Her monitoring has become a little lax. और अगले 2 हफ्ते के लिए वो जो मेड आती थी वो भी छुट्टी पर चली गई हैं. So maid was on leave, she had a fall at home, and this fall was undetected till the neighbors broke down her door and they found that she had died after the fall. So sounds like a very exaggerated scenario or kind of a real scenario. So if you feel that this was an exaggerated scenario, here are some news clippings. There was this home alone elderly dies and found 40 days later. There was this 70-year-old living alone and found dead in Ballygunge. There was another one, and the PubMed is also full of these records. You know, they did a study on people who were found at home after a fall, after prolonged events or after long delays. So much so for the case scenario. Let's talk about the demographic shift that has been happening. So without explaining too much of this in detail, I can just say that this is the pediatric population and this is the geriatric population. So between 2011 and 36, the geriatric population is expanding, and soon we will be reaching numbers which will become unmanageable. So this is a map which shows the concentration or the proportion where highest number of geriatric population or older people are concentrated in our country, just for reference. So what happens in long-term care in India? Old age homes currently accept only those people who are healthy. हमारे देश में old age homes don't accept you or admit you if you are bedbound or if you have disability. They will accept you only if you are working. अगर आपके हाथ पैर चलते हैं, आप अपना काम कर सकते हैं, उनके भी 2 काम कर सकते हैं, तो they will accept you. But still, old age homes में रहना still becomes a taboo in our society, and बच्चे भी जाने देना नहीं चाहते, न रखना चाहते हैं और जाने भी नहीं देना चाहते. Largely, long-term care models are not available in our country. We don't have hospitals which provide long-term care facilities. And the traditional models of caregiving continue until one fine day, something breaks, something snaps, fall हो गया, fracture हो गया, stroke हो गया, या some debilitating condition जिसके बाद आप बिस्तर पे आ गए. हमने कभी सोचा नहीं होता, most of our families are not prepared कि अब क्या होगा, what happens next. Children are abroad, Toronto में हैं, America में हैं, but they have no idea what to do next. And life ultimately collapses. अगर बच गए तो ज़बरन आपको अपनी environment बदलनी पड़ेगी, और अगर चले गए तो obviously things don't make a difference. So why does telemedicine as such provide a solution in old age care? Obviously age has got many comorbidities, disability रहती है, limited mobility. So when you have limited mobility, अस्पताल बार बार जा नहीं सकते, या hospital, going to the hospital in our country is itself an exercise. It's a एक मेहनत वाला काम है. आप पहले गाड़ी साधन ढूंढेंगे, और अगर सरकारी अस्पताल में जाना पड़ रहा है खुदा ना खास्ता, तो वहाँ पर अंदर डॉक्टर के कमरे तक पहुँचना is a big ordeal in itself. Especially imagine if you can't walk, if you have an osteoarthritis, or if you are limping, or if you are using a walker or a cane, to navigate through the passages and corridors of a crowded Sarkari hospital becomes difficult. Obviously, it provides consultation within the familiar environment of home. Now, how is it different from other age groups? In the older age, you definitely want to be in a much more familiar environment. आप बाहर निकल के और uncomfortable हो जाते हैं. So that comfortable environment which is familiar is more important for an older person. There is continuity of care. It's been found that it increases compliance. Remote monitoring of chronic diseases is definitely possible. Most of the older people, once you are 60 or 70, you definitely are living with several comorbidities, not only one. There could be diabetes, there could be hypertension, there could be dyslipidemia. One major important factor which is not yet listed in literature and which I find is very, very effective is that अगर आप telemedicine से connect कर रहे हैं, or if you are connecting virtually to a person who's living at her home, usually हमारे देश में there will be a caretaker, एक maid या एक servant जिसको घर पे रखा होता है बुजुर्गों की देखभाल के लिए. But when they are coming to the hospital, the person accompanying will be the son or daughter. जिसने कभी उनके साथ बात भी नहीं की होती है and is not as much involved in the day-to-day care. आप जब history लेने की कोशिश करते हैं, you find that it's completely different from what you are anticipating. They have no clue what's been happening to the older person. So telemedicine gives you an opportunity to interact with that individual caretaker who is involved in the day-to-day care. And to understand what's actually happening at home, it's most important to engage with that individual one person. A home visit. A home visit on a telemedicine portal or a platform is possible at a very low cost without actual physical migration. So a doctor can visit and see the environment of home. And you can integrate with remote sensor monitoring for older persons. Let's also talk about some challenges. There is obviously connectivity, infrastructure wale issues to hain. Reimbursement in some of these setups, it becomes difficult or it's not yet bound ki telemedicine wale consultations reimburse honge ya nahi honge, that becomes an issue. And I also believe that it is not possible to use with old people. So any surprises? आपको लग रहा होगा what is this guy talking about? पहले तो ये entire talk is on use of telemedicine in old people, and then I am saying that you can't use telemedicine in old people. So my take here is the definition of old. So my own definition of old is once you stop adapting to changes and environments around you is the time when you really start getting old. As long as you are adapting to what's happening around you, you stay young and fit. But when you stop adapting, when you stop changing according to your environment, that is when you start growing old. And if you have stopped adapting and changing with technology, then definitely you will find it more difficult to adapt and accept telemedicine, and it will become more and more difficult to apply telemedicine to these people who've stopped changing, who don't want to change, who don't want to adapt new technology, and who don't want an online consult. So I tried to find, is there any evidence to show that whether it works, whether it is acceptable, या क्या ये rural areas में काम करेगा, क्या हमारे India में काम करेगा? So I tried to search and I found that if you use the word telemedicine to look for evidence on PubMed, there are more than 65,000 articles, with the first article appearing in 1962. If you see telemedicine and combine it with the keywords of geriatric, senior, elderly, or older, you find there are 16,585 articles, with the first one appearing as long ago as 1979. If you apply these keywords in title, there are 178 articles, of which there are already 2 meta-analyses. So I tried to see what was the evidence. Without taking a long time to deliberate on the evidence, I will say in 2001, they showed that there is increasing patient acceptance. In 2005, they were able to show that there was effectiveness in using for cognitive assessment in patients with minimal cognitive impairment. Minimal cognitive impairment means people who don't have any difficulty in their day-to-day working, but they are still becoming forgetful. There was improved control for diabetes, hypertension, and lipidemia as compared to in-person treatment. Blood pressure or diabetes or dyslipidemia के ऊपर तो बहुत सारी studies हैं. There is a lot of literature which says that it is helpful in these 3 conditions, even in rural and underserved areas. So there is reduced decline in physical activity for people who have diabetes and are receiving teleconsults. There are mHealth reminders, which are found smartphone-based reminders, are more effective. Even psychotherapy delivered by telemedicine has been found to be more effective for people with depression. People who have been on telemedicine programs have reduced emergency department visits. It has shown improved health outcomes in older adults, and a co-evaluation by a geriatrician in emergency department reduced potentially inappropriate medications much more. In 2022, the Gerontaxis study showed there were reduction in unplanned hospitalizations. There have been positive experiences, high satisfaction rates, and even in post-operative care, the people have found that this reduces visits, reduces costs, improves psychological comfort, and daily care. So my last take-home message would be that telemedicine in elderly is an idea whose time has come. Some of my references, and in the last and concluding slides, I would like to show you the bottles that we use in our age as we begin and grow up from the childhood to the adult life. And then there is a replacement with these. And there is another one which I can show you. That's how people end up in intensive care. And now recently we've been replaced by another line, which is going to be one of our lifelines in the future. Thank you so much, and
thank you
for listening in, and thank you for being here.
Any question from floor? I think there is no any question from floor. Thank you so much. On one question. Vijay? Yeah.
मुझे लगा भी सभी चाय का आनंद लेकर उसके बाद right.
It's not question. In fact, elderly care going to be a very big business for telemedicine. But very unfortunate that the technology, as you mentioned, at home there will be a elderly person will be there, and supporting the elderly person means there will be a maid who will not be knowing the technology. That is the area which needs to be addressed, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I've been giving that talk at different sessions where we say that there is a digital divide. So older people, and there is a digital gap in technology. पर मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ digital gap तो तब भी था जब वो आदि मानव stone age में अपनी गुफाओं में रहता था. One fine day, the young son came and was excited and told his dad, "We made a weapon today." For the first time, they used weapon. And when he came back home, his dad said, "What nonsense? Why do you need weapons? I can kill with hands, as bare hands as I always used to." So that is when, digital and technology gap came in, which will continue probably forever. Technology will grow faster than we begin to adapt with it, and we start growing old when we stop adapting to it. Dr. Kulkarni.
Dr. Ashish, have you used any fault detectors, either in form of some gadgets or even in the built-in apps? What is your experience?
So fault detectors have been very useful and very helpful, definitely. There are several kinds of fault detectors which are available. Now fault protectors are there. The floors themselves are now digitalized to sense faults. Wearable sensors are available for fault detectors. Cameras, inbuilt cameras can detect motion and predict faults or detect faults. So fault prediction, fault prevention, fault detection, and fault rehabilitation are different ball games which is kind of going to grow humongously in the future. But yes, fault detectors are very helpful. There are apps which can give alarms to pre-decided dedicated numbers as soon as there is a fall. And this is going to be a very big business in the future. In fact, a man-down app which immediately detects your fall and can send alarm and signals as soon as there is a fall detected by sensors. Multiple different kinds of sensors are now available.
Yeah, that's fantastic. After fall detection, so do you have any mechanism to pick up the patient to
Absolutely.
hospital?
So there are healthcare systems हमारे देश में नहीं है, but yes, as soon as the fall detection and alarm message has gone to the local healthcare system where they are registered, an ambulance is dispatched and you pick up the person after their fall if required, unless there is a telephone received in between कि I have got up and I'm fine. And it's जब हमारे यहाँ पिज्जा डिलीवरी 30 मिनट में हो सकती है, तो फॉल डिटेक्शन के बाद फॉल के बाद पिकअप क्यों नहीं?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Agrawal. Rajiv Agrawal is the founder, Institute Task Front Consulting Services. An area of interest is informatics and elder care. Many awards and professional achievements is healthcare awarded the Genova Award for Tele-ICU Innovation. His company was chosen in the Inclusive FinTech 50, the global recognition platform for emerging fintechs. Most welcome, Mr. Rajiv Agrawal. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. So as Dr. Ashish was mentioning,
pretty much elder care and telemedicine oriented towards elder care is actually at home. And a critical part of that is the caregiver. So I'm going to be focusing on the caregiver. I wanted to, basically just zoom out and say that what are the patient needs at home and what is then supplied by the caregivers that are available, and then what are the gaps, and then how do we kind of find solutions. We don't have solutions yet, but how do we try finding solutions, and I'm working on that area as well. So if you look at the patient need, and I'm not going into the chronic disease-oriented patients because that obviously, distorts the whole thing and makes it even more worse. I'm just talking about maintenance of health. What are the patient needs? So first, on a medical level, you need to monitor as well as have dietary changes to manage the gaps that are coming in a patient's diet. Health checkups also, intake, outtake, weight, BP, glucose, all of this monitoring is required. Periodic diagnostic testing is required. Updation or maintenance of some kind of a PHR is very important for elders. That's a big gap that is there. If you see, everyone is then scrambling to get the information together when an incident occurs, and that's a little bit too late to show the history. Then there is obviously daily monitoring of medications. Are they doing it properly, not doing it properly? Who's providing it? Have they mixed it up? Right dosages? All of that is another area of the caregiver patient need. There's the psycho-emotional care, which is extremely important as you age. You need to have activities to improve or manage age-related decline in sensory acuity. So for example, it could be hearing, sight, taste, etc. I haven't seen much work around this. I haven't seen much innovation yet around this, but that's an area which is going to develop further. Social interaction, that's extremely important because as you age, you need to have actually more social interaction so that as Dr. Ashish was mentioning, you don't go old. So that's the point that is required. Warm companionship, that's typically missing because we used to have this very nuclear family, but now it's become more and more diversified and more individualistic, so that their warm companionship is a missing thing. Reading, games, variety of activities, vocational activities, events like, where they can go out with what they like as their hobbies, so that there is some maintenance of alertness within them, and then there's of course the physical and emergency care. So there's exercising, physical activities, we mentioned that, bathing and personal hygiene. This is extremely important because it leads to, it starts at the skin level, but it leads to other complications very soon. And typically, if you have a child as an infant at home, you're taking care of that very, very well. But if you have an elder person at home, you're not taking care of them very well because you assume they are elderly, they are elder to you, and so they know how to do that. But over a period of time, that does debilitate, that does decrease, and that's an area that we need to monitor more. First aid and dressing assistance, obviously required, meal and feed support, wheelchair transfer, and then handling the emergency till someone comes to actually take it over is also extremely important. What are the typical caregiver profiles we have as of now? I'm not going through the definition that's always available. But typically, what do we have at home? We have either a maid or we have a home healthcare professional. They would be typically a 8th standard pass with 1 or 2 years of medical course before they start working. Limited experience because this is how they gain experience. And obviously very limited in terms of expertise. We have family members who are very emotionally invested and connected, but again, they would have very limited medical expertise or experience. And then sometimes you can have some experts from a caregiver perspective who are basically taking extra shifts as who were originally ward boys and ward girls. So what happens? You start having these gaps, and this is at home. So you need to, if you don't fill this immediately and bridge these gaps, it leads to further and further deterioration of the elder patient. One is if you have a emotionally invested caregiver, then especially you would have either from a healthcare professional or from a family perspective, most of these are met. But finding that perfect person is always a problem. And secondly, if you are relying on a healthcare home care professional, they don't provide the same person beyond a week. After a week, they shift it out. Or you have to then pay extra to get that same person. Or that person doesn't like this job and wants to change. So all of those leads to a lot of dissonance in terms of the elderly patient themselves. And then there's an adaptation period. There is a period in which they get very, very irritated with any new face that they see. And so that kind of leads to a very bad spiral. However, the gap remains, the gaps of dietary changes, periodic diagnostic testing assessment, PHR, age-related decline, exercise, all of these are gaps that are there. And if you don't have an invested family member, you have actually a lot more gaps that arise. So what are the opportunities for innovation here? One, of course, is utilization of decision support of informatics as well as AI to provide information and education, not to the patient as much as to the caregiver. The patient themselves are anyway managing themselves. You have to help the caregiver manage them better. And for that, you need a timely personalize, and personalize is extremely important because as I mentioned that the home healthcare professional, they come periodically. So they don't have any information on the patient. If they stay for a week, then they start getting the routine, understanding the idiosyncrasies of the patient. But beyond that, then again, they would have left. So again, that learning is lost. So that's why personalized provision through the application that we have would be helpful. And of course, quality on demand. Devices and device monitoring solutions is extremely important. We also talked about fall care, simple, robust. However, I have two examples to give here where we believe that devices will solve everything, and we believe that the elder patient would adapt to the device, but that's not true. I'll give you point number one. A simple device was put in, which is basically a motion detection camera, which is on the ceiling, right? So if there's a motion detection camera on the ceiling, the reason for that was very clear. This patient used to wander around at night, and because they are wandering at night, you want to be clear that why are they wandering and not be intrusive also, so you can't put it in every place. But why are they wandering is also important because they shouldn't go out of the place, home, etc., etc. So this motion detection camera was put up. Now, this motion detection camera had a red light, which was used, because it's infrared light, it was used to detect the motion, especially at night. After some time, we found that the patient was basically imagining that this is a bug. Bug as in an insect. And so they used to, luckily they were not very strong, but they used to take a broom and try to knock it off. So now you imagine that if you're relying on this, it's not going to work, right? At some point in time, they would have attacked it. Another example is you have GPS trackers. Now, GPS trackers is something that you wear. Again, getting the patient to adapt to using the GPS tracker became a challenge. We actually lost 5 trackers that way. What we then solved it by was making it into a part of their jewelry. So they would have, I mean, this was a lady, so they would have anyway worn jewelry, they're used to wearing that jewelry, and they don't want to discard that jewelry. So we made it part of the jewelry. And by making it part of the jewelry, then it never got lost or discarded. So there are a lot of these behavioral, human being oriented things which we need to consider while we are designing our device and wearables solutions. It's not as simple as saying that, okay, I have this, it's going to work. Tele-elder care, I believe, is the solution moving forward because we just have so much volumes, plus there is this whole dissonance of moving away from a integrated family, which is then fit for this. We also have an opportunity for games. Now, games, we have a lot of games for infants, but we don't have games for elderly. So why can't we adapt some of these games which would be simple, tactile, colored, loud sounds, which would basically engage and keep the cognitive levels of the elderly available and improving. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Rajiv Agrawal. I think it was very fantastic, innovative ideas for caregiver. Any questions from audience side, please?
So I had largely 2 comments to make. One was on wearable sensors and devices, like you were talking, integrating that sensor or the GPS tracker into the jewelry of the lady. They have lately started integrating the GPS trackers into the soles of the shoes.
Yes.
And it has become very successful in that, in taking care of patients with dementia.
But there the economics is not yet right.
Right. And the other was the last thing you were talking about. It slips me. I am also getting dementia.
Sure.
Rajiv, one more question.
Please.
See, it is okay for the homebound people, homebound elderly, but there are walking elderly who are confused.
Yes.
And if they have got some kind of dementia, whether vascular, non-vascular, Alzheimer, they are standing on the backside of their own home, but they can't find the home.
True.
So do we have something in their own mobile phone or some bracelet-like device into which you can put one SIM card and then they can be tracked?
You're again talking about GPS tracking?
Like GPS.
We've tried, so the problem with the phone is we've tried that out. The problem with the phone is a lot of these dementia-oriented elderly anyway don't use the phone or forget using the phone. And they don't even pick it up. I mean, even I have a habit of sometimes losing my phone, forgetting my phone. So I can't, we couldn't rely on the dementia patients and a phone. That's why it had to be made part of them rather than separate.
I think IoT devices will do, I think.
Sure.
For continuous monitoring.
Yes. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what I was asking earlier comes back to me. You were talking about games and saying that patients, older patients playing games will have their cognitive abilities preserved for a longer time. So I always have a problem with that, although the research has shown that if you are playing or engaged in a game, it does preserve your cognitive score. But my problem with that is, are you getting better cognitively, or are you just getting better at the game?
Fair. I do not have an answer for that.
Should from Sir, Dr. Selva Kumar, please.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
See, the question now is the caregivers. You don't get a good quality caregivers these days. You see, it's becoming very difficult unless you pay them so much, and you don't get a quality caregivers. See, so relying upon the caregivers is becoming more difficult these days. So of course we have to rely on something else because they all have to sleep. They're all 8 standard, 10 standard. That's the maximum. If you really want to have the best of them, then the educated nurse, they have to pay them very high amount. So these days, We have a very good small gadgets. It's a small patch like sensors which can be attached to the skin, which of course it can be monitored from any part of the world, because most of the NRIs, they want to monitor their own parents wherever they are.
True.
More than the caregivers, they are watching, you see, somewhere from outside the world, and these small patches which are available monitors your BP, your saturation, your ECG regularly, on a real-time monitoring I'm talking about, which goes on, for, anyone can monitor, either sitting from your house or sitting from US, you can monitor from anywhere. And again, the saturation like blood sugars and all that, these are all available in the market today, which is quite good, especially in monitoring these old geriatric patients. But we are still stuck up with these glucose and things like that. If you are able to go one step more in creating to find out some enzymes, cardiac enzymes, and also like, that will be of great help, you see. Like creatine, one more addition of creatine. We have not gone through, we are stuck with the glucose.
Yeah.
If you're able to go up one step higher and finding out the creatine level, that will definitely boost up our model.
That's fair.
May I? I am Dr. Dadwal from the Himachal chapter of TSI. We are addressing this issue of caregivers. For the last 1 year, we are having a 5-month course for the local youth. We are associated with an NGO. We are giving them free 5 months training in the zonal hospital of Dharamshala. And we are training them to be caregivers, and we are covering all those aspects which you had highlighted. I'm just sharing this because there is a felt need for this. We don't have it in our country. And we are we have been invited to, expand the scope. So reach out to other states, other districts of Himachal, and then subsequently to other states. So we are addressing this issue.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Now, next speaker is Dr. Thanga Prabhu. He is consulting digital health of the St. John's Health Innovation founder. And his publication is trade and business publication. His area of interest is medical informatics, tele-ICU, sepsis prevention. Many awards goes to him like GE Healthcare, South Asia, iHuman.com, Reliance Foundation, Mumbai, and coherencemed.com, and many more. So I invite Dr. Thanga Prabhu, please wrap up the session. And just because you have written here your expertise in tele-ICU, so I will suggest you please enlighten on tele-ICU role in geriatric especially. Please.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Dr. Ashish, I'm happy to share with you that from where we started and now, the audience has significantly increased. So we have more than your 20. I'm sure we are touching almost the 40 that was here originally. So I'd like to thank Professor Sunil Shroff and the leadership team of Telemedicine Society of India for giving us this opportunity to touch upon a very, very sensitive subject which nobody is talking about. I am an emergency physician by training. I did 9 years of practice in Abu Dhabi in the Ministry of Health, and then shifted over to medical informatics after specializing from UK, and spent time in GE Healthcare, Reliance Foundation, St. John's Medical College. So many institutions in the last 20 years I've been working in digitizing the ICU and the operation theatre space. But 3 years ago, my parents, who were living alone for the last 20 years in a place called Aircard, which is in the foothills outside Salem, developed medical complications. I was very rudely dragged into this space of geriatrics or elder care. And all my experience as a ER physician, as a qualified doctor who has worked in the ICU, came to zero. So I agree with Professor Selva Kumar, who happens to be my teacher. Caregiver doesn't exist. So if you are thinking that you can pay 30 in the metro cities, it can easily go to 30, 40, even 50,000 rupees per month. The quality of people that you get is pathetic. So I'm talking about my experience. Pathetic in the sense, we used to write down the medications and then stick it one for mom, one for dad on the fridge, And I call these guys and I tell them, that these are the medicines, please ensure you give it. They say, sir, we can't read. I said, you can't read English. I will write it in Tamil for you. No, we can't read that also. Numbers? No, we don't know that also. So literally, the people who are given the tag of caretaker are people who are just picked up right from the street and dropped in the home, and they have no clue. So we have a very, very long way to go when it comes to caregiver. Thank you, madam, for sharing that your team is working on this. I am associated with an NGO in Chennai. I'm pleasantly surprised to learn that they spend time in corporate hospitals teaching these 8th standard, 9th standard pass kids what is it that needs to be taken care of in an elder person. For example, when you take food, solids and liquids, if you try to do that when you are lying down, the chance that this food or fluid can go into the lungs, causing something called an aspiration, subsequently leading to a pneumonia and causing complications, is very high. So we know that as doctors, and that's why patients are kept at 45 degrees in the ICU. But how many caretakers know this? They don't. So there is definitely a need for creating that cadre, teaching them, training them the basics. And when we say elder, 60 plus, 80 plus is considered super elder by our Government of India's definition. So 80 plus is a different population altogether. Most of them have very diminished cognitive functions. The eyesight is poor, hearing is poor, taste is poor. When the smell and the taste is gone, flavor is gone. So life becomes meaningless. Depression is very high in this population, and they go through something called voluntary euthanasia, which is they feel they are a burden on the family, on the children, on whoever is taking care of them, and voluntarily they shut down. They stop eating, they start reducing the amount of food they are taking, and they prefer to not be a burden on the family. So this is something which I think we should be cognizant of, and it's not our choice, but we have moved away from the joint family system in which I was very proud to have grown up, where we had at least 3 generations living together. Today that's not a choice, right? I'm come from Bangalore. So today kids are living out of their families, all alone by themselves. So kids are alone, the parents are alone, and how do we solve this problem? This is where technology comes in. I am familiar with a lot of technology which is available, a simple wearable patch which you can stick on the chest. It can monitor so many things, including fall detection. And a simple command center can be done. Dr. Sendil spoke about teleophthalmology, where these things can be monitored and things can be picked up before they end up in problems. So we don't want them to come to the hospital. We can predict and prevent many of these things. And so let's go with a message that this is a problem which is, we are already there, and we have to take care of this. Look at technology as a solution, look at telemedicine as a solution to keep this elder population happy and healthy till they go out on their own naturally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tangaprabhu.
I would like to thank the chair and all the speakers for very informative session. There's a slight change in schedule. We will now move on to inauguration, and the award paper session that was scheduled shall be held tomorrow in Hall B from 2:45 to 3:30. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Telemedicon 2024. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished faculty members, delegates, and guests present at the 20th International Conference of the Telemedicine Society of India. This landmark event, hosted by the Department of Telemedicine at PGIMER Chandigarh, in collaboration with TSI Chandigarh chapter, is a unique opportunity to explore cutting-edge advancements, share pioneering research, and foster collaborations that will shape the future of telemedicine in India. I request the chair and organizing secretary of the conference to escort our esteemed chief guests and other dignitaries on stage for the inaugural function to begin. I now invite Dr. Biman Sekia, Chairperson of Telemedicon 2024, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good evening to you all. Respected Chief Guest of the function, Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagatji, Guest of Honor, Professor K.K. Talwar, and Professor R.K. Ratho, and Dr. Kim R., President of TSI, Dr. Uma Shankar, General Secretary, TSI, Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar, who is joining us online, who is the PVSM, AVSM, VSM, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik, and Dr. Robin, who is President of the Armenian Association of Digital Health, Dr. Uma Nahar, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Amit Agarwal, the Joint Organizing Secretary, faculty members of the Institute, faculty of Telemedicon 2024, dear delegates, students, and dear friends. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural function of Telemedicon 2024. And I'm happy to let you know that this is the second telemedicine conference that the Institute is hosting. The first one was in 2008 under the leadership of Professor Minu Singh. And I'd like to, first of all, thank our chief guest, Shri Madhukarji, to have graced this occasion in spite of his very busy schedule. Shri Madhukarji is a 2005 batch IRS officer, and currently he is the Joint Secretary of the e-health section of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He is a very well-known figure in the revenue and taxation sector for bringing about the implementation of IT and computerization. And he is also a very avid writer with many books to his credit on how to crack the civil services and the other competitive examinations. But also he recently has published a series of books on Indian culture. And so that's how avid writer and knowledgeable Sri Madhukarji is. Professor K.K. Talwar, ex-director of PGI, has been instrumental in bringing about in establishing telemedicine as a department way back in 2005 when he was director here. And the Punjab Telemedicine Link was, along with ISRO, the Punjab Telemedicine Link was established in 2005, and he is the one who actually pushed me and as well as, I'd say, Professor Minu Singh to take up telemedicine and establish a department here. And we're happy that today we are at a position where we are holding the second Telemedicon conference here. Professor Ratho, thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Professor Ratho is the Dean Academics of PGI Chandigarh, and a very fine personality. I had the close association of working under him when I was in charge of the research grant cell, and he was the Dean of Research. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. And I welcome you all to this inaugural function of the Telemedicon 2024, and thankful that you came. Chandigarh right now has a very beautiful weather. Hope you will enjoy the 2 days of conference academic activities that are yet to come, and also take out some time to look around the city beautiful. Thank you so much and welcome everybody.
As a token of our gratitude, we would now like to honor our chief guests, our guests of honor, and all other dignitaries on stage with flowers. Thank you, team members. Let us now turn to an integral part of our inauguration ceremony, which is the traditional lamp lighting, symbolizing knowledge and enlightenment bestowed upon us by Goddess Saraswati. Thank you to all the dignitaries present on stage for joining us in upholding this cherished tradition. Next, I would like to request Dr. Uma Shankar, Secretary TSI, to share his reflections and updates on the Society's activities.
Good evening all. Dear distinguished guests on the dais, delegates, and my dear fellow vibrant community members of TSI. It's an honor to stand before you today to share some of the remarkable milestones and development that reflect our collective efforts and commitment towards advancement in telemedicine in India, especially through TSI. Firstly, I'm thrilled to report that our membership has increased over the last 1 year, grown the database. Steadily, we are increasing. It's a testament that is increasing trust and engagement of professionals in our mission. This expansion is actually fueling our momentum, and it's also increasing our impact in the society. I'm very proud to announce the establishment of a new state, especially the Northeast chapter. And this development is most remarkable because it's a most significant step in strengthening our grassroots presence in the most remote parts of our country. In addition to that, we have successfully signed 2 MOUs, which we'll be announcing. The first one is with the Armenian Association of Digital Health, which is reinforcing our international collaborations. Another one is with Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, which is enabling our stronger academic and clinical synergies. We still have 3 more pipeline. It's just in the final stages, so we'll have 3 more MOUs this year. Further advancing our vision, we have initiated research grant, which was there, and we also increased the amount, and we have called for research proposals, and we have already really got some of the research proposals. Very soon we'll be announcing the grant. Then we, as a TSI, we have certain objectives. There are 14 objectives which we have. In the last 1 year, we have initiated and started almost 9 out of the 14. We have initiated, and it's going on successfully. In that, one among the most important one is we wanted to have a repository of the activities happening in telemedicine. So we are initiating this repository of telemedicine activities in India. We'll collect all the activities and then we'll compile them and it will be shared. Anybody who wants to know what is happening in telemedicine India can come to our website and they'll get all this information. Apart from that, we have been conducting various training programs and specialty-wise training is also happening. And these all achievements, what I'm talking now is just a few because there's a lot to discuss, and because we have a very short time, I'm just stopping over here. And thank you all for all this unwavering support and commitment. Let's continue to work together to achieve and shared vision of
a healthier life or healthier and more connected world through the telemedicine. Thank you. So now, as I told you, we have signed an MOU. I would like to connect and invite Dr. Robin to just speak a few words. Can we connect Dr. Robin? Dr. Robin is the president of Armenian Association of Digital Health. Dr. Robin, good evening. Welcome to Telemedicon 2024. Over to you. You are on mute.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Umashankar, and the whole Telemedicine Society of India. I'm very pleased and honored to be introduced to your members and to your conference. And I'm very honored as well to have signed this memorandum of understanding between our both organizations working towards the same direction to promote qualitative and growing telemedicine activities to promote improved access to health in our countries. And I believe that this agreement that we have signed together will be a good step towards new collaboration between our two countries in good spirit of collaboration and friendship and scientific progress as well. So we will have different activities which we will do along the year, but I'm very pleased to have this first announcement today with you, and I wish you a very successful event to this few days, and hope it will bring all the success that you want. So thank you very much once again, and we look forward in Armenia to collaborate with all of you in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Robin, for that few words, and we also are looking forward for this association. Yeah, now another, I would request Madam Madhuri Kanitkar, sorry. Madam?
I'm online. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam, we'd request to hear from you.
Oh, thank you so much. Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to join online. And my best wishes in regards to the chief guest today, Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagat Singh Ji, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Padma Bhushan, Professor K.K. Talwar, Professor Rathore, Dr. Kim, the President, Dr. Uma Shankar, Dr. Biman Saikia, Dr. Uma Nahar, and online Dr. Robin. It's a great honor for me to address you all and just let you know that we're just formalizing this engagement. It's been a long engagement already. We're just converting it into a complete marriage of through this formal MOU. Our association has been long, and my particular involvement with TSI has been for years, because we have been part of the team which put together the telemedicine guidelines with Dr. Paul as BOG members, and also involvement with the eSanjeevani. And I've had the honor and pleasure to launch Sehat, the telemedicine platform for military personnel, which did wonders at COVID. So with that background, I think it was high time that we formalized this association and take it forward. And I'm extremely happy to say that as a state health university with more than 630 colleges affiliated to it, we've taken digital health mission of the country and the national health policy in letter and spirit, and amalgamated with the National Education Policy 2020. So the first step was setting up a Department of Digital Health, and I'm very happy that my associate professor, Dr. Ashlesha Taude, is physically present at this conference, and a lot of old friends from the president to Dr. Uma Nambiar to all the other august delegates and dignitaries of the Telemedicine Society of India. I thank you all for helping us put together the first Digital Health Foundation course, which was launched by the Honorable Health Minister through an MOU with NHA, and it's available on our website at MUHS. It's also being put on to the iGot platform, which is a 2-credit course with 13 modules. And a lot of faculty members came from the TSI, a lot of help was provided, and I thank you for that. So I'm sure with this background, this MOU is going to be a hugely functional one where we are going to look at training, capacity building, and taking e-health forward. Especially since it's in PGI Chandigarh, I'm also very happy that we've joined a large M-Health project on maternal health that PGI was already doing with the US, and we are now the third team to joined up for tribal health population involving M-Health in antenatal care. So the scope is tremendous, and I look forward to a great association. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us and giving us a background. And I'm sure that this is just a beginning, and we will just go ahead and ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
Along with releasing the annual TSI report as we navigate this transformative period in telemedicine.
And distinguished guests on stage and off the stage. I first take this opportunity to thank the entire team of Chandigarh, headed by Dr. Saika and Uma Nahar and Dr. Amit for doing such a wonderful job in organizing this entire event in such a short time. Thank you so much. TSI, I don't want to go into what has been done. Our Secretary Dr. Uma Shankar elaborated on the activities of TSI, but TSI definitely has got a much bigger role to play in promoting telemedicine. We have almost more than 2 decades passed since we started this whole association. And what we have crossed the development stage of telemedicine, and we are in the process of deployment stage. So it's important that every one of us participated in this event because we know our country really needs the telemedicine because of the population, the inaccessibility, the rural population, all these. And I again want to thank the organizers for bringing Madhukarji, the apt chief guest for this very important event to promote telemedicine in the country. One, as you all know, that we are in the technology era. We are no more, as I said, it's not in the development. We have technology at our hand. We have been hearing so many talks since morning. So where are we going? One of the things that we really want to try and put together is telemedicine, what Dr. Umashankar mentioned was a registry. Today we do have so many telemedicine, wonderful activities happening across the country, but we do not have a registry of it. Where do we learn from them? Who's doing a good job? How can we learn? So this is something can happen only if all these people who are doing this wonderful job share their activities in a structured form to Telemedicine Society of India so that others can learn and practice the same across the country. This is something that I request every one of the Telemedicine Society of India members to share with the others who are doing a wonderful job to participate in it. And the other important factor that I was personally interested in is promoting research. No other country but ours can show what telemedicine can do. I think it's high time we showed by publishing papers, by doing a lot of research on this, that we should show what telemedicine can do and how it can improve the health of our country in every possible way, which will end up in the improvement of economy of the country. I'm sure this will go a long way. So, and I also see many a times that being a telemedicine society, people are asking, why are you having a online meeting? I mean, a live meeting, why can't you have a virtual meeting? Because you're standing as a telemedicine. But I think these meetings, really we need people to be here to understand, to listen and to interact. And that's when the associations will happen and we will have more people learning and participating in multiple events. So with these few words, I want to thank every member of Telemedicine Society of India doing what work that they are doing, carrying this important work of digital health to the masses. I think we will go a long way. Going forward, we have a lot more to do, both from the Telemedicine Society of India and the members of the society to promote telemedicine for the benefit of our country. And I want to thank once again the organizers for this wonderful event. Thank you.
We are grateful to you, sir, for your encouraging address and for presenting the highlights of our collective progress. Up next, we are honored to welcome Professor K.K. Talwar, our esteemed guest of honor, a Padma Bhushan awardee and the former director of PGIMER, Chandigarh. He has been instrumental in the establishment of the Department of Telemedicine here at PGI, and his words of wisdom and experience have always been a source of inspiration to all of us gathered here.
Good evening, everyone. Shri Bhagat ji, the chief guest of the day and who is also guiding the e-health development facilities in the country. Professor Rathod, the dean, a dear friend. Dr. Kim, the president of the society, Dr. Umashankar, the secretary, and of course Dr. Biman Saikia, Dr. Uma Nahar, Amit, and my former colleagues, Professor Rajinder Singh, Dr. Meenu Singh, Dr. Kaushal, Dr. Pandav. First, I must thank Dr. Biman for this invitation and opportunity. Coming to PGI for me is always very emotionally meant because I have grown this institute as a student. I did my MD and then I did my cardiology. We joined faculty for a short time before I shifted to AIMS. Of course, I think I had the fortune also to serve this institute again as a director. So whatever one has done in the profession, I owe to my mentors, my teachers, who taught us that we could grow in this field. Thank you so much, Biman, for this invitation. The telemedicine, I think I do like to use this opportunity to share our development in this institution. It was 2005. We had a small section of telemedicine that time when I joined in 2004. Dr. Jindal was in charge of this section. And 2005, we had our first convocation after I joined this place. This was after some time, and our Honorable Prime Minister that time was to come for the convocation. So when I went to brief his office about the sort of program, so one of his senior officers asked me, Dr. Talwar, why doesn't PGI now look at also to the outreach activities? Because just focusing on our strengthening our facility, why not outreach activities? It appeared to me that very sort of that we should think of. Then he asked him, sir, can you help me? So he put me to ISRO that time. So I spoke to with their help, I contacted the chairman of ISRO that time. ISRO had that time, I think Dr. Sangal is here, that started sort of telemedicine facilities, and they were helping institutions. So with the help of ISRO in 2005, they gave us all the money to put the infrastructure here, as well as we then started PGI Punjab Telemedicine Facility. We got attached to some district hospital, 5, and all the infrastructure, all the money came from ISRO for that. So that was the beginning of this. And when we started, of course, then Dr. Jindal was there. I requested Dr. Meenu Singh to join Jindal because I think we were expanding into this area. And so then I think after Jindal, Dr. Beman, I requested that why don't you join, because there's so many activities are, and I'm very, very happy to see that this department or section has grown. That is one of the now face of PGI. And the credit all goes to Dr. Meenu Singh's effort, as Dr. Beman Sekia and Dr. Nusrat. I don't see, she was also associated with them. So Nusrat, great. So I think, so that's how and then when we started this outreach activities, idea was to expand it also. But ISRO refused to pay more money, and then we had to motivate the states. But then what we thought was, why not to also expand in tele-education? So we had a very strong kind of morning activities. So we should attach to the medical colleges surrounding. I'm talking of 2005-06, and so that time we could sort of manage to strengthen our infrastructure in our LT1, where we used to have these activities. We could motivate these medical colleges to put up some infrastructure. Some money was needed, and so the CPC. The Wednesday morning activity, which I'll say is one of the prime activity of PGI in the academic globally. It's not only in the India, was then be transmitting to medical colleges of the 3 states, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, and of course Sanjay Gandhi. And only thing that time there was always the issue of reception, that it should be good reception. We made our effort to have our infrastructure that we could, but now I think we have many platforms, we have Jones, we have Google, we have WebEx. I think that time we were limited, but I think that's how the beginning of tele-education. And then came Dr. Kalam Saab announced Indo-African tele-connect facilities. He went to Africa and announced that we should have that. I think it was that time Hyderabad, the care hospital, we got the lead, but I think we could also then persuaded, and we were also initiating that part. Then South Asian came, then Northeast. I think there was a kind of lectures collected. I think Dr. Meenu Singh created all these programs. So I think then tele-psychiatry. So this has been the development of this particular branch in this institution. And I think when I joined here, so I had come from here, very happy that we can claim in some department we are ahead of FAMES. I think Dr. Ambuj is not here. He might have left, my former colleague. He's now looking after these facilities. But that was, you always sometimes feel, I must say, Mr. Vakil, AIMS and PGI were always in healthy competition. Extremely healthy. If I tell you examples of how things were done, it's amazing. Anyway, congratulations, Dr. Beman, for organizing this meeting. I think I also realizing what the Telemedicine Society of India is doing, the strength, the MOU that you are signing. I think that shows the country's strength, how we are moving on to this area of digital. Now the AI has come, and I think happy that Biman, now you have the PGI is a center for AI in health. So that's great. This is one branch, I think today everybody is talking of artificial intelligence. But I mean, some of sometimes my colleagues in medicine feel, no, will the time come that AI will replace? I doubt it very much. It will never happen. Only thing is, we are going to have a game change in diagnostics. Whether it is radiology, whether it is pathology, whether it is many other diagnostic areas. Of course, the medicine is a branch of practice and art. And I think no AI can innovate art. They will do what you are putting into that. Anyway, that's all. Thank you so much, and I wish this rich program that you have, all will be more sort of knowledgeable in this area and do more things. It's very interesting to hear that you have MOU with Armenia, and I think that's the strength of the country. I also like to mention that this department, no doubt, Prasminu Singh has been the architect, Dr. Biman, now Nusrat, but some other colleagues who were there, Amit, Anil Chauhan, Pankaj is there, and Manish. I tell you, these 4 younger people, they kind of, even today, Pankaj will flag the CPC to all over. I mean, this is now globally people. So I daily, on Wednesday morning, I get it and I see it myself on my mobile. So that's what is the telemedicine or facilities. Grateful to you, Dr. Biman, for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, for your inspiring words, which I'm sure have left a lasting impression on this audience. I request our chief guest now to come up on stage for delivering his inaugural address. Sir, your presence here underscores the importance of this event, and we are deeply appreciative that your valuable support and presence was felt at this event.
Respected Professor Tarwar, respected dignitaries on the dais, eminent people who are present in this hall, very, very warm welcome to today's events. It's very hearty to know that this event being organized by PGI Chandigarh. My heartiest congratulations to the entire team, to Dr. Biman, Madam you, Dr. Amit, everybody, all of you. It takes a lot of effort to organize any such event. And as somebody was saying, that it's like a daughter's marriage. You know, everything must fall in place at the right time. Otherwise, the flavor is lost. So heartiest congratulations. And the topic is very topical, I would say. It's not just telemedicine, but what I could see and I understood is a marriage of 2 very important areas, telemedicine as well as artificial intelligence. So let me begin with talking about something completely different. Let me talk about economics. So around 150 years ago, a very famous economist, Schumpeter, talks about what are the factors of production in an economy. And the traditional belief was that capital, money, and labor, human resource, were the 2 factors of production. And he proves and he establishes a theory which has been found to be absolutely correct up till now. And he adds the 3rd factor of production, and which he names as T or technology, and which incorporates enterprise, which incorporates innovation, which incorporates scientific discovery. And the 3rd factor of production has been the factor which has acted as a force multiplier. Human endeavor, human intelligence increases over a period of time. It adds to the growth in any field, in field of medicine, in field of engineering, in field of arts. Human labor, that also grows at a particular rate, at a particular pace. But what provides an impetus, a jump, is actually technology. People say we are in the age of technology, we are, but we always were. We always have been, right from the growth of civilization till this particular time. The difference is that we have embarked on a virtual world now with the coming of ICT. And with the coming of AI, that virtual world is not just virtual, It is becoming more and more intelligent, and we are teaching it to mimic human intelligence. That's the only difference. Coming back to the discipline of medicine and its larger role in society, whenever I have to talk about medicine and about the role of telemedicine or the role of artificial intelligence, I like to place the 4 principles. And I exhort, I request such eminent people who are present over here, perhaps the best in the field, best in the country, and one of the best in the world, to ponder over how telemedicine is going to help, how artificial intelligence is going to help in these 4 realms. And these are, number 1, availability of medicine. Is telemedicine adding to the availability of medicine? Is availability of medicine essential? Second is accessibility to medicine. Can it increase the accessibility to medicine or medical services? The third is affordability element. Is it making medicine, medical services, medical technology affordable? And the fourth is quality. And these are the 4 pillars, my touchstone. And I have to touch, I have to test that which are the pillars are being impacted, which are the pillars which are left. Today, if I see our country, then the ratio of doctor to patient per 10,000 population is just 7 as compared to 30, 35 in Europe, or equal number perhaps in US and other advanced countries of the world. And there is a huge dearth of doctors. Can we produce more and more doctors? How many more doctors can we produce? We require huge infrastructure. Doctors pass through a process of education, 4 years, 2 years, 1 more year, and then they come and join in the stream, and then Medical Council of India has to approve of the colleges, and it's a slow process. Doctors are not going to get added quickly. How do we increase that number, bridge that gap? And even Europe, even America with that particular large number is still grappling with the problem. When I interact with them with their NHS, they have the system of GPs, and okay, you can get a GP appointment in a day, but you want a specialist appointment? You have to wait for weeks. For a elective surgery like knee surgery, the wait time can be 1.5 years, imagine. The situation is bad, and they are adopting technology, artificial intelligence, other means of technology to bridge the gap because their demographic profile is just reversing. The aging population is increasing, and the service population is shrinking and shrinking. India is not facing such a problem, but India has another problem, and that is the problem of huge deficit of the doctors, the trained medical facilities. So the question we have to ask ourselves, honestly, is telemedicine going to help? Now, if I see the rural population, the semi-urban population, which represents an area of, I would say, a market failure, where I don't see the corporate hospitals and the private sector making inroads in a big way, over there, can government reach the nooks and corners of the country? Yes, maybe. The PHCs are there. The issue of availability is taken care of, the issue of affordability is taken care of, the issue of accessibility is taken care of, but what about the issue of quality? Are the doctors competent enough to offer the range of services of the paramedical or the medical facility available over there in the PHCs, the CSCs, in the district hospital, competent enough, sufficient enough to take care? And can telemedicine play a role if that quality of services is not available? Can the doctors from PGIs, can the doctors from AIMS, can the doctors from INIs, through the means of telemedicine, guide them, help them to offer better quality care in those lesser centers? Let's talk of accessibility. If I talk of accessibility, if I talk about the rural areas which represent me, the touchstone, how am I performing? The far-flung areas in the hills, do they have accessibility to medicine? AIMS is there in Rishikesh. AIMS is there in Bilaspur. But can the rural population move over there in that in that AIMS, and access, even if though affordability is not a question, even quality is not a question. So 4 factors, some factors are available over here, but some factors are not available. Why can't they move? After all, AIMS is there. Because their ailment has to pass a certain bar before they overcome their daily humdrum of life. They extricate themselves from the routine, and they say, now I am compelled to go to AIMS to make available of that medical treatment. I need some attendant for me to cross that distance. I need money to leave my job and to travel and to bear the infrastructure cost, the stay cost. Can telemedicine play a role over there in reaching out to rural areas so that we can help our expertise of the doctors, eminent doctors, the best doctors who are available in the PGIs and the AIMS and the INIs to reach those far-flung areas of the country? And if so, yes, then the quality pillar is also taken care of. I remember I participated in a World Health Conference in Maastricht. I'm very fond of saying this. I was invited to represent. I is not important because India is important. I represented India, the healthcare sector. And I was talking about the various initiatives in digital health, which is the topic of today, about the artificial intelligence, about the telemedicine, about the e-Sanjeevani, about the NMCN network, about how digital education can help bridge the gap, that particular that education gap. If we make our medical education costly, then it becomes ill-affordable. And if medical education itself becomes less affordable, then the treatment itself will become costly. We look at the private hospitals, we look at the private medical colleges, the cost is exorbitant. After paying 20, 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs or 40 lakhs for clearing the entrance examination through a grueling system which is based on competition examination, if the student undertakes a medical education which is costly, what is the cost of medical service he is going to offer? And then the pillar of affordability is again affected. And can telemedicine play a role in making it more affordable in the future? Today I was asking my team, and so many times I have interacted with eminent people from NMCN, with Dr. Pradhan, Madam Meenu, as to how many courses do we have? Have we reached a critical mass of courses? Can it offer a substantial solution to the training issue? Can they consume these training resources? And can it help even not only in medical education, but preparing for medical education, for competition examination? Then can it impact at the grassroots the issue of affordability? So technology is there. We have to offer our own endeavor, so we carry forward the great effort, the visionary effort which has been undertaken by Dr. Talwar, Madam Meenu, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the great initiative that Sanjay Gandhi Institute took. In 2001, I'm amazed. At that particular time, I knew only about internet. WhatsApp was not there. Who had heard of the smartphone? Very few people. No, nobody in India there was in 2001. And imagining telemedicine at that particular point of time, it deserves a kudos. Whoever did that at that particular point of time. India launched e-Sanjeevani, and our Prime Minister is very fond of speaking about it at every forum. Around 11,000 crores of programs and projects were launched by the Honorable Prime Minister recently. Telemedicine e-Sanjeevani was not launched, but in his 45-minute long speech, he mentioned that 31 crore patients have been served through the e-Sanjeevani platform. And I was talking about that teleconference. World Health Organization's Dr. Professor Allen, he in his first slide on the second day of the conference, talking about the digital initiatives, talks about e-Sanjeevani program of India, throws the statistics, 28 crore treated, 6 lakh treated in one day, And he says, this is a global warming fighting solution because this much billion kilometers of travel has been avoided. And when you can launch, I have always talked about a post-referral telemedicine clinic. And I want you doctors to ponder about, the specialists to ponder about, and to take that initiative further, to push for that initiative. Patients come to PGI Chandigarh, patient comes to AIIMS Rishikesh, they comes to AIIMS Delhi for treatment. And after a serious treatment, maybe for a heart, maybe for a surgery, the doctor says, okay, please come after 4 months. And after 4 months, either he brings certain tests, or the doctor does a preliminary checks and says continue the medicine or discontinue the medicine. The patient has traveled all over with one attendant. The patient is consuming the infrastructure of that particular hospital, and therefore, when we have integration of clinical diagnosis on telemedicine, we have the integration of teleradiology and telepathology, and all these reports can easily flow to the doctor. Can we create a telemedicine post-referral clinic where the same doctors can come in that clinic and see that patient through telemedicine, examine the reports, examine the radiological reports, the pathological report, and say, yes, continue the medicine, delete this medicine, add this further. It saves times, it saves money for the patient to travel, and it is not, sir, the treatment cost. It is the cost of 1 day, 2 day travel. It is the cost of staying in New Delhi. It is the cost of bringing along somebody. That is the cost which is also making our medical system affordable, unaffordable, or fully affordable. Talking about artificial intelligence. Well, there is a marriage on Sanjeevani. We have launched a clinical decision support system. It has to go further. It may be helpful. It may not be helping the doctors at present, but it has to go further. With the help of Vadhvani AI and the 3 centers of excellence, PGI Chandigarh, AIIMS Rishikesh, AIIMS Delhi, a number of projects on artificial intelligence are already going on. Diabetic retinopathy is there, pulmonary treatment is there, triaging as far as the lung diseases is concerned is there, and we have a variety of other researches which is going on. Now, if I look at the fundamentals of what is required in artificial intelligence researches, then we see that yes, technology is required, and I have to ask myself, is there dearth of technology? I am a part of a global forum, OECD, information security assessor, and do the audits of the country, and wherever I go, oh, India, IT, this is what I hear. So people think that India is ahead of IT, and therefore there is no dearth of technology. Is there a dearth of funds? Proposals are there, funds follow, a bit of pushing has to be done, and we have private sectors like Vadhvani, which is coming to fund free of cost. Is there a dearth of problem? Oh, come on, India has lots of problems. Lots of problems where we can apply AI, and we are already applying AI. What is that which is holding us back? Maybe we can take pushing the red tape, following the process, we being involved in too much of other external activities, we are also, yes, those things are there. But in my limited experience, in my having learned from you, what I realized that one thing which was of essence and is of essence is data. Now, who else than India has dearth of data? No, India does not have dearth of data. India has surplus of data, and the world is looking up to us. You have so much of data. Then what is the dearth of? It is quality. Is data usable? And when I talk about quality, the first thing which comes to mind is standards. Have we defined the data standards? Did we begin our project with defining the data standards? Do we follow the SNOMED city standard? Do we follow the FHIR standards? Or do we follow the LONIC standards? These are the few terms I have learned as a layman among the literates, among the geeks of medicine that you are, right? Then what is the dearth? Each project needs to have its own data standard defined. Community deployment standards need to be defined. We have to follow the rules and regulations for anonymizing the data. We have to follow the rules and regulations for maintaining the security of the data. And we have to have the confluences of data and the research systems. Every department of a hospital, be it PGI, be it AIMS, has data. But are we really tapping that data? Are we preparing data libraries at the institutional level where we have anonymized data, customized data, data which has that requisite quality which can be used for research? I remember one of the criteria for selecting a department in AIMS, I would not name that AIMS, is that the professor of that particular department had lot of image data. And therefore, it was the availability of data which was the determinant of the success of that program over there. And presently also, while dealing with these various projects, we are trying to tap the data in the trickle effect. 50 data for diabetic retinopathy is captured. Why don't we have a data bank? Why don't we have a data repository? Why can't we exchange data between the institutions, build data sections of each department in each institution, which is an anonymized data, over large data marts, and say, oh, hey, you need the data, I have the data. We can exchange data. Projects like these have already started to take place. And believe me, it is not desirable. It is essential. Last but not the least, let me give an example. Many of you would be carrying iPhones in your pocket. Now, India has become a big manufacturer of iPhone. We take pride in the fact. But how much of that money is actually gained by India? We do not manufacture the Gorilla Glass. We do not manufacture the iOS platform because that is not ours. The profits are going abroad because the IPR is not with us. The intellectual property is not with us. And therefore, we are performing, we have the secondary rights, the rights of a manufacturer. The same is true in medicine. Whether it is bulk drugs, whether it is research, it is all intellectual property we do not have. And this is the biggest challenge. If you are engaged in research, you use data, you use technology, you do cutting-edge research, you develop intellectual property, you have the edge, we can become number one. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being patient and hearing me.
Thank you, Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagatji, for your thoughtful address. Your words will undoubtedly fuel our collective efforts in advancing the telemedicine practices in India. On behalf of the organizing committee, as a token of our gratitude, may I now request Dr. Kim and Dr. Biman to felicitate Shri Madhukar Kumar Bhagatji. Now we turn to an exciting milestone. I invite Professor R.K. Rathore, Dean Academics, to unveil the Telemedicon 2024 abstract book. This occasion would be incomplete without acknowledging the extraordinary efforts of all those who made this conference possible. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I request President TSI Dr. Kim to felicitate past President Dr. Prasanta Kumar Pradhan with a citation and plaque. Yeah, can we request Dr. Prasanta Kumar on stage?
Can we have Dr. Pradhan on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present the citation, read the citation for Dr. Pradhan. The Telemedicine Society of India is honored to felicitate Professor Prasanta Kumar Pradhan, a trailblazer in nuclear medicine, telemedicine, and digital health, for his remarkable contributions to healthcare over past 2 decades. Professor Pradhan has been instrumental in advancing healthcare delivery, especially in rural and underserved areas. His leadership is developing India's national telemedicine infrastructure, has connected 153 medical colleges and hospitals, enabling e-learning in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. A visionary innovator, he pioneered the development of 100 health ATM kiosks in Lucknow, enhancing remote consultation, diagnostics, and patient care. As a founding member and former president of TSI, Professor Pradhan has shaped telemedicine policies, fostered research, and built partnerships with national and international organizations. His role as nodal officer at the School of Telemedicine and Biomedical Informatics led to creation of India's first academic department in telemedicine and digital health, setting a benchmark in healthcare education and innovation. Professor Pradhan's dedication to training and capacity building has empowered numerous healthcare professionals across India and beyond. His exceptional contribution have earned him prestigious honors, including a Presidential Oration Award of TSI and Governors Award. His pioneering effort has transformed access to healthcare, improved patient outcomes, and inspired future generation. Professor Pradhan's legacy as a leader in telemedicine, digital health ensures a more connected, efficient, and accessible healthcare system for India.
I express our heartfelt thanks to the dignitaries, participants, and everyone involved in making this event a success. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Uma Nahar Sekia, Organizing Secretary, Telemedicon 2024, to deliver the vote of thanks.
The parent of all others. So, respected Chief Guest, Madhukar Sahab, colleagues, delegates, faculty, dignitaries, and everyone present here tonight, the august gathering. On behalf of the entire fraternity of Telemedicon 2024, I extend a very heartfelt gratitude, first of all, to a respectable chief guest, sparing his valuable time and his inspiring words, and also talking about this marriage of IT and medicine, which we have been trying to establish. But in the morning, we heard about Dr. Modi, pros and cons of the spouse. So IT has its own cons and pros, and so is medicine. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. I must mention my deep sense of appreciation to all the faculty for gracing this occasion and sharing their experience for this 2.5-day meeting. Any event requires meticulous planning and execution, an eye for details, for which I have to thank the chairperson, my other half, Dr. Biman Saikia, the head of the Department of Immunopathology and Telemedicine, for having faith in the entire team in organizing this conference. His timely interventions and perfectionist aptitude, even in the difficult times. Thank you, Dr. Biman. I also wish to express my gratitude to Professor Anil Shroff, who's the Vice President of the Society. He has been very, very helpful, I must say that, and he gave his minute-to-minute guidance and was involved in giving support at every point of time we asked for it, in organization of this event, and also coordinating with the finances in this organization of this conference. Thank you, sir, so much. A conference of this dimension cannot happen overnight. Although we took over only in August 2024, Dr. Kim already highlighted about it. So I think Team Telemedicon has done a great job, I guess, so, and they deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much. I must thank Dr. Amit Agarwal, Dr. Brishdeep Singh, Dr. Lisa, Dr. Anil, Manvi, to name a few, in the entire meeting. So, मैं तहे दिल से अपने सहकर्मियों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ कि इस कार्यक्रम की जो बेहतरीन अदाकारी आपने आज देखी है, ये सबकी सहयोगिता के कारण हो पाई है. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to extend most sincere thanks to all the sponsors. You know, any conference cannot happen without having a financial support. The audiovisual, the website team, the horticulture engineering department, the nursing faculty, especially Dr. Sukhpal, who was there in the inauguration. Yeah, she's there. Who agreed to organize a special workshop for the nursing students, which will be happening on the Saturday, and taking all her time out and organizing this. And the response is humongous. We have more than 200 students registered for the nursing workshop. It shows the efforts of Madam. Thank you, Madam, and thank you for the entire faculty of the 9. I'm also grateful to all the speakers and delegates, without whom this conference would not see the light of the day. In a short span, I would say, a short notice. And finally, I would like to thank each one of you present here once again, sparing their time to this evening and making this event a memorable and great success. Thank you, one and all. However, to err is human and to forgive is divine. If somewhere anybody's sentiments have been hurt, uske liye uttam kshama. So enjoy the city beautiful, the weather and the academic feast this meeting has to offer. The program is very tightly packed, but I still feel that you will take out some time out to go around the city. The best time of the year. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की जय.
As we conclude the inaugural ceremony, I invite you to sit back and enjoy the cultural program curated to celebrate the rich and diverse heritage of India, performed by the students of our institute. Over to Rakshita and Pratik, residents from the Department of Pathology.
सभी उपस्थितियों को हमारा सादर प्रणाम. मैं डॉक्टर प्रतीक सिंघल, पैथोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट से जूनियर रेजिडेंट, आज इस सम्मेलन के सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम का आपका प्यारा सा को-होस्ट, और मेरे साथ है हमारी खूबसूरत सी को-होस्ट डॉक्टर रक्षिता आचार्य, जो पैथोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट की जूनियर रेजिडेंट हैं.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome each one of you for this beautiful evening. Tonight, we step away from the fast-paced world of technology and telemedicine to embrace the universal language of art, music, culture, and the things that touch our hearts and remind us of what truly it means to be human. This evening is a celebration of our shared stories, our unique talents, and the vibrant diversity that binds us together as one family. I invite you all to relax and let go of the day's hustle and immerse yourself in a night filled with rhythm, color, and emotion. So let's start this journey together and let the magic of the evening unfold before us.
आज की ये सांस्कृतिक संध्या टेलीमेडिकॉन 2024 का एक विशेष हिस्सा है. यह सम्मेलन, जहां टेलीमेडिसिन के जरिए स्वास्थ्य सेवा के तकनीकी पहलुओं पर केंद्रित है, वहीं आज की शाम हमारे विविधतापूर्ण और समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक रंगों का उत्सव है. सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम न केवल मनोरंजन का माध्यम है, बल्कि यह हमारी परंपराओं, विविधताओं और एकता का प्रतीक भी है. इस सम्मेलन के सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों गीतों की पेशकश के साथ सुखद नृत्य का प्रदर्शन होगा. हमारा विश्वास ये है कि आज के प्रदर्शन के बाद आप इस सम्मेलन में ज़ाया किया हुआ समय जिंदगी भर अपने दिल में के करीब रखेंगे। तो मैं आपके लिए एक शायरी लेकर आया हूँ, और आपको पता है शायरी में क्या होता है, और इरशाद। तो ज़रा गौर फरमाइए, वो गार्डन गार्डन ही क्या जिसमें माली ना हो, वो गार्डन गार्डन ही क्या जिसमें माली ना हो, वो झगड़ा झगड़ा ही क्या जिसमें गाली ना हो, वो ससुराल ससुराल ही क्या जिसमें साली ना हो, और वो ऑडियंस ऑडियंस ही क्या जिसमें ताली ना हो। तो आइए तालियों और मुस्कुराहट के साथ इस सांस्कृतिक यात्रा का आनंद लें।
So let's move ahead and please join me in welcoming Dr. Sarasija and Snigdha from the Department of Microbiology, who are not only brilliant in their mind and in their field, but are also gifted dancers. So let's give them a big applause as they take the stage. Dedication, Dr. Viman Saikia, Professor and the Head of the Department of Immunopathology. In addition to his extensive contributions in both telemedicine, artificial intelligence, and immunopathology, he steps on the stage tonight with another role that will showcase his artistic side. He will grace us with a medley of songs blending with melody and the heartfelt tone. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a big round of applause Dr. Viman Saikia.
Because this money was to be paid to an artist. So they have saved around 50,000. Okay, I'll just miss because time is short and actually we're waiting for the dinner to start. So I'll just do a very short medley song of Kishorji. Can I have the track? Oh no, this is another song. Okay. This is a very old one. Second song. 1940 का गाना है. Monitor चाहिए. Very old but very melodious song. मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है इन दो मतवारी नैनों में जादू है जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं
जादू है एक एक अथा सागर सा है एक अथा सागर सा है इन दो मतवारे नैनों में जादू है जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है मन पूछ रहा है अब मुझसे नैनों ने कहा है क्या तुझसे मन पूछ रहा है अब मुझसे नैनों ने कहा है क्या तुझसे जब नैन मिले नैनों ने कहा जब नैन मिले नैनों ने कहा अब नैन बसे के नैनों में मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है जादू है जादू है इन दो मतवारे नैनों में जादू है जादू है जादू है मैं क्या जानूं क्या जादू है
थैंक यू सो मच 1940 एक सैगल साहब के AI has also creeped into music. So if, I'm singing this song which was sung 40 years back, but what AI can now do is pick up a sample of Sehgal Saab and put it into a song which is sung by Sonu Nigam. So KL Sehgal will be singing Sonu Nigam. So that is the power of AI now, and actually there's a lot of happening even in the music studio now. And that's the power of AI. And it has been seen because some of the AI versions of artists are actually more popular than the original. So there becomes a question whether AI is doing us harm or what. But anyway, original would be original. So now I'll just do a short medley of Kishorji.
जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए, ऐसा कोई साथी हो, ऐसा कोई प्रेमी हो, प्यास दिल की बुझा जाए। नीले नीले अंबर पर चांद जब आए, प्यार बरसाए, हमको तरसाए। ला 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 ला। जीवन के दिन छोटे सही, हम भी बड़े दिल वाले, कल की हमें फुर्सत कहाँ, सोचे तो हम मत वाले। जीवन के दिन छोटे सही, हम भी बड़े दिल वाले, कल की हमें फुर्सत कहाँ, सोचे तो हम मत वाले। दिल क्या करे जब किसी से किसी को प्यार हो जाए, जाने कहाँ कब किसी को किसी से प्यार हो जाए। ऊंची ऊंची दीवारों सी इस दुनिया की रस्में, ना कुछ तेरे बस में जूली, ना कुछ मेरे बस में। दिल क्या करे जब किसी से किसी को प्यार हो जाए, जाने कहाँ कब किसी को किसी से प्यार हो जाए। फूलों के रंग से, दिल की कलम से, तुझको लिखी रोज पाती, कैसे बताऊं किस किस तरह से पल पल मुझे तू सताती। तेरे ही सपने लेकर के सोया, तेरे ही यादों में जागा, तेरे ख्यालों में उलझा रहा यूं, जैसे कि माला में धागा। हाँ, बादल बिजली चंदन पानी जैसा अपना प्यार लेना होगा जन्म हमें कई कई बार। हाँ, इतना मधुर इतना मधुर तेरा मेरा Satta, the famous movie of Amitabh Bachchan. Hey, la 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 la. दिलबर मेरे कब तक मुझे ऐसे ही तड़पाओगे, मैं आग दिल में लगा दूंगा वो कि पल में पिघल जाओगे। दिलबर मेरे कब तक मुझे ऐसे ही तड़पाओगे, मैं आग दिल में लगा दूंगा वो कि पल में पिघल जाओगे। एक दिन आएगा प्यार हो जाएगा, ओ मैं आग दिल में लगा दूंगा वो कि पल में पिघल जाओगे। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन, चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर। हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर। मुस्कुराते हुए दिन बिताना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। उड़ले 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 Okay, this is the last. Please clap. Yes, come on.
मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आई रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, मिटी जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू। चलिया तू चलिया, मेरे सपनों की रानी कब आएगी तू, आई रुत मस्तानी कब आएगी तू, मिटी जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू। चलिया तू चलिया, प्यार की कलियां, बाहों की कलियां, सब रंग रलियां पूछ रही है। प्यार की कलियां, बाहों की गलियां, सब रंग रलियां पूछ रही है कि जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू, बीती जाए जिंदगानी कब आएगी तू। चलिया आ तू चलिया, चलिया आ तू चलिया, चलिया आ तू चलिया, चलिया आ तू चलिया।
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
क्या शानदार गायन था। आपकी आवाज ने इस शाम को और भी खास बना दिया है सर। सुरों और भावनाओं का ये संगम सच में दिल को छू लेने वाला था। और साथ में मैम की स्पेशल वाइल्ड कार्ड परफॉर्मेंस ने स्टेज को हिला के रख दिया है। तो एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर और मैडम के लिए। अब बढ़ते हैं हमारी अगली पेशकश पर। पंजाब की धड़कन और जोश से भरा एक ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस आने वाला है जो साबित कर देगा कि एक अकेला भी पूरे मंच पर राज कर सकता है। भांगड़ा के ऊर्जावान स्टेप्स और जोशीले अंदाज में छुपा है पंजाब की मिट्टी का असली स्वाद। तो तैयार हो जाइए, तालियों और हौसलों के साथ स्वागत करें टेलीमेडिसिन की पूनम के इस धमाकेदार सोलो भांगड़ा परफॉर्मेंस का, जो आपके दिलों को की धड़कनों को तेज कर देगा।
पंजाब को दे
performance from the audience. We have Mr. Bijoy, the Honorary Secretary of the Kerala chapter, who is here to perform the Kalari Payattu, which is a traditional stick rotation. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Bijoy. It was fun to watch. And up next, we have a delightful performance from 4 talented nursing students, Pragati, Aradhana, Sakshi and Sneha. These amazing girls who spend their days learning the art of care and healing are here tonight to share their love for music with a beautiful medley of songs. So let's cheer them and welcome them with a big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you will give us a patient hearing. We have 2 old songs and 2 English songs. So 24 hours, 94 hours with you. We spend the weekend getting anywhere to go. We spend the day things right between us.
shine bright like a diamond, like diamonds in the sun. Shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, like diamonds in the sky.
बहुत ही शानदार प्रस्तुति, एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए हमारी नर्सिंग स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। बहुत ही मधुर आवाज, ऐसा लगा जैसे दिल से निकलकर दिल तक पहुंच गई। प्लीज a big round of applause for all the nursing students. हरियाणा की धरती अपने जोश, अपनी ऊर्जा और अपने अनोखे अंदाज के लिए जानी जाती है। यहाँ पर हर डांस स्टेप मानो माटी की खुशबू से सराबोर हो। हरियाणवी डांस में जो सादगी और दमदार अंदाज है वो आपके चेहरे पर मुस्कान और दिल में जोश भर देगा। तो तैयार हो जाइए हरियाणा की इस धड़कन को महसूस करने के लिए और जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए नर्सिंग स्टूडेंट्स शीतल और शिवानी का।
तेरी
team member from Ahmedabad. He has specifically requested a couple of couples to grace the dais. So let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, congratulate to all the organizing team for this wonderful event. So this is a celebration and I invite the couple, organizing couple, to have a dance with me, all the couples. Because this is a romantic number from film 1942 Love Story, and I hope you enjoy it. So all the couple, please come on the stage. Please, then I'll start the song. I need all the couples or whoever want to dance. Please join on the stage. Yes, madam. Or who wants to dance in a couple, they can join. No issue. That's what I told. अमित भाई आ जाओ आज तो अभी तो ये तो करना ही पड़ेगा इतना किया है तो bachelors can come but this isn't a dance for this song is for a couple so you can come no issue yeah please start
New L'Oreal
बाल धो के नाचो
Please join other couples. Please join on the stage. Please join. Dr. Shroff, please join with madam. Yeah? Yeah, no issue, no issue. Viral, go on, don't worry. Please start, please. Please hold clear. कुछ ना कहो कुछ भी ना कहो कुछ ना कहो कुछ भी ना कहो क्या कहना है क्या सुनना है मुझको पता है तुमको पता है समय का ये पल थम सा गया है और इस पल में कोई नहीं है बस एक मैं हूँ बस एक तुम हो कुछ ना कहो कुछ भी ना कहो अभी तो आ जाओ सर हल्के शाम के रंग है छलके पर्वत से यूं उतरे बादल जैसे आंचल ढलते कितने गहरे हल्के शाम के रंग
छलके पर्वत से यूं उतरे बादल, जैसे आंचल ढलते और इस पल में कोई नहीं है, बस एक मैं हूँ, बस एक तुम हो। कुछ ना कहो, कुछ भी ना कहो। You can dance here also. सुलगी सुलगी सांसें, बहकी बहकी धड़कन, महके महके शाम के साए, पिघले पिघले तन मन। सुलगी सुलगी सांसें, बहकी बहकी धड़कन, महके महके शाम के साए, पिघले पिघले तन मन। और इस पल में कोई नहीं है, बस एक मैं हूँ, बस एक तुम हो। कुछ ना कहो, कुछ भी ना कहो। क्या कहना है, क्या सुनना है, मुझको पता है, तुमको पता है। समय का ये पल थमसा गया है, और इस पल में कोई नहीं है, बस एक मैं हूँ, बस एक तुम हो। Thank you. Thank you.
क्या अद्भुत गायन था। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट नहीं चलेगी। इस मधुर आवाज ने शाम को अविस्मरणीय बना दिया है, और हमारी जोड़ियों की तालमेल ने मंच पर सच में प्यार और जादू बिखेर दिया है। तो एक जोरदार तालियां हमारे सर के लिए और हमारी जोड़ियों के लिए, जिन्होंने एक बेहतरीन डांस की प्रस्तुति दी है। अब बारी है पूरे मंच को हिलाने की। दोस्तों, जब जोश और ताल एक साथ मिलते हैं तो कुछ ऐसा होता है जो दिल और दिमाग दोनों को थिरकने पर मजबूर कर देता है। पंजाब की रंग बिरंगी संस्कृति और समूहों की ताकत के साथ ये नर्सिंग स्टूडेंट्स का ग्रुप भांगड़ा परफॉर्मेंस आपके अंदर तक जोश भर देगा। तो दिल खोलकर तालियां बजाइए और तैयार हो जाइए इस धमाकेदार टोली का स्वागत करने के लिए, जो पंजाब के जोश को मंच पर जिंदा कर देगी। हमारे परफॉर्मर्स ने स्टेज पे आने से मना कर दिया है क्योंकि उनको तालियां बिल्कुल भी सुनाई नहीं दे रही है। तो आप सभी हमारे परफॉर्मर्स को और थोड़ा मोटिवेट करिए। आई नो आप सबको बहुत भूख लगी है, लेकिन इसके बाद बस ये लास्ट परफॉर्मेंस हमारे पीछे इतना यंग क्राउड बैठा है और वो लोग बिल्कुल जोश नहीं दिखा रहे हैं। आप sounds better.
सूरज तपता ते चंद लागी तारे